E te iwi nau mai, haere mai. Welcome to the Takapuna Beach Cup. We are here, it's a windy day. My name is Kingy. I am your host for today, and I am with Mark Malaki Williams and Karina Gage. So, Karina.
Well, I guess it's time to introduce myself.
Aye.
E tautoko ana ahau I ngā mihi, ko Karina Gage toku ingoa, and looking forward to an exciting day of paddling.
Awesome. And Mark, kia ora, malo uso, a big day of racing here.
Kia ora everybody, talofa lava. My name is Mark Malaki Williams. I'm really stoked to be able to spend the day here talking paddling and covering this prestigious race. And thanks for having me on board, guys. I'm looking forward to a fantastic day of racing. I think it's going to be pretty epic out there.
Excellent. So we were here last night. The wind just started to come in and it's hit us this morning. The flags are waving. There's a level of tension here in the field. So Karina, how do you think our paddlers are going to combat these conditions today?
I think it's going to be a challenge for many of the crews. The side chop, it's all good when you're heading into a swell or a chop or going with it, but when it's on the side, that starts to sort out the crews that are stable or not. So it could be exciting for the spectators, but maybe not so much fun for some of those paddlers.
Absolutely. We talked about the side wind. And Mark, we have a very big downwind component which allows the crews to get some surfing. And so what's your whakaaro on the teams today and their approach to the surfing?
Yeah, I think the teams who have a lot of experience in the surf, you're going to see those guys separate from the rest of the field. I think also, in addition to that, I think the choice of canoes that these particular teams are going to be using is going to be a big thing as well. That'll be interesting to see, but I'm expecting the guys who spend a lot of time in the surf, maybe the Australian guys and our top New Zealand crews, I think those are the ones to be watching for today. So the skillful paddlers and the skillful teams are going to make the most of that surf leg, which you can make such big grounds on. So it's really exciting. Can't wait. Pump.
Absolutely. So skill, wind, side wind, we've got it all today. We are at the Takapuna Beach in Auckland, which is on the North Shore. And I'm just looking out here, we can see a lot of activity. There's a lot of tension on the beach. These guys must be getting their canoes really ready, making sure all the water's not going to come in. And so we have some information. The first race start today was planned for 8 o'clock. It's actually going to be at 8:15. And that's our women's 21-kilometre race. So Karina, we heard a little bit about the course change. We had a last-minute course change yesterday because the wind, and because the wind was strong. So, Karina, what are your thoughts on the course change and how our crews are going to adapt to that?
To be honest, I think the course change isn't going to make any difference to what the results might have otherwise been. But I do need to just take this opportunity to clarify to our viewers that the women's race is the Premier's race, not the men's race, people. And so I'll be here to tautoko the woman.
Aye.
And Mark, what about the men? We've got the 21-kilometre course. They're doing the same. What are your thoughts for the men and how they're going to approach this course change that happened yesterday?
Yeah, I think the course change is the right course. I think the last thing anybody would want to do on a day like this is to paddle with a big side wind, and there's safety issues and canoe breakages and things like that. So I think straight into the wind, from what I understand, straight into the wind for a few Ks, turn around and surf down leg, I think is the safest and the funnest course, and that's the most important thing, is that everybody's having fun out there. In terms of performances of who teams to watch out for in the men's 21K race, I wouldn't put it past the Tahitian teams that are in there. There's a couple of top Tahitian teams that are in there. But of course, we've got some of our more established guys in there too. The majority of the New Zealand top teams are going to be in the changeover race. So it's interesting to see there could be a dark horse from one of the Kiwi crews in that 21-kilometre race that could come on top. We'll see. But it's going to be interesting nonetheless. But course change-wise, I think it's going to be cool. It's going to be great to see. And I'll be, whānau, I will be on the support boat out there once I'm done here, so I'll be able to bring you some pictures, and apologise if I call the wrong team. It's not the Oscars. I'll try my best. I've got a piece of paper that has everyone's names on it, but if I do say the wrong team, please, aroha mai, forgive me, and I'll do my best regardless.
Absolutely, that's all good, Mark. We are overcoming many, actually we're undertaking many technical firsts for this production.
Yes.
And one of them is actually getting the information from the race organisers into us here in the studio so we can update people live. So we are doing our best. We have some new technology which we are experimenting with. It's called the Dot Vision GPS. So GPS is on the cruise. It's experimental, it's for safety. But, so stay tuned. Later on in the broadcast, we'll be hoping to cross live to some GPS footage. So, Karina, one of the really important things we needed to talk about was a little bit of the history of this race. And we had an opportunity, so just a quick disclaimer, you guys know my father is obviously, my name is Kingy Gilbert, and my father is Ken Gilbert. So Ken
Absolute
Gilbert
legend.
And Tani Whakuru, they started this race in 2007. And so the... I guess back then it was a little bit smaller, and now it's grown into this premier outrigger event. So you guys were participating back then. What are your reflections on the evolution of the Takapuna Beach Cup over the last 14 years? Karina?
I think all credit to your dad and those other founding members. Particularly at that time, New Zealand was very obsessed with sprint racing, and your dad and those Taniwha guys took up that wheel to develop the sport into long distance racing, and it was a huge thing to have a water change race in New Zealand. Yeah,
absolutely. And Mark, your thoughts? Back in 2007, we were a bit more spring chicken looking. Age has taken its toll on us. The weather, the surf. So anyway, Mark, your thoughts?
Speak for yourself, mate. I think I don't look too bad, eh, Karina?
Yeah, bro, you're good. You're good.
It's just a few spider cobwebs on the side of my... No, look, I totally, completely agree with what Karina said. I remember Ken Gilbert when in terms of a great man, he was ultra competitive, and to see his dream to where it is now, it's inspirational. It's amazing, and I'm so glad that we were able to share with the rest of New Zealand that's watching here, and the rest of the world also.
Awesome. So we're talking about sharing our love for the passion for the sport of wakaama, and we'd just like to reflect to you on some of the unique personalities that we have involved in the sport. Wakaama is a very diverse sport, and so we're going to look at that now. Let's meet some of our people in wakaama.
G'day.
What I love about paddling, everything I guess, the good bits and the hard bits too, it's all part of it, and being on the water obviously, and then the people, just the usual, so I guess.
Just the freedom, being able to keep fit, compete and still stay in teams where you've got a mixture of diverse people, meeting people from overseas, building friendships for life, and just competing. I love it. Yeah, it's fantastic.
That's a culture. It's a spirit. You know, you have to be how do you say that? Tough in your mind, and it feels good to be on the water.
Beautiful. What else can you ask for?
Hello, my name is Vishal. I'm from Singapore. And the best thing I love about paddling is just being out there with the boys and catching as many waves as possible. And New Zealand is a really good place for some of that.
Hi, I'm Julie. I'm living in Auckland. I'm originally from the UK. I'm here at Takapuna Beach watching the Waka racing. I brought my grandchild Charlie down, and her dad Brandon and Jackie are here racing today in the pairs. So they're doing an awesome job. They're just going out on the second lap of the 6K racing.
How was it, brothers?
Unreal.
What do you know about wakaama, brother?
Everything about it. Yeah, the atmosphere, the competition, it helps us connect to our tupuna, to our ancestors, because that's how they came down from Hawaii. It's really good here.
He mea take iho mai ngā tupuna, no te haerenga mai o Hawaii, taino ki ngā whenua taku o Aotearoa.
Nervous. Yeah. Pretty nervous. Yeah. One of the great things about wakaama is it brings everybody together as one. So we have lots of different nationalities, ages, levels of fitness, etc. But once we're out there on the water, we're just one team. We just love this experience of all of these different teams and communities coming together. I learnt to paddle in Hawaii on the island of Kauai, and I didn't start paddling until I was 50 years old. So it's never too late to start, and it's just a beautiful way to keep fit, get something really good going in your community, get our wahine together out there on the water, leave all your troubles behind, and just get out there and give it to the moana and have a great time.
Hi, my name is JB. I'm French but living in Singapore, and what I love of canoeing is it bringing a lot of people from different countries together and for the same race, and this is awesome.
Being out on the water,
the camaraderie, the competition.
Look at this, it's fabulous.
Awesome.
Here in we get to travel.
Yeah, we get to come travel
with our friends,
with our
mates.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Fabulous. Recommend it to everyone.
A couple of things. It's my place of solitude if I need it, but otherwise the surfing part, dropping into big waves, going for big downwind runs on 30-knot days, just to get the buzz out of doing that. It's like dropping into a 25-foot wave surfing on your surfboard, so the same buzz I get out of paddling.
Still learning every time I go out, and today we learned you should not go straight into the turn buoy when you see a canoe is already there, and don't break it. That's what happened today to our canoe. The Gemini finished. Sorry about it. And this clown, he was okay, you just put him there.
Another banana. That's another banana.
It's just lovely. It's on the water for starters, so it means that I can sit on the beach while I'm pretending to do work, and it's hugely exciting. We did the Aitu at Tahiti once a year, and oh my God, I still remember all these wakas hitting the water all at one go. It was just phenomenal, so I've loved it ever since.
Kia ora, I'm Piripi. I'm from West Auckland, Piripo Waitakere, and what I love about wakas is it's just fun sport, and
And it's just so relaxing and beautiful for me, even though we're working our hearts out paddling away. I just love the camaraderie and just everything about it.
Wakaama has opened the door for me in my life, and I'll be always grateful to the sport. I love meet new people, the diversity of the sport, and it's a pleasure to be part of it. So good luck to everybody that likes the sport, and enjoy it, have fun.
It's a good family orientated sport. Keeps the kids busy, out of trouble. We do wakas every day, training every day, from Monday, 7 days a week pretty much. So, yeah.
Kia rana, ko junior pauka tōku ingoa, no arorangi mai au, Rarotonga, Kuki Arani, taku me rekana i te sports e wakaama, ko te pirianga o te kopapa, e te wairua, e te kōputangata. Nā reira, too much, wakaama. Ki mua, kia rana.
Kia ora, my name's Kimi Talioli. I'm from South Auckland. I paddle for Manaku Outriggers. I'm Tongan. I was born in Tonga. I was raised in New Zealand. The one thing I like about paddling is it's family orientated. I'm the current coach of the open men and the junior boys at the club, and I love my job.
Love being on the sea, love paddling in a team, and now I've been paddling on my single and in the sea for 15 years or so, and just absolutely loving it. It's just part of my life. It's every day. It's all about paddling, all about waka. Love it.
It does. It gets you around the world. So I've competed in Hawaii, in Tahiti, and I've jumped on surf skis and paddled in Hawaii, South Africa, And it's just because of the wakaama background, but also, it's been a good stepping stone to a lot of opened my eyes to other international races around the world. So it's been incredible.
I'm Wes Burns. I love the sport, been involved for about 20 years, just purely for the sake of being able to come to places like Takapuna around the world and travelling, and love paddling because it's just a great sport all around. And what we did yesterday is why we do it. So.
Yeah, also because I'm old and it doesn't hurt my knees. Will we start off with g'day?
What I love about paddling, everything I guess, the good bits and the hard bits too, it's all part of it, and being on the water obviously, and then the people, just the usuals I guess.
Just the freedom, being able to keep fit, compete and still stay in teams where you've got a mixture of diverse people, meeting people from overseas, building friendships for life, and just competing. I love it. Yeah, it's fantastic.
That's a culture, it's a spirit, you have to be tough in your mind, and it feels good to be on the water.
Beautiful. What else can you ask for?
Hello, my name is Vishal. I'm from Singapore, and the best thing I love about paddling is just being out there with the boys and catching as many waves as possible. And New Zealand is a really good place for some of that.
Hi, I'm Julie. I'm living in Auckland. I'm originally from the UK. I'm here at Takapuna Beach watching the Waka racing. I brought my grandchild Charlie down, and her dad Brandon and Jackie are here racing today in the pairs. So they're doing an awesome job. They're just going out on the second lap of the 6K racing.
How was it, brothers?
Unreal.
What do you know about wakaama, brother? Everything about it. Yeah, the atmosphere, the competition, it helps us connect to our tupuna, to our ancestors, because that's how they came down from Hawaii. It's really good here.
He mea take I ho mai ngā tupuna, no te haerenga mai o Hawaii, taino ki ngā whenua taku o Aotearoa.
Nervous. Yeah. Pretty nervous. Yeah. One of the great things about wakaama is it brings everybody together as one. So we have lots of different nationalities, ages, levels of fitness, etc. But once we're out there on the water, we're just one team. We just love this experience of all of these different teams and communities coming together. I learnt to paddle in Hawaii on the island of Kauai, and I didn't start paddling until I was 50 years old. So it's never too late to start, and it's just a beautiful way to keep fit, get something really good going in your community, get our wahine together out there on the water, leave all your troubles behind, and just get out there and give it to the moana and have a great time.
Hi, my name is JB. I'm French but living in Singapore, and what I love of canoeing is it brings a lot of people from different countries together and for the same race, and this is awesome.
The excitement, the joy.
camaraderie,
the competition. Look at this, it's fabulous.
Look at that.
Beautiful here in
We get to travel.
Yeah, we get to come travel
with our friends.
Yeah, with our
paddle
mates.
friends.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Fabulous.
Recommend it to everyone.
A couple of things. It's my place of solitude if I need it, but otherwise the surfing part, dropping into big waves, going for big downwind runs on 30-knot days, just to get the buzz out of doing that. It's like dropping into a 25-foot wave surfing on your surfboard, so the same buzz I get out of paddling.
Still learning every time I go out, and today we learned you should not go straight into the turn buoy when you see a canoe is already there, and don't break it. That's what happened today to our canoe. Jim and I finished. Sorry about it. And this clown, he was you just looked at me.
Another wanaunga. That's another wanaunga.
It's just lovely. It's on the water for starters, so it means that I can sit on the beach while I'm pretending to do work, and it's hugely exciting. We did the Aitu at Tahiti once a year, and oh my God, you know, I still remember all these wakas hitting the water all at one go. It was just phenomenal, eh? So I've loved it ever since.
Kia ora, I'm Piripi. I'm from West Auckland, Piri for Waitakere. And what I love about wakas is it's just fun sport, and yeah.
And it's just so relaxing and beautiful for me, even though we're working our hearts out paddling away. I just love the camaraderie and just everything about it.
Wakaama has opened the door for me in my life, and I'll be always grateful to the sport. I love meet new people, the diversity of the sport, and yeah, it's a pleasure to be part of it. So good luck to everybody that likes the sport, and enjoy it, have fun.
It's a good family orientated sport. Keeps the kids busy, out of trouble, you know. We do wakas every day, training every day, from Monday, 7 days a week pretty much. So, yeah.
Kia rana, ko junior pauka tōku ingoa, no arorangi mai au, Rarotonga, kuki arani, taku mea rekana i te sports e wakaama, ko te pirianga o te kopapa, e te wairua, e te kōpū tangata. Nā reira, too much, wakaama. Ki mua, kia rana.
Kia ora, my name's Kimi Talioli. I'm from South Auckland, pera for Manukau Outriggers. I'm Tongan, I was born in Tonga, I was raised in New Zealand. The one thing I like about paddling is it's family orientated. I'm the current coach of the open men and the junior boys at the club, and I love my job.
Love being on the sea, love paddling in a team, and now I've been paddling on my single in the sea for 15 years or so, and just absolutely loving it. It's just part of my life. It's every day. It's all about paddling, all about waka. Love it.
It does, it gets you around the world. So I've competed in Hawaii, in Tahiti, and I've jumped on surf skis and paddled in Hawaii, South Africa. And it's just because of the wakaama background, but also, you know, it's been a good stepping stone to a lot of open my eyes to other international races around the world. So it's been incredible.
I'm Wes Burns. I love the sport, been involved for about 20 years, just purely for the sake of being able to come to places like Takapuna around the world.
Yeah.
And
Days events, but you can talk about the 21K course. Yeah.
Will we start off with g'day? Oh.
Kia ora, we're going to give you an update for today's events. With the first race was scheduled to start at 8 o'clock, but it's been shifted to 8:15, Karina. And I believe that's the women's 21 kilometre.
It is. It's a 21 kilometre race. The races are 21 kilometres and 42 kilometres today. The 21 kilometre race is only 6 people, no changeovers. The 42 kilometre race, 10 people in a crew for the women, 9 for the men. So the extras are in a support boat. Oh my goodness, we've got a race start, Kingy.
That is a race start. We are off, or is that the pre-call? Wow, we are in anticipation here. Things are moving so quickly. It sounds like we have a race start. We are just waiting, but it looks like from here that the crews are just on the beach. It's a pre-race call, so we must be within the 5-minute countdown zone, Karina.
We are, and I couldn't help myself. We've got a window to our side, and
Yes.
I'm trying desperately to stay with the folks out there, but
Your heart
competitors
yes.
are in my periphery. So, my goodness, even though Kingy and I aren't out there, instinctive, you just feel the adrenaline hit when you hear a pre-race signal.
I feel your pain. It is very, very difficult being here and watching the race. We just love to be in there, going hard with our friends. But when we look at the conditions today, it does look kind of rough. So I guess you're going to have to knuckle down for that first bit to that first buoy. It's going to be some pretty tough grinding it out.
It will be. They'll be heading into a wind and wind chop and also a tide, I believe.
Absolutely.
Incoming tide.
So the wind will be going headwind and the tide is turned and it should be coming in. So which means when the waves come in, we'll have a bit of surf.
Yeah. So the competitors are doing 2 laps of around about a 6-kilometre course. Yeah. So they get both conditions in one direction as they're heading out. They'll be going into the rough conditions, wind chop, current, but then if they can handle the jandle, they can take advantage of that on the incoming tide.
And before the race start, your canoe is on the beach, the wind is coming in, you want to go, but the wind is pushing your canoe back. And so it's a very tense moment. All 6 of you are in there. I guess you're trying to get ready. The wind is making it very difficult for you. And communication becomes critical. So from your experience, Karina, what are some of the communication tips that you would employ in the crew on a day like today?
Off the start, we've got one person holding the canoe and being composed off the start is always the biggest challenge. If you start with the crew a little bit flustered, it's really difficult to come back from that. And so a huge part of that is being able to keep that nose into the wind. If you start with your canoe side on and you've got to recover from that, we could see a little bit of a collision going on out there, and that always is...
Yeah, your race is over. Collision, your race is done, your training, your hard work. So who do you not want to be next to on the start line? I guess that's the question, right? Collision prevention. What would you do day like today?
I would always be looking at who the canoes are beside me, assessing how experienced their steerers are. Oop, there we go, race start.
We are off. The 21-kilometre women's race has begun. They are taking off into a gnarly headwind. We have challenging conditions out there for the paddlers and for ourselves.
Yeah.
So who do you think, based on your knowledge of the entrants in this race, will look like taking the lead early on?
Well, I've looked at the crew lists, and to be honest, one of the awesome things about this Takapuna Beach Cup race is that we'll have a lot of our top paddlers coming together in one crew from different clubs. So just looking at the crew lists, you actually can't tell who the top contenders might be. And I think, for me, that's one of the exciting things about this race.
Absolutely. So we saw yesterday a really impressive pre-race warm-up from the Australian girls.
Yeah, true.
Are they in this race, or are they in the 42-kilometre race a little bit later?
My understanding is that their top girls, their elite paddlers, are in the 42-kilometre race. But there are a lot of good paddlers in Australia, of course, sadly for us, in New Zealand, and they will always be in the running. I think with all of the international crews, people spend a lot of money getting here. So as with the New Zealanders, we could see some of the top contenders from Australia in this 21 as well.
So during the day, we'll see these crews disappear into the distance, and then we will hope to catch them as they come around the turn buoy and head back up. So we have a variety of paddlers here in the race from New Zealand, Australia, Tahiti. Are there any other countries?
Arizona. You mentioned Hawaii. Quite a number of crews from Hawaii. Oh, and my personal favourites, Japan. So we have the Japanese rafting team, and they are the world champs. Well, I don't know if they're the current world champs, but they're always contenders, and they have been the world champs. And we'll be talking to their coach later in the day. So, yeah, diverse range of paddlers here today.
Very, very diverse. We've seen that in the sport of wakaama. It is a connector. It brings people together. It binds them. And you have this camaraderie, this kind of experience, shared experience when you're in the canoe together.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the other aspects of wakaama or outrigger canoeing is that we attract a lot of high performance athletes. Once they have finished in their own sport for whatever reason, injury particularly, we inherit a lot of ex-All Blacks, and we have Olympic kayakers, we have Olympic rowers, all high achievers, and so they make it their business to get good at the sport of wakaama, and that definitely adds to that diversity and the excitement within the racing.
Yeah, and there's a code transfer. So those skills that you've got in rowing or you have in kayaking, they can be applied to wakaama because you're kind of using a similar muscular motion.
Absolutely. We, in my crew, my Ruamata Masters crew, we have an ex-Olympic rower, and she has brought some really valuable insights in terms of that transfer of information between different paddle sports, and it's great for our professional development because we have been able to bring in her knowledge and not just continue to recirculate what we already know, which tends to what happens.
Yeah, and there's lots of buckets of knowledge you can draw on. I guess there's the physical preparation side, there's the skills side, and then there's also just plain experience that I think is its own unique component. And so those three together, and so from your experience, rowers, kayakers, who do you prefer to, is there a code preference for them to come into the canoe at all? Or?
I don't have any preference. I think particularly for endurance racing. For endurance racing, the biggest thing is people's mental ability. When you get uncomfortable, your ability to be able to stay uncomfortable and be able to maintain form, and not just your personal form, but keep in time, perfect timing, that synchronization with 5 other people, that's huge. And if you're not able to maintain that form, it doesn't matter how good any one individual is within the canoe, you're not going to be out front. So that's a huge thing that the high performers bring to any crew, is that ability to stay uncomfortable for a long period of time and maintain form.
And we can see from the shot here how some of the crews have started to spread out. We see, actually, there's a crew looking like it's going on its side. Maybe it's turning around, or maybe it's warming up for the other race. And you can see already there's quite a spread between the front of the pack and the back of the pack. And I guess this is 10 minutes in, you'll be thinking, have I done my training? What more can I do? Who's next to me? What is going through your mind at this point in the race?
When I'm out there, I'm now starting to look at who the other crews are that we're in contention with, and looking at the line that they are taking, because you need to cover. You're taking your own line, your own course line, but you just need to be aware that another crew might be on a better line. So when I'm talking about line, I'm talking about the wind direction, the tides, the currents can play a huge impact. So you've got the visual, the obvious visual with the winds, but the currents and the tides aren't something you can see. So you're looking at how that's impacting on the other crews.
Absolutely. And so you can tell, I guess, from their little motion as they're moving, their arms, their bodies, their strength, their tiredness, and their puffing, how far gone, I guess, their energy expenditure is. And you're kind of feeding off that in the race and trying to, pick your way ahead. So we have some long distance footage here of the women's 21-kilometer race. Back here on the beach, we have the women's and mixed 42-kilometer race getting ready.
Wow.
So they're going to follow a slightly different course today, I believe. And they're going to go from the beach around the island of Rangitoto, Mototapu, and Rakino.
Yes.
Yeah. So that race was scheduled to start at 9:15. We've had a slight delay this morning from the race organisers. First race was scheduled to start at 8 o'clock, but it went off at 8:15, and that is purely just due to these extreme weather winds and how challenging it is to kind of get everybody and get everything together. So moving ahead, and what is your prediction for, I guess, how the weather's going to shape up for the rest of the day?
My understanding is that the wind is going to rise, and that incoming tide will continue to affect our paddlers, but that rising wind is really going to impact around, I guess, mostly between Motutapu and Rakino, isn't it?
Absolutely. And for these paddlers, they'll be just banging it out straight into the wind, and I guess coming back and having a bit of a sleigh ride, as you like to say, on the canoe, a bit of surfing.
Well, surfing for some.
Yes,
Surfing for some.
surfing for some.
And I think one of the awesome things about this Takapuna Beach Cup is that it does attract paddlers who are new to endurance racing as well new to rough water racing. And you've got to start somewhere. You know, you don't suddenly become good at something like this. You can't wait until you're a great racer to go to your first race. And so this is an awesome opportunity for the crews that aren't as experienced at surfing, particularly because it's in a safe environment. The race organisers are very well organised. That's why we have things like late race starts, because they're making sure that they are managing all of that risk. So the more novice paddlers can have the experience, but in a safe way. If they capsize, they know they're not going to die, first up, but the safety people are right onto it right there. So, yeah, we get that diversity of experience as well, not just diversity of peoples. So there'll be lots of people there that are very comfortable in those rougher conditions, but others who will have their heart in their mouth, adrenaline pumping, and just making sure that their arms are still moving.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess you rely on your experienced people in the canoe a little bit. There is a bit of weight, there is a bit of burden that they will bear. We have, obviously yesterday we had the pleasure of going and meeting some of our friends, some of the paddlers who had been around when we started, when we were juniors and us, I was a junior.
When you were a junior.
When I was a junior, so I was 2005, 2006. When did you start paddling, Karina?
My first race, Outrigger Canoe race, was in 91. I was called by the Australians. I hate to admit this on in public, but it was with the Australians, the Sydney Outrigger Canoe Club. Jane Hall from Australia, one of their Australian legends, called me, asked if I was interested in going to this race, which I found out later was kind of deep end, the Molokai. I went a month before the race to Hawaii, trained with the Australians, awesome experience. But huge for me was that my first experience meant I got to paddle in the premier international race for women, Ngā Wahine o Kakai, and got some good paddling habits right from the start.
Yeah.
And it's just been awesome right from 1991 through to today.
So prior to wakaama, what sport were you doing?
I was kayaking and doing a lot of white water. So yeah, I came from other paddle sports and particularly river, just as a lot of our other top performers have done. I think a huge at that time was I came with a training discipline already. I was already accustomed to training and then just had to make that transfer of learning the skills. I think a huge difference with the wakaama scene of today is that we are bringing our rangatahi, bringing our juniors straight into wakaama, and they are learning those training disciplines from wakaama. When I first started, the majority of our paddlers had to learn the training disciplines secondly, and that was tough. That was tough for a lot of them. So.
Awesome. Well, we have the privilege yesterday of capturing an interview with you, one of your special guests, perhaps one of your mentors.
Absolutely.
And we're gonna replay that video and share your whakaaro, your story with him, with the rest of our whānau here. So, Maudia mai koutou, let's meet Eugene. Kia ora.
Aloha whānau. We are very privileged to have one of the legends of Hawaiian paddling here with us today. I guess no matter where in the world, legends never think of themselves as legends, but he is a legend. And we are with Eugene Lopez. And Eugene is from the beautiful island of Kauai, Hanalei, Kauai, and is the organiser and the founder of one of the biggest water change races in the world. I've done the race and I'd have to say it's probably the best water change race, generally, apart from Ngā Wahine o Kakai. And so, Eugene,
Yes.
tell us about your race.
The Nepali Challenge is it's a very unique race. It's a 12-person race. The race is about 38 miles. It consists of 6 men, 6 women, and they do changes every half hour on a half hour, and you got 5 minutes to do the change. And it's an experienced race. It's really pretty unique because you got 6 men, 6 women. You always think, the men have to carry the women, but it's not always the case because they got some pretty tough women out there, so it works both ways. You hit every kind of challenge. You hit downwind, side wind, a lot of wave riding, and then at the end, sometimes you get surprised with a big headwind. And there's like a 2-mile warning buoy, and after that, you look for the downhill and the finish. You're pretty burned out by then. But it's about 38 miles. It's about almost 5-hour race, or a little bit longer.
How many years has the race been going?
This will be our 22nd year. Wow. Yeah, and it's always pretty good turnout, between 40 and 55 canoes on average. And when we have states on Kauai, there's 100 canoes, easy. Yeah, that show up for this race.
Wow, awesome. Awesome. You've made the effort to come here to Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Yes.
Tell us, what has the appeal been?
Oh my gosh, I don't know how to act. I was just telling the guys, I just had chicken skins just on the ceremonies a while ago. It's pretty phenomenal. I'm glad I came. I'm glad I got invited to come. I've been wanting to do this race for about the last 5 or 6 years, and I finally made it. Somebody asked me to come. I go, yes, I'm coming. So I'm pretty happy. I love the people. They're very, very, very friendly. I'm not used to seeing the cars on the wrong side of the road to me, so that's kind of like, I'm kind of looking, I'm a little off. And the geography, but I love it here. I like it.
So you're hearing the difference in the accents. How are you feeling about the similarity between our cultures?
I don't know. It's pretty much the same. I mean, it's the love. It's all about paddling. You never want to take a paddle out of a person. You want them in the canoe. You want them to paddle. You want them to feel what you feel, So you try to push for that. That's my feelings. Anytime you get a chance to get in a canoe, it'd be great. It's great to do. And I love it when it's handed down to the young people. The Molokai started last year or so with the Na'apio, the young kids, to do the Nepali. I mean, the Nepali and Molokai. So I think being able to do that, I just love that as somebody's coming after us, That's really good to push for the next generation.
Awesome. So different country, but same kaupapa?
Yes.
You are here with a crew?
Yes.
A crew of Master 70s men.
Yes.
I believe we have 3 Master 70s men in the race, so it's definitely a race, whānau.
Yes.
Tell us about your crew, because although you guys are on the outside, fairly casual, we know that underneath, once the race starts, there's some fierce competitors in your crew.
Yes, they're pretty fierce competitors. They've been around. They're originators, organizers. These are the folks that are paddling right now that people go ask questions, solutions. Anything you know about paddling, they'll share your knowledge. And yes, when their game phase is on in a canoe, it's a whole different person. It's all about finding the win. Yes. So they're really good crew guys. I'm very honored to paddle with these guys. I'm very honored that I get to paddle with them. They're really good. A lot of knowledge in that canoe.
You would think, whānau, that as people age, that their desire to be competitive and that drive would slow down and diminish. But my observation thus far is it's more an attitude of time's ticking, time's running out. We need to just get out there and do the business. So I know we're going to be seeing the Hawaiians doing the business. And if you have not been to the Nepali Challenge, it is a must-go-to race. Absolutely. And even if you're not a paddler, you have to go to Hanalei, Kauai. So we will see you in Nepali. Well, sorry, we'll see you on Kauai at the Nepali Challenge. In what date?
It's usually in the second week in August every year. So at this point, I don't know, my calendar is a new year still for me, so I haven't checked the calendar, sorry. But it's always in the second week in August. And if you come in, if you put your letter of intent, you will get a canoe and you will get an escort set up for you folks. So that's always taken care of for you. Especially if you're international, you're pretty much set up already. We always take care of our foreign crews first. Yeah.
So just a little warning about Māori people, Eugene. I sent 2 invitations to my wedding and got 2 busloads. So, yeah, good luck with that.
Kia ora koutou, we are here with a special guest, Willis Maihi. So Willis, no hea koe?
No tāmaki makaure ngō Ngāti Whātua, te puru o tāmaki te papakainga, ko rākei te marae, ko te tāu, te urungutu, ngā oho, ngā hapu, ko tātou tēnā. Yeah.
Oh, kia ora, kia ora. And so can you give us a little bit of whakaaro, some stories about this place, Takapuna?
Yeah, well, Takapuna, a lot of stories about Takapuna, but it's a special place for us. It's a place where our tupuna would come and fish, would come and rest, depending on the season and depending on the flow of people. And so Takapuna, Takararo, was one of our special places. And so it's good to come here and celebrate alongside our wakaama, to share our moana and to continue our kaitiakitanga, our manakitanga with our kaumātua kuia who are here today.
Well, kia ora koe, ngā mihi kia Ngāti Whātua, kia ora ke, the whānau up there. Thank you for having us. So, I heard you're paddling tomorrow. And can you give us a little bit of whakaaro about your team?
Ai, ko te tima, ko te Blues Brothers, he tima Taki Ono, W6, and we're just a karapu, a club in Okahu Bay, the name Okahu Mata Moi Moi, and we've got 2 teams tomorrow in the W6, one doing both doing the 21 kilometre, and on the Sunday there's a few of our members doing the W1, the single racing. And so we're really looking forward to it, and I hope that the cloud comes and gives us a bit of shelter. Yeah.
Kia ora. Ai, bro. And did I hear the name o Kahu Mata Momoi? Isn't that also a name from Te Rohe o Te Aroa?
Ah, it is. So Tamatea and the tupuna of Te Aroa on their travels north, as is famous, they named many places coming up. Kahu Mata Moi Moi. Named the places as they headed up north. So we have a connection to Aotearoa, Rangitoto. We mihi to Rangitoto every day. And we even have connections in our whanaunga and Kaipara, o Tamatea, Marae, and many places that Te Aroa whānau left their mark. And that's all good, because that gives us connection to them.
Ai, kia ora. And this is the sport of wakaama. It connects us, it binds us through our tupuna. Our tupuna sailed these waters, they paddled these waters, and, you know, we're here today in the footsteps of our tupuna. Yeah, so in the waka apopo, what's your role in the canoe? What's your seat?
Well, I'm the kaikaranga. That's the only time I'm a kaikaranga. In the waka, I tell them when they need to change the sides, and when we paddle, I tell them the strat. Apart from that, the boys got to do their job. And if they don't do their job, that's my other job, to tell them to do their job. And kia kaha te hui.
Ka pai, so we have the hard task master here for the boys from Ngāti Whātua ki ora ke. Willis, ngā mihi kia koe, ngā mihi mō te kōrero, mō te wāhi, o mō te kōrero o tō tātou tupuna. We're back at you. Enjoy the racing. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou anō whānau. Mark, you've been out on the race course already.
Yes, I have been on the race course, and I tell you what, it's pretty challenging conditions out there, I think, and apologies to our valued viewers out there. We had a little bit of, as we said in the beginning, this is some new grounds that we're trying to cover here with trying to bring this race to the rest of the motu rest of New Zealand. But we are working on those to try and get the support boat footage up and running. But I can tell you that the conditions definitely, it looks like it's a lot of fun. There's a bit of hard work going into that wind, and I started to see the mixed team start to pull away, as you would expect with 3 men and 3 females in there. But at the top mark, they will be rounding that top mark very soon to make their way back. And I tell you what, there's going to be some sleigh rides on the way back, Karina.
Awesome. So Mark said it's going to be a lot of fun, but I've no doubt that there are currently some crews out there who are not sure if they should have come today. Maybe not so much fun for everybody. So the pack would have been starting to spread out a little bit. Some crews struggling with conditions. How was that looking, with that spread of crews?
Yeah, that's a great question. You can definitely see the teams who are comfortable in those conditions as opposed to the teams who were not. And even after the first minute or 2 minutes, you could immediately see that there was gaps starting to form from the front pack and the back. So
right.
It's definitely playing into that sort of thing, yes.
Yeah, one thing Kingy and I talked about while you were out there was this great opportunity that it is for the more novice crews to get out there and experience those conditions without fear of dying, and knowing that the event organisers are onto it with managing that risk, and so they can get that learning experience. You know, you can't wait until you're really good to come to your first race, and the novice crews are able to have that practice for their steersmen.
Exactly. Yeah, it's funny because I know a lot of teams, especially based out in Auckland and South Auckland in particular, I mean, they don't get these sorts of conditions, you know, and it's a dream sometimes to try and surf these conditions. But a lot of our people from out those ways are river paddlers and estuary paddlers. So it's great that they have a race like this, which they can actually try and come and see where they're at and see what it's all about and upskill and learn things. And then, and the great thing about that is, Karina, is that, as you would know, it will just build that experience base, a little bit more, I would say, confidence in this sort of conditions.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's difficult, especially if this is your first time. But great thing that the organisers have here, there's plenty of support boats out there. So if crews do get in trouble, there's a lot of help out there for them.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you that aren't familiar with wakaama in New Zealand, we have a lot of flat water paddlers. A lot of people are river-based or estuary-based, lake-based, a lot of lake paddlers. And that's huge in terms of our paddling development and the races that we go to internationally. And it's why it's why I like to think anyway, the Hawaiians and the Tahitians have tended to dominate the rough water, long distance races. New Zealand has done exceptionally well in the sprints. So these kinds of races, we need these kinds of races to upskill our paddlers and get more comfortable in these rougher conditions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Tell me about the rising conditions. How do you think that's looking for the 42 kilometre?
Yeah, so I think the wind is supposed to hover around this mark here. So, and with an incoming tide, it should dish up quite some sleigh rides, especially for our top teams. I use the term sleigh ride a lot today, haven't I? But
you're projecting.
I am projecting, and I think I definitely agree with what you were saying before about a lot of our people are flat water paddlers and how this is a great opportunity for them. I know we have a proud history of sprint canoeing, and I do believe the next frontier for us is to upskill and to get better is to be more comfortable in these conditions. But I think once we sort out our technical issues and we can get the support boat camera up and running, we'll hopefully be able to bring you some pictures of exactly what we're talking about. And I know, Whānau, that you'll much rather be watching the race right now, and believe you me, I'd rather you were as well. We are working behind the scenes to make sure that we can get some pics for you of your loved ones and of your teams that you are supporting out there. So
And does your club have any crews out there in the 21 kilometre?
We've got a junior girls team out there.
Awesome.
So this is their first ever ocean race, and for a lot of the girls there, it'll be. I'm assuming it's going to be a bit scary for them, but on the way back, I think it'll be a lot of fun as well because. And I mean, they'll just be better paddlers next year, and then the following year. Then, before you know it, you might have, the next, I don't know, Karina Cage in that team as well. So we'll see what happens.
The juniors will be buzzing. All of the novice paddlers will be buzzing once they've completed this race. Get that first run on the board of having survived, and they'll feel like they've been out there pioneering in those rugged conditions today. With the preparation for these kinds of races, what kinds of things have your crew focused on?
Yeah, so obviously this year I couldn't be out there because of the supporting the kaupapa here, and which is also great as well. We've been trying to get the guys out to get as much distance paddling under their belts. It's always difficult coming off the sprint nationals because a lot of the training is specific for that. But I think, that sort of training is also useful for a race like this, especially for the race that's later on, the 42 kilometre circumnavigation.
Absolutely.
And I think, getting in, paddling hard, sprinting hard, getting out, having a rest, and I think, the back-to-back sprinting aspect of that should help crews in that discipline. So, yeah.
Yeah, how about for any of these rough water races, those kind of little fine-tuning things that people don't think about, like bailing, those kinds of things. Do you guys practice those little basics?
Yeah, we do. It's important, and also, for example, the other day we had a little training session, and it was a little bit rough. We had water come into the canoe, and we found, and one of our teams, they had life jackets further to the front of the canoe, and what was happening was there was no water coming back to the rest, so a lot of the water was pooling in the front.
Right.
And so they had learned that they need to make sure that the water is running throughout the whole canoe so that it doesn't pool in any one spot. And that was good too. So, and you're right, bailing is a very important factor, and there is also an art to bailing also. I don't usually sit in the middle seat, so I'm not the foremost expert in the bailing department, but I do know it's an underappreciated skill.
Absolutely, yeah. It's these little things that can make a huge difference when you've got crews which are even in terms of physical fitness, endurance, mental ability. It is all those seemingly little things that can make a huge difference. The bailing is big in terms of how much water you can get into a canoe and how much that water weighs. It is surprising.
It's incredible. I was once told that if water gets up to your ankles, and in a six-man canoe, that's another person that you're carrying. So it is very important that the team is on top of getting that water out so that it doesn't pool too much, to the point where if you leave it too late, you're gonna spend even more time bailing and not helping out your team by paddling. So teams who have that down packed, teams who practice that, and you're right, because a lot of teams will just basically practice what they're going to do during the race in terms of paddling and changeovers, but it's the top teams who think of the little things, and it's the finer details, right? Especially when you get to that top level.
Absolutely, and that preparation too of checking your equipment. First of all, that preventative of making sure that you have good spray skirts. So for those people that aren't familiar with either long distance racing or wakaama, outrigger canoeing generally, all of the canoes have a spray skirt or canvas, as the Hawaiians say, so that the cockpit of the canoe is fully enclosed. The paddlers for the 42 kilometre race have a zipper that they will undo in front of them to allow themselves to be able to then get out of the canoe. So our 21 kilometre races are in a canoe with the spray skirt done up. So if your spray skirt is not good, if you haven't checked that it's not leaking,
It's going to be a long day.
It's going to be a long day, and in a 21 kilometre, it can be enough so that people could be carrying as much as probably 10 kilos more than they should be carrying, which
is a lot in 42 kilometres. And the race that's happening at the moment, when I was out on the support boat, and you could definitely see the mixed teams start to pull away from the rest. And even in a race like that, where there's no changeovers, water will still be getting into the canoe. So they need to be on top of it as well.
Absolutely.
Even though it's not a changeover race.
So back to the race, were you seeing much difference between the mixed crews and the women's crews?
Yep, there's definitely a separation from the top, I would say the top mixed team. I'm not sure exactly where they're from. I'm going to say they look Tahitian, the Tahitian mixed team, and then there was a little bit of a gap between them and, but as I said, at that particular moment in time, we were working on trying to get our feedback up. So once again, we are working hard behind the scenes to make sure that we can get that for our whānau watching back home. But bear with us, we'll be there very, very soon.
That mixed racing can be very exciting. The mixed races are a combination of 3 men, 3 women, and it allows clubs particularly to be able to put forward some of their best paddlers. In New Zealand, some of our clubs, I guess it's not just a New Zealand thing either, some of the clubs will struggle to get higher performing crews within one age division of the same gender, the same age. So the combination of 3 men and 3 women makes that more achievable for clubs to be able to have top crew entries. I know in the past a lot of the international crews have sent good mixed crews to this event, and it's a great change certainly for the women paddlers.
No, I think the one of the charms of mixed racing also is that you get to share the paddling experience with myself, with females and males together, and there's almost a different kind of energy in that as well. And for the mixed races I've done, I've always enjoyed them, and it has a completely different feel to if you were paddling with just an all male or female crew, I would imagine. But it's a growing category. I know in the Sydney Harbour Challenge coming up, I think there is more mixed teams than there are females and male teams. So it's one of those divisions that I think is getting more and more popular around the world. I do know in Tahiti they're starting to do mixed races as well. As you would know, it's predominantly a male-orientated sport over there. There's a slight change. I mean, we're starting to see more and more females take it up, but I do remember seeing that there was a couple of races there that they had a mixed division, which was cool. It was really cool to see that it's also growing there as well. The birthplace of Waka, I guess.
Yeah. The races that I've been in with mixed crews, it's awesome on a day like this where there's a bit of surf and you just have that little bit more power in the canoe. Sadly, I really do hate admitting this, but it's sad but true. So it makes a huge difference when you're picking up on a wave. It means that you can pick up on so much more than you might otherwise be able to pick up on. When I say pick up on, I mean be able to use the wave. You feel the wave coming, start to put some power in, and you can, generally speaking, you can catch more waves than we might otherwise would just in a woman's canoe. But that's with the smaller chop, trying to use that smaller chop.
So the men do the work. Is that what you're saying, Corinna? Do all the grunt work?
Yeah, and we are. The women are thinking, well, about time they did some work, contributed to the kaupapa in some way. But Mark's right. There is a different energy, and so it's that, I guess, that yin yang thing. The female energy dampening that testosterone a little bit.
Exactly. And sometimes it's needed. Sometimes it's needed. The cool, calm, collected female energy is needed, yes.
Yeah, and we spoke to Eugene Lopez yesterday about the Nepali Challenge race, and that's a significant, unique factor with their race, is that it's mixed and loads of fun. I'm hoping we can get some updates soon. I can hear lots of commotion outside, wondering how we're doing with the placings on the 21-kilometre race. We haven't heard anything just yet. Conditions are looking, I'm not sure that they're actually rising, Mark, but...
steady.
Yeah, they're steady. They should be holding.
Looks like at the moment outside is the race briefing underway for the 42K changeover race by the looks of it. So, and race briefing is an important thing because on days like this there could be a course change or a buoy that you must go around for safety purposes. So, and I can see that there's a lot of nervous energy outside there too, just from that shot there. A lot of the steerers trying to figure out which line to take, who to line up next to, and so forth. So, Karina, you've done this race a number of times. You've obviously won this race a number of times. What's going through your mind when you're right there at a race brief?
At the race brief, I'm looking at who else is there. I'm thinking about what questions to ask. Part of the race is being clear on the rules as well. It's a long way to come, a lot of energy to put into a race like this just to get penalties, unnecessary penalties. So the norm would be that we wouldn't have disqualifications as such. We would have time penalties. So if there's an infringement, you go around the wrong buoy, you take the wrong course, make a changeover before the time allowed, you would have a penalty on top of that. So at the race briefing, I'm making sure I'm taking care listening to that, so we're not adding any further challenge to our crew by having to catch up on another 1 minute of penalty time. How about you?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It's exactly the same, especially for steerers, and I've steered this race a couple of times as well, and it's very important that you are there, and you're right to make sure who else is there, and to figure out, once you know what the course is, where you're going to line up, where you should be aiming to go towards. Are you sticking to the left, to the course, to the right of the course? And a lot of these things are going through your mind as well. And part of my mahi is I work for Sky TV, and I remember once we interviewed Ian Ferguson, and he said that when he was getting ready for his racing in the Olympics before he won his gold medals, he used to walk around carrying his kayak and flexing as hard as he could, flexing his muscles really to try and psych out the other guys. And he used to kind of look them in the eye and walk past and try and do that sort of thing to kind of put them off. Was there anything that you did pre-race, anything like that, to try and maybe psych out your comp and to let them know that Karina Cage is here, and she means business?
No, I think I make an effort to look composed, so that probably is being proactive about psych out, is looking composed, nothing to see here, no reason to be stressed. Right. So you've got the inside voice like, but no, outside composure. Yeah, that would probably be my only thing really. And making sure that the equipment is right. Yeah. We're onto it with the rigging, making sure that the rigging is good. For those of you that, again, are not familiar with outrigger canoeing, you've got your outrigger out to the left, and so that distance of the outrigger to the canoe is significant. If it's closer, then the outrigger or the ama is less likely to drag in the water, but if it's closer, the boat is less stable. So there's that fine line between what your crew can and cannot handle, and so the rigging is a big thing. We would spend a lot of time in the rigging. We might rig the day before, but on a day like this, best practice in a crew that I'm in is we make sure that we have allowed enough time to prepare ourselves, plus re-rig the boat and go back out onto the water again in these conditions. So that's always my big thing. Anything different from you, Mark?
No, if anything, I think I need to be more mindful that I need to make sure that our rigging is set. No, but we
older,
take
more cunning.
So yes, we've in the recent years, my background has been, I come from flat water background where I live, and it's only recently that I've sort of picked up a love of paddling in the open ocean, and I love it. You know, there's so much learning every day, you know, catching bumps and catching swell and little wind chop that we get here in Auckland. So, and rigging and having the right equipment and making sure that your equipment is set up right is very important, especially for conditions like this. It's not so bad when it's, you know, when it's flat and a lot of our whānau watching paddle in those conditions, but it's a different thing when you're out here. It's a completely different beast. So if there's one thing that you guys need to take away from what Karina just said is being mindful and knowing what you're doing when you're setting up your canoe, because it's, you know, it makes a big difference, right? And at the end of the day, you want to not only be competitive, but you want to enjoy your race, you know, and
stay upright.
Exactly. You know, and not have to send a rescue crew out to get you. So no, definitely. And I think that's one thing that we've learned as a club is that, you know, there is a specific way you need to set up canoes, and we're trying to teach that to our juniors coming through as well. We're trying to introduce them to these sorts of conditions in surfing. So it's really cool.
So we must be fairly close to finishing that the first of the finishes for the 21 kilometre. So we'll be heading into that 42 kilometre race. Remind us, what is the race course?
Yes, so the 42 kilometre race, which is the big kahuna race. This is what the Takapuna Beach Cup is all about. You know, this is what everybody wants. This is what all our international teams come over to try and nail. And the 42 kilometre race starts in the beach here, Takapuna Beach. We go around Rangitoto and then around Motutapu, all the way up to the top of Rakino. And then by today's conditions, it's going to be a nice surf leg all the way back to the beach where they started. And so,
right, and incoming tide still, is that
it's
right?
Still, yep, it will be an incoming tide. So the guys, I think the top crews or the smart crews will be on their way up to the right-hand side of the Rangitoto channel there. Okay. They're going to be trying to stay out of that current because from what I've seen today, there's going to be a lot of head bashing going up that way, and I believe that the top teams and I think the smarter teams and the smarter steerers are going to want to be staying away from that channel, because I tell you what, when that channel runs, it runs very, very hard, and so they want to stay out of that channel going up towards Rakino and then surf straight back and use some of that incoming tide as well. Right.
So the women, I believe, are up first.
Yes.
And I know for sure that we've got a top Australian crew. Mm-hmm. We will have some New Zealand crews in contention. Mm-hmm. As I mentioned earlier, the nature of these types of races, particularly the water change races, that will have a mix of clubs putting forward top crews.
I think so. It looks like at 9:15 is the start for the 42 kilometre women's and mixed, and then and half an hour later at 9:45 will be the men. So we're giving the women a bit of a head start, and the hope is that when they do finish, we'll be finishing close to each other and not too far apart. So not long to go on that start for the 42k for women's race. And you're right, that Australian team, that is, I think they'll be the ones to watch this time around.
Yeah, sadly, I agree. We do have a top master women's crew that I'm aware of. Despite being masters crew, they'll still contend that spot. We should have at least one other top open women's crew, but I don't know what club name they're paddling under. I'll find that out later today.
I think from what I understand of the Australian team that's come over, AUS Nawahine, I think their name is, they have a very strong lineup, and I think the majority of those women were in the World Championship team that won over in Australia last year, and beating the mighty Tahitians. So, and that's no mean feat. So they'll be definitely in the hunt today, I'm assuming, and they've got a couple of Māori girls in there too. I know Nia Rudolph is in that team as well. She's a very accomplished paddler herself. So it just adds a little bit more power to that team. PCKC from Wellington is also another team to look out for. I was speaking to Mariana Hodges, and she said that the team itself is made up of most of the girls from Porirua, and they've managed to recruit a couple of girls from Christchurch. And if there's anything we know about Christchurch paddlers and South Island paddlers, is that sometimes they're crazy because they paddle in the cold. And, So those girls can go for days. So that's another team to watch out for. And another cool thing that I was told about the PCKC girls is that they formed this team for the Nationals and to honour some of their loved ones who've passed on, which I think is a nice touch, and that might give them a little bit of an edge today. They're paddling not just for themselves but also for their loved ones. So, and of course. You can't go past the Masters girls that you were talking about as well. So, and I think they would give most of these open women a run for their money today. So not to put too fine a point on it, but our Masters crew have won overall the last 3 long distance nationals. So in addition to winning the Masters, we have won the overall race. Mm-hmm. So our strength in long distance racing has tended to be in the Masters women, and it's coming through from the open grades now. More of the open paddlers taking up rough water paddling, getting their own single surfing boats. That's always a game changer in terms of people becoming more comfortable in those rough water conditions. And this kind of race, that experience in the rougher conditions, so the open age paddlers tend to have come, certainly within New Zealand, have come more from that flat water experience. So again, we should be seeing some great racing out there today. Fantastic. Yep. Well, these teams are just a few of the teams that we should be looking forward to. There is also one dark horse team that I'm going to throw in there. Now, these guys are all the way from the Cook Islands. Team Kuki Airani, and I know that they've been training very hard, and they train in conditions like this, so I wouldn't put it past them to have a good surf leg. And so before we go to the next race, we've got a special little interview with one of the girls who's going to be paddling for the Australian team.
One of our Mozzies.
One of our beloved Mozzies, Nia Rudolph. So she spoke to you yesterday.
She did. And for those of you that aren't South Auckland jargon savvy, Mozzie is a Māori living in Aussie. Tēnā koutou anō whānau. I am here with Sonia Rudolph, one of our Mozzies, one of our Māori transplants into Australia. Sonia has been a top paddler for many years. She has performed well for New Zealand and unfortunately is now performing well for Australia. So, Sonia, tell us about some of the differences between Australia, paddling in Australia, and paddling in New Zealand.
Thanks, Karina. Yeah, all started here for me. Like I started back up north in Paorenga with a lot of the whānau at Ngā Hoihoro. My uncle Jean Tetohu, who kind of started it all for us, and then moved to Auckland, and I learned a lot from Bernie Murch, some of our top paddlers here still, and you, of course. Then from moving here to Australia, I noticed they're not so much into sprints like they are here, more the long distance stuff. So I actually grew to love long distance, but I still love sprints as well. And we just recently had the Australian national sprints, and we did really good in that, so we might be thinking of going to Hawaii now. So yeah,
good luck with that, Chika.
You guys are pretty hot here with sprints, so yeah, just something that we're looking at, but our main goal too is to go to the Ngā Wahine o Ke Kai the following month, so yeah. But I think doing those two together, the sprints and the long distance, will complement each other, because Molokai, I haven't done it before. We did go there 2015, but that's when it got cancelled. So this year we kind of want to have a good go at it again.
Awesome, great goal. You paddled for the Australians at the World Long Distance Champs last year. You guys did really well. So I'm very interested to know who of that crew you might have here, and tell us more about your crew.
Yeah, they did awesome. I actually wasn't a part of that open women's crew because I did the singles and it was just a bit too much for me last year. But we've got 5 of the women here paddling for the Takapuna race tomorrow. One of them unfortunately had to pull out because of personal reasons. So 5 of them are here, plus our Gold Coast Club crew, the other woman. Yeah, so there's 10 of us. 5 from the Worlds and 5 from our Gold Coast Club.
Well, it's not sounding good for New Zealand at this point, but I still rate New Zealand's chance to give you guys a really good go. And I wish you well, but not too much luck, Kare. Yeah, good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks, Karina.
Aloha.
Oh, kia ora tātou, and we are back with Jackson. Jackson has just been out there in the water and conditions, trying to get us a live feed. Jackson, how was it out there?
Yeah, it's really tough conditions out there at the moment. We've got a strong easterly swell just pumping straight down towards Takapuna, so heading out is going to be a bit of a challenge. Coming back down is going to be really good, but yeah, quite challenging out on the boat.
So you came in, you're looking pretty wet, a lot of waves out there,
Yeah, a lot
splashing
of waves.
around?
Yeah, good pumping swell. I mean, it's going to be good surf coming back, but on the way up, it's quite tough.
And how do you feel the crews were adapting from what you saw of the race?
In terms of the top crews, I think they've got it covered. I mean, they're obviously used to these conditions and they're fine going up. Just see how it goes coming back. This is where the times can change. Heading up, the crews could be strong, but coming back down, the surfers might pump through.
Yeah, so what you saw of the race while you're out there following the woman around, did you catch a glimpse of which crews had pulled ahead into the race?
No, I didn't quite catch a glimpse of them just because we had a bit of technical issues going up. So, yeah, we'll see soon anyway.
So we are here, we're in the elements of Tangaroa, the god of the sea, Tāwhiri Mātea, the god of the wind, and they are throwing it down to us today at Takapuna Beach. We have coming soon, I believe, the 42-kilometre men's race, our women's and mixed race are coming up. So what would you be doing? Jackson, you've won this event multiple times. How would you be preparing to get out there?
I mean, just good conversation with the crew, sort out our lines, good conversation with the stereo also, and just kind of go back and forth on our lines, going up around Rangitoto, past Motutapu and behind Rakino, and just kind of, discussing those things. And
that was a race start.
Well,
I believe, was that 5 minutes to the race start or the race start? I think it's 5 minutes. The crews are still on the beach there. So we are in the zone for the 42-kilometre women's and mixed race. They will head out from Takapuna around the right side of Rangitoto. You know those waters, bro. Up past Motutapu to Rakino and back with the wind. So we have a big day out there for them. What are you thinking? How long, what the times it's going to take these women's and mixed crew to get back?
Yeah, maybe it's going to be a bit tough heading up around the right side of Rangitoto and Motutapu. Roughly around 3.5 to 4 hours, I'd say, for the women's, and then depending on how the conditions hold up, maybe a little bit faster for the men's.
So how would you back in the day prepare for a race like this? You know, it's howling onshore wind. You're going to take in water. What are some of the things that you would want to implement, I guess, in your crew before the race?
I guess our advantage was through Peniola. This is our training ground here, so we're kind of used to these conditions on and off the water. Just being well hydrated, having our right supplements on the boat ready for when we change onto the boat, and just being mentally prepared. And I think it's the best key.
Awesome. So we're hearing in our headpiece there are 1 minute to race start. This is the race start for the women's and mixed 42-kilometre race. This is the race heading around Rangitoto, Motutapu and Rakino. And I am here with Jackson Tamahariki. We are team members of the Team Peniola, and we're taking a break. It's pretty tough for us, bro. I mean, 1 minute to race start, and my heart is pumping. I wish we were out there, but when I look at the conditions, I go, wow, it's a big day out there.
It's a big day, yeah.
So, for the women's and mixed 42-kilometre race, who do you think's going to pull ahead?
I'm not too sure. I can't pick or choose the teams, but who do you think?
Well, I think it's going to come back to this last part of the race. So on the backside of Motutapu there, we're going to get the headwinds, and people will be, 1.5 hours in. They're going to be tired, and that's where it will really, really matter. So we can see the clouds on the horizon, people gathering on the beach, the canoes, and we have a race start.
Nice,
We have a race start. They are powering off into it. So all of that training, all of that time, and you're starting rough on the beach. Wow.
And unfortunately, we don't have any shots from out on the boats at the moment, so this is what we can take.
Absolutely. So challenging for everybody. TV crews, camera crews, and we have our drone up there. We're seeing some of the race start, which is fabulous. 42K women's and men's. It looks like the red crew with that's a slightly different shape canoe, I believe. Looks like a 5-va'a. Looks like a 5-va'a canoe.
Oh, okay, yes. I can't quite make out on the screen here, but
that's all good, my friend.
I'll take your word for it there, Kingy.
The day has taken its toll on our warriors out there. It is tough out there. It is tough, not only for the paddlers, for us as a TV crew, but for the organisers, the safety, and this is wakaama. This is the sport of wakaama.
Looks like a good start at the moment as well. We've got about 10 crews, maybe 8 crews that are quite close. We've got a little collision there, I think, there, Kingy.
Oh my gosh. What?
Can't tell. Oh, no, they're quite close, but not quite a collision. But good start at the moment anyway.
So we have a couple of types of canoes out there. We have the mahi-mahi canoe, which is the standard New Zealand canoe. And then we have the 5-va'a canoe, which is from Tahiti. What are some of the differences in those canoes, and the mahi-mahi and the 5, and how do you think that might have an impact on today's race?
I guess just with the Tahitian canoes and the mahi-mahi here, the holes are a bit different, so I guess it's just the way that they run in our waters compared to over there. I feel... I love our mahi-mahi, so we can't go wrong there. We've won multiple times at this Takapuna Beach Cup race in the mahi-mahi, so you can't put it past it.
Absolutely. So I know the 5-va'a has higher gunnels, so
yes.
Hopefully for the crew and that's a drier boat. And look at that, it's just rough. It is choppy out there. It's even 4 to 5 times bigger when you're out there, right?
Yes,
yeah.
So in saying that, these crews are going to be punching up, but they're going to love it coming back home. With that swell pumping straight down towards Takapuna Beach Cup, they're going to have some good fun.
And we can see the swells coming in on the beach. We can see the nose picking up and bashing down. They're really in it straight off the start.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good start heading straight across the ocean towards Rangitoto there. Once we get across there, it's going to be a right-hand turn around towards Motutapu, and that's when the first change is going to start happening. That's when it's going to get busy.
That's when it's going to really start happening. The race is going to start happening. So our intention was to bring you a live feed from the course. Once again, the conditions are challenging. It's challenging for everyone, paddlers, race organisers and TV crew alike. But we're very proud to bring you this wakaama broadcast of the Takapuna Beach Cup here in Takapuna, Auckland. And so, Jackson, we saw the Aussie girls yesterday. They were absolutely pumping. Some of them were actually, we call them Mozzies, Māori Australians. Quite a few of them in there. What kind of preparation do you think they've gone into for this race?
A lot of long distance stuff, I feel. You just want to kind of get in your kilometres, get that distance going, and then just kind of build up that long distance prep.
Yeah. So these crews will disappear into the distance that will reach the maximum range of our drone. We're doing as best as we can.
We can see now that we're kind of getting a little bit of breakup here on the drone.
A little bit of breakup, but it's still holding pretty good. We can still see, and boy, doesn't Rangitoto look far away.
It does indeed. Whereas that's only about 5 kilometres, would you say?
5 kilometres, so that would be an eighth of the race. An eighth of the race. So these paddlers aren't doing the race iron. They're actually going to change out with people on the crew. So the women's teams, they have both their canoe and then they have an escort boat. And you can see some of the escort boats there. On those escort boats are 4 other girls who are going to jump in. And they're going to jump into pre-assigned seats. So we have a lot of communication going on between the boats and the canoes and the escort boats. So from your experience steering around the island, what are some of the challenges that the crews are going to face organising and being cohesive with their changes?
Yeah, I think one of the main things is going to be is communication out there. With the conditions like this, having the boats, their team boats are going to have to drop off in the water in the right place without taking the steerer's line off. If they get good drops like that and the steerer's on point, then I think they'll have good changes. Otherwise, it's going to be quite tough.
That's awesome. So we have our experienced team in here. We're all wakaama paddlers. We've been around this course maybe 2 or 3 times. And I'd like to welcome back Mark Malaki Williams. So boys, ngā mihi nui korua for getting out there on the boats. We had a super rough time out there. We tried the best as we could to bring our live feed from out there, but the conditions are super gnarly. So Mark, we are into the women's 42-kilometre race and the mixed. What are your predictions for the race?
Look, I can't go past the Aussie girls. I think they. I hate to say, I love our Australians. I love Aussies. Aussies are amazing. But no, I think those girls are in shape. And from what I saw, their team name is AUS Ngā Wahine. So I'm assuming that this is a build-up for the big Molokai race as well. So, and from yesterday's results, it looks like they were first and second. So yeah, I think they'll be my favourite for today. I'm also going to give a big shout out to Team Cookie Irani all the way from Rarotonga. Now these girls, Kia ora. Serena Hunter coaching and also captaining that team, and what she said is she's managed to pull a few girls together from the 2 different clubs over there, so Ngākautoa and Te Tupu, and they're out there now battling it out, and I think they will be enjoying some of that downwind paddling very soon when they eventually get to it, I guess, yes.
So you saw the conditions out there. What would be in your mind now? You're about 3 kilometres in, 2 to 3 kilometres in, you've got about 38, 39 kilometres to go. What would you be thinking about structuring?
Yeah, I think at that particular point, the nerves and the adrenaline has sort of started to calm down a little bit. You're trying to see where your positioning is at, and hopefully you've got a way to a nice clean start, as I think the majority of the girls have. That's very important, I guess. And if you can get away clean and not have anybody hit your armor and wreck your equipment before the race, that's a win in itself. Yes, and if I reckon at that point there, you're looking around, you're saying, all right, this is where we are at the race, and we want to try and maintain this. If you're a bit behind, you might need to change something else up, but at that particular point, I think, as I said, the nerves would have settled in, and the girls are now going within the motions of their team.
And Jackson, so the rigging, you steered a lot of these races. How important is our rigging for these crews?
Yeah, like I said, with these conditions as well, the rigging's got to be on point. I mean, if you've got any niggles out there, it's going to cause you damage and potentially end your race. Like we've also had one year where we raced in the Te
That's right.
May not say, but in the Te Tawa,
I don't remember that race.
Yes. We lost our armour, and that shit's due to stuff like that in these.
I remember that race.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Wakaama is a punishing sport. Sometimes, it's the beauty and I guess the bleed or the burn.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's not going, it's the burn.
And I think this is why, I know for myself, I keep coming back. It's almost, it's in the beginning, it's like a puzzle, it's like a riddle. Yep. And every day you're trying to figure it out. You're trying to figure out, okay, if I do this, this will happen. If I don't do this, that'll happen. And I think that's what it is. You never really 100% get. I think the day that you do think you have it all sussed is the day that someone's going to whack you over the head. I think, in terms of results-wise, anyway,
Yeah.
Humbling. And it's humbling. It is. And the day you think you have it all covered and you think everything is, going your way, you don't need to learn anymore. Is the day that's going to come and bite you in the bum. So, as has happened many times during this race.
Yeah. So the qualities of a champion for this race, what do you think they are? The top 3 qualities of a champion crew.
I'll leave that to you, mate.
Oh, okay, I'll jump right in there if that's okay. Hey, Kingy, I think in this sport, and especially with the top teams, all right, you want everyone in that seat 100%. You're only as strong as your weakest link. And the last thing you want is if you're paddling along and that maybe some of your teammates could have turned up to training on Tuesday or Thursday instead of doing other things. But I think it's very important for the top teams to that they're ready to go and that there's absolutely no weaknesses. And I think that's the difference between you see the top teams today and the teams who are making up the rest of the field. And that's the kind of the mentality. And I think with our sport, as you guys saw in the Nationals, the level has just risen up another notch. Yeah. And I think it's becoming more professionalism. A lot of people are spending more time doing it. So I think that for the top, the mindset is you're not training to compete anymore. You got to train to win.
So a little bit behind the women's and mixed race at 9:45, we are starting the men's race. We're seeing some of the shots here now. Looks like the crews are getting ready and preparing. We have some international paddlers here. We have actually quite a few from Japan, Australia, Tahiti, Hawaii, Arizona, New York, Japan. So we have some experts coming in. How would you describe or think about their experience in the conditions, like coming to New Zealand, they have different water. How do you think they'll do today at the Takapuna Beach Cup?
Yeah, I think depending on, like all over the world, we've got different conditions, and as you can see here today, our conditions are quite challenging. I mean, it's going to be different the whole way around this race course because we've got the wind coming straight down northeasterly, so it's going to be a little bit sheltered in areas going around that right side. So and then coming around the other side is going to be quite surfy. But so there's tough conditions all around this race course, and it's just how well prepared these guys are from overseas.
And Mark, in the dynamics of surfing, what would your thoughts be on our Hawaiian, Tahitian crews? Do you think they have an advantage?
Yeah, I think so. I think in these sorts of conditions, there is a specific way of paddling upwind and paddling in the flat, and especially paddling downwind. And you'll find that the teams who have got that practice and have got that dialed down and are able to train in those sorts of conditions are the ones that will be pulling away. And as you both would know, it's a lot different paddling in a lake. Or an estuary than it is to paddling out here. It's a completely different ball game, and hopefully our international teams from Japan and Arizona, I don't know what the weather conditions are like over there, and I'm not sure there's much surf in New York. I've never been there myself. Love to go, but the good thing is that they're here enjoying our weather and our conditions, and the hope is, isn't it cool? It's global, right? It's global. I mean, there's so many. Who would have thought that this event would have brought so many people from around the world? And the hope is that they enjoy these conditions and they know what they're in for, and they come back next year, bring more people along, and grow it even more. So really cool.
So it looks like we're 12 minutes into the women's race. They are approaching the rounding buoy. I guess that's about 2 or 3 kilometers. They've been making really tough progress, I would say.
Very tough. Yeah.
So when they approach Rangitoto, maybe there's a bit of a wind shadow that they might read into. What would your approach be as they get to Rangitoto?
Yeah, I think it's the tough thing here is you're going to have crews that are quite experienced with the conditions here in terms of the tides, what the tides are doing, what the wind's doing. So going back to those international crews, if they haven't done their research or asked anybody, they're not going to know the insights on those conditions there. So just giving that experience of these local crews compared to these international crews is going to be a big difference there, I think.
And it looks like in the image we can see a crew in pink. That is the crew from New York. So the ladies from New York.
Wow.
Maybe the Hudson River is providing good conditions.
Maybe.
Rough kind of choppy stuff with the ferries, and maybe perfect for today.
Exactly.
And we're seeing right now some pictures of the men's crew. Looks like they're dialing in their rigging.
A little bit of a warm up there.
The beach, yeah.
Very important.
Wow.
And at that particular point, a lot of these teams who are, especially the men, the testosterone is flowing around, and there's a lot of nervous and energy, and there's a lot of anxiety there. But and that's what they're trying to do there. They're warming up, trying to get the blood flowing. But back with these women, it looks like they're still slugging it upwind. Yeah. Looks like
a bit of a wind shear. We can see up there where the escort boat is. There's a slight reduction in the headwind. They'll be grateful to see that.
Very grateful. Very grateful.
So they got a long slog up to Rakino Island, probably maybe 3 hours worth.
Mhm.
They're going to change. And as they're heading up, the men's race is going to follow them at 9:45. So we are waiting for the starter to announce the beginning of the 9:45 race, which is the men's 42 kilometre around the Rangitoto, Mototapu and Rakino.
Great. No, it's from what you're right, King. From what I'm seeing in that picture there, the
Pink crew, the black crew. It's quite challenging.
very challenging. Whānau, apologies once again. We will try to get our support boat coverage by the canoes up and running, and hopefully once that happens, we can update you further. But we're still awaiting the start of the men's race, and I'm really looking forward to that too, and I think that's going to be a banger.
So it's an exciting, dynamic day here at the Takapuna Beach Cup. We have a lot of challenges for us, for the paddlers, and everybody is really giving it their best. So stay tuned, and we'll be back for more. So kia ora, we have our women's expert back, Karina. Been doing some research on our crews out there. Can you give us a race update for the women's races?
Yeah, trying to. At this point, because we have not yet made the first change and our lead boat is needing to stay ahead of the pack, it's really difficult to tell from this angle which crews are out in the lead. Unfortunately, I can see a hint of yellow and green there. Oh my goodness.
Your friends, the Australians.
My friends, the Australians. So I'm thinking that Australia could be leading at this point, but it's a surprisingly tight pack. I am surprised by that. Maybe because it's a smaller field than it might normally be. We've got crews that are more of a similar ability. But as we all know, this is the start of the race and nowhere near the end of the race. That first changeover can be the game changer. It would be normal for all of our crews, men's or women's, to put your top paddlers, your strongest combination, to be more specific. Strongest combination isn't always about your strongest paddlers. So your strongest combination, so you've got good blast out from the start, do some brain damage to those other crews, pull ahead a little bit, so they've got to work harder mentally. But that first changeover, you're needing to switch out with the woman. We've got the option to switch out 4 instead of 3. And so then we start to bring in that strategy of how many to change. So, long way to go.
What seats would you be changing? If it was you out there right now, how would you decide what seats are going to change? You have 6 in the canoe, 3 are coming in, 4 are coming in, 2 are coming in.
Yeah, it can make it more difficult, when you've got 4 rather than 3. We would generally stick to 3-person changes. For me, that's Hawaiian habit. Pretty much all of my rough water distance paddling has been with Hawaiian crews that I've paddled with since 91. And we would do 3 people change. The standard formula would be changing seats 1, 3, 5 in one change, and then the next set we would do 1, 2, 4.
Right.
So with those numbers, for those that aren't familiar, I'm talking about the seat number.
So the seat 1 is in the front of the canoe and seat 6 is at the back, right?
Yeah.
And we can call seat 1 the pacer or the stroker, which is Mark. That's you're renowned for that seat.
I am, and it's a very important seat. I guess it's a lonely seat at times, because you don't have anybody in front of you to follow or to get some sort of wairua from or some sort of image. So it's a seat that you want to you want to be technically developed as well. So the guys, it's easy to follow, but you also, for a day like this, it's a seat where you get hammered a lot because when the canoe is going up and down, So it's definitely a fun and a seat that I think everybody should give a go so that they know what it's about.
Yeah, absolutely. What's your favourite seat, Kingy?
My seat on a day like today is seat 4 because you can call the power in the crew and you can feel when the bumps are coming. It's obviously more fun with the downwind. And then you get to escape the battering that you'll take up at seat 1.
That's true.
Yes, I know all about the battering.
But
sure.
if you feel like the crew is maybe not responding, then my opinion is you need to put those hammers in seat 1 and 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let them grind it out, set the platform.
Yeah, certainly one of the miscomprehensions about a race like this is people see the 42-kilometre label and so they think of it as a marathon. Well, it's the same distance as a running marathon.
That's right.
However, because you've got those subs, it really is more of a sprint race. So Kingy talks about hammering and that's what you're wanting. That's why with the women's cruise, we would... women don't think about hammering. We're more about style, finesse, synchronicity. But anyway, boy talk. And so that's why we would always be changing that seat 1 so that we are keeping up that constant, not just the rate, but that energy that you're talking about, because
exactly.
the rest of the crew really feed off it. You have to stay perky, You must be perky, Mark.
At times, it depends what time of morning it is. Definitely perky this morning, getting ready to come and do this live broadcast. So I do agree, though, the seat 1 is definitely a seat that you need to have a bit of energy, and because obviously everybody's following. And it's also a seat, I think, that you need to be able to adjust.
Absolutely.
Depending on what's coming from behind in terms of the power and in terms of the finesse. So there's no one set rhythm, and at times you can practice something at training, it comes to a race day, it feels completely different. So to be open to change and to be malleable, I guess, is definitely a quality that you want in a good seat 1.
Absolutely. And we talked earlier about those fine-tuning aspects, the little things that make a big difference. A thing that I highly rate, if I have the luxury, is I'll have a good boat coach. So as well as your subs on the escort boat, you have the option to have a coach, somebody who is looking at what's happening with the race. They're watching how it's playing out, they're watching when the other crews are doing their changes, and they're watching things like the stroke rate that the number 1 is doing. So ideally you've got a boat coach on there that can direct whether or not that stroke rate is working for the crew, whether the energy is there from that stroker, and the stroker needs to be able to adapt if the boat coach is calling it. How is that something that men's crews would also rate as something necessary, a good boat coach?
Absolutely. I think it's we haven't spoken much about the coaches, but they're critical, and even for the steerer. So the steerer may not see certain things, they may be watching their path, be occupied with the other traffic and not wanting to have a collision. That there's the boat coach, there's someone on the boat, on the escort boat, who is thinking about the course, maybe 100 meters down, 1 kilometer away, 2 kilometers away. They've got their thought at that part of the race. So boat coaches, I must say in New Zealand, boat coaches seem to be a little less prevalent in the men's, but overseas there's plenty of people, particularly in Tahiti. You'll hear a lot of cheering on the boats. Yorana, haere mua, haere mua. And in Ale. And in Hawaii, they have their coaches and they have their channel experts, the people who know the course. So I guess each country, each team has its own rhythm. That's my experience of it.
Yeah. The first change must be coming up shortly. We're probably not.
It looks like.
Time-wise,
I think we must be about 15 to 20 minutes into the race.
You can from that picture we'll see it on screen there. You can tell that those are the men. They're always eager, aren't they? always eager to push the start line and get there before everybody else. But nervous energy is where we're talking. Oh, there's a bit of...
They're warming up.
Some of the guys there doing a bit of shoulder stretches, very important as well. But that race, the 42K men's, is coming right up. But we're 24 minutes into the women's race by the looks of it. And
so we are coming into the start zone for the men's. We'll be in the 5-minute countdown soon. The race starts at 9:45. They are getting ready. We're just waiting for the hooter to go.
That's right.
And to hear what the race organisers have in store.
looks like some of the familiar orange shirts there of the Pineola boys, local team here, and past winners of this race. And they've got a couple of crews out there today, I believe, Kingy. They've got an open men's crew and also a master men's crew. So good representation from them out there. So watch for those guys to be leading the pack and showing where to go. And so that's another team. Kingy, can you give us a little bit more info on the Pineola boys? Maybe first with the open men's.
Yeah, sure. So Pineola is a team based here out of Auckland. There's a squad of. There's a men. It started as a men's crew, and it's now expanded a men's open crew to a men's masters crew.
Mm-hmm.
We also have a few women's crews. So it's a growing club. Probably one of the smaller clubs here in Auckland. And I'm proud to paddle with them for 12 years. I'm not sure. Yeah. And so your girls, guys clubs. Karina, paddling for?
Currently I paddle with Ruamata. Well, compete with Ruamata.
And Rotorua.
Rotorua. But also I like to spread the love. I'm a member of a few clubs within New Zealand.
That's what happens when you're a goat.
No.
Dial a paddler.
I like to spread the love, otherwise clubs other clubs don't get to develop.
Well, there you go.
That knowledge.
Right. Exactly.
Girls are more about sharing, sharing the knowledge. We don't just try and keep it all secret within our own club. And we're a lot happier to do that, I think. Paddle with Ruamata and proudly.
Interesting. Sharing the knowledge. What would you say, Mark? Wakamanu, you guys have 6 in a row sprint titles. Some knowledge there that you guys have.
Yes, and we have quite a lot of success with Wakamanu. That's why I now paddle for Shalva. So I'm really I don't paddle for Shalva. If you want to paddle Shalva, no, I'm kidding. Yes, I have been part of the Manukau Outrigger Canoe Club for a number of years now, and I started coaching a lot there to try and bring up some of our younger paddlers. And this exactly the same as what Karina was saying, trying to share the knowledge and bring up some of the young people so that the sport can grow. And we've had some success in the sprint scene, but it's always been one of my dreams to try and develop that and get up more into the ocean and try and get some of these younger guys a bit more comfortable in the ocean too. And days like today is perfect for that. So we've got quite a few young guys racing today and also tomorrow for the singles relays as well. So that's really cool.
Awesome.
That's awesome. I wanted to come back to the women's 21-kilometre race, the race that started at 8:15 a.m. It looks like they're coming around for their first lap, so they will be halfway through their race.
Cool. So I guess at this point, some of them are thinking, "Oh my God, am I only halfway?"
This is true. And I think we are 10 minutes to the men's start time at the moment. So there's a slight delay in the start of the men's. But yes, you're right. The women are still battling out there, and hopefully they've had some sort of shelter from the wind on the back of the island. And now it's time I'll throw it over to Kingy.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mark. We are going to head now to a special treat for you guys.
Start off with g'day.
What I love about paddling, everything I guess, the good bits and the hard bits too, it's all part of it, and being on the water obviously, and then the people, just the usual, so I guess.
Just the freedom, being able to keep fit, compete and still stay in teams where you've got a mixture of diverse people, meeting people from overseas, building friendships for life, and just competing. I love it. Yeah, it's fantastic.
That's a culture, it's a spirit. You have to be
how to say that, tough in your mind, and it feels good to be on the water.
Beautiful. What else can you ask for?
Hello, my name is Vishal. I'm from Singapore, and the best thing I love about paddling is just being out there with the boys and catching as many waves as possible. And New Zealand is a really good place for some of that.
Hi, I'm Julie. I'm living in Auckland. I'm originally from the UK. I'm here at Takapuna Beach watching the Waka racing. I brought my grandchild Charlie down, and her dad Brandon and Jackie are here racing today in the pairs. So they're doing an awesome job. They're just going out on the second lap of the 6K racing.
How was it, brothers?
Unreal.
What do you love about wakaama, brother?
Everything about it.
Yeah, the atmosphere, the competition, it helps us connect to our tupuna, to our ancestors, because that's how they came down from Hawaii. It's really good here.
He mea take iho mai ngā tupuna, no te haringa mai o Hawaii, taino ki ngā whenua tapu o Aotearoa.
Nervous. Yeah. Pretty nervous. Yeah. One of the great things about wakaama is it brings everybody together as one. So we have lots of different nationalities, ages, levels of fitness, etc. But once we're out there on the water, we're just one team. We just love this experience of all of these different teams and communities coming together. I learnt to paddle in Hawaii on the island of Kauai, and I didn't start paddling until I was 50 years old. So it's never too late to start, and it's just a beautiful way to keep fit, get something really good going in your community, get our wahine together out there on the water, leave all your troubles behind, and just get out there and give it to the moana and have a great time.
Hi, my name is JB. I'm French but living in Singapore, and what I love of canoeing is it bringing a lot of people from different countries together and for the same race, and this is awesome.
The excitement,
the camaraderie, the competition.
Look at this, it's fabulous.
Beautiful here in
We get to travel.
Yeah, we get to come across the sea
with our friends,
with our
mates.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
fabulous.
Recommend it to everyone.
A couple of things. It's my place of solitude if I need it, but otherwise the surfing part, dropping into big waves, going for big downwind runs on 30-knot days, just to get the buzz out of doing that. It's like dropping into a 25-foot wave surfing on your surfboard, so the same buzz I get out of paddling.
Still learning every time I go out, and today we learned you should not go straight into the turn buoy when you see a canoe is already there, and don't break it. That's what happened today to our canoe. The Gemini finished. Sorry about it. And this clown, he was okay, you just put him there.
That's another banana.
It's just lovely. It's on the water for starters, so it means that I can sit on the beach while I'm pretending to do work, and it's hugely exciting. With it, the Aitu at Tahiti once a year, and oh my God, I still remember all these wakas hitting the water all at one go. It was just phenomenal, eh? So I've loved it ever since.
Kia ora, I'm Piripi. I'm from West Auckland, Piripo Waitakere. And what I love about wakas is it's just fun sport, and yeah.
And it's just so relaxing and beautiful for me, even though we're working our hearts out paddling away. I just love the camaraderie and just everything about it.
Wakaama has opened the door for me in my life, and I'll be always grateful to the sport. I love meet new people, the diversity of the sport, and yeah, it's a pleasure to be part of it. So good luck to everybody that likes the sport, and enjoy it, have fun.
It's a good family orientated sport. Keeps the kids busy, out of trouble, We do wakas every day, training every day, from Monday, 7 days a week pretty much. So, yeah.
Kia rana, ko Junior Pauka tōku ingoa, no arorangi mai au, Rarotonga, kuki arani, taku mea rekana i te sports e wakaama, ko te pirianga te kopapa, e te wairua, e te kōputangata. Nā reira, too much, wakaama. Ki mua, kia rana.
Kia ora, my name's Kimi Talioli. I'm from South Auckland. I paddle for Manukau Outriggers. I'm Tongan. I was born in Tonga. I was raised in New Zealand. The one thing I like about paddling is it's family orientated. I'm the current coach of the open men and the junior boys at the club, and I love my job.
Love being on the sea, love paddling in a team, and now I've been paddling on my single and in the sea for 15 years or so, and just absolutely loving it. It's just part of my life. It's every day. It's all about paddling, all about waka. Love it.
It does. It gets you around the world. So I've competed in Hawaii, in Tahiti, and I've jumped on surf skis and paddled in Hawaii, South Africa. And it's just because of the wakaama background, but also, it's been a good stepping stone to a lot of opening my eyes to other international races around the world. So it's been incredible.
I'm Wes Burns. I love the sport, been involved for about 20 years, just purely for the sake of being able to come to places like Takapuna around the world, and travelling, and love paddling because it's just a great sport all around. And what we did yesterday is why we do it. So.
Yeah, also because I'm old and it doesn't hurt my knees.
yeah, same.
One kilometre women's race coming into play, as well as the 42 kilometre race has started. At this point, I believe that we have the mixed crew, so we have the mixed and women paddling at the same time, the mixed crew of Taniwha, our local club. Our
awesome.
Club defenders are in first place at this point.
And so our mixed crew is a combination of women and men.
Tika tau. So 3 men, 3 women, and gives clubs the opportunity to put their strongest combinations together. As I said, they might have brought in people from other clubs, so sadly Taniwha has pulled in one of the paddlers from my crew, coincidentally.
And we can see some fabulous shots. The Dot Vision GPS is going, so exciting stuff. We can see the crews as they are heading out there. We have a little bit more visibility. It is rough, but we have, through the eye of a GPS satellite, some footage of the race.
Awesome.
That's fantastic. And from what I can see on the shore, coming up is the men's race.
Ooh,
and
exciting.
Yes. And like as I was saying before, men always eager to get up there and pushing the start line. So great to see them, and we cannot wait for that to start. Those guys are on the start line now. So
excellent. And
there is a 3-minute countdown to that race.
We have a 3-minute to race start call coming in, and we have our man Jackson. He is down on the beach, ready to cross to us live. Boy, things are really hotting up here. It's all coming together. We have so many races. We have 3 races on. We have the 21K women's and mixed, the 42K women's and mixed, and the 42K men's about to start. Boy, it is a festival.
I can feel the testosterone from here, people.
Hey, we're excited. I'd love to be out there. To be honest, at this point in time, getting ready.
Oh, yeah.
Just love to be out there.
Those conditions are amazing.
It's not too late. It's not too late, Mark. You could bump somebody out. Run down there.
There's always time.
That's exactly. There's still time. Oh, that wouldn't go down hard at all.
So while those women's have been going, we have the eye of GPS through Dot Vision here. We can catch up on the racing. It's been a necessary a day to be ultra prepared. It's been tough out there. Mark, you were out there throwing it around in the ocean on the boat?
Yes, I was. And as hard as we tried, our technical equipment just needs a little bit more fine tuning. Our techie guys, if you could see, they are behind the scenes working feverishly to get that up and running. So
Yeah,
bear with us, whānau. We are working on that as we speak. But you have got the
men in the
men's
water.
lining up now. They should be race starting in roughly 2 minutes or so. So
here's
exciting times ahead.
The bright orange crew, that probably one of our Peninsula crews, the Masters or the Open, I think it's the Senior Masters. Three
Yes.
teams out there. And we also have an international crew which we want to watch, right? The Australians with
Yes.
an all-star paddler who I think he's semi-professional, some say he's not professional. Steve Te Toata'ata, a champion from Tahiti. Mark, do you remember what crew he is jumping in with today?
Yes, so Mitch Old from Maluluba has brought a team over, which is great, and he's got a few hammers in there, one of them being Sean Simonek, who's the Australian OC1 champion, and also he's got the Chong brothers in there also. But you're right, they've got a massive coup in getting over Steve Dejordata, and for those who don't know who he is, he's basically the Michael Jordan of the surf, and one of the best
We have
paddlers.
a race start. We have a race
Oh, we're
start.
off.
The red
Woohoo.
flag is up. The men's 42-kilometer race. They are pumping off the beach. What can we see from this? We can see them disappearing pretty quickly. Okay, and we can also see visibility here for the 42K men's, the 21-kilometer women's and mixed, and the 42-kilometer women's and mixed. So there's a festival of paddling going on here. We are actually glued to our monitors.
Looks
trying
like
to ascertain. Everybody's stunned in silence here. We are ready to paddle.
It looks like a great start there from, and as you would expect from the Peninsula team. They
Easy with the bright orange shirts.
Yes.
The black shirts are going to make it pretty difficult for us to...
This is very true, and you would expect them to be up there in the front because, well, they are the New Zealand sprint champions, and so if ever you needed a team to get out clean at the start, that'll be the one to watch for, is those guys.
So we have our man Jackson in the field. He is out there amongst the paddlers, being part of the ambience, and we are ready to fly to Jackson now. Jackson, we...
Well done, you.
Okay, let's bring it back to studio. So we have Jackson visually. Some little goblin has stolen our voice. We are working feverishly on that to get you the action from the beach. Jackson, one of our top paddlers. You know, guys, when he came in, he was saturated. Saturated with.
That's how challenging those conditions are out there today, and it looks like Jackson has lost his voice. He was probably singing a karaoke last night again. But yes, I mean, from those pictures, it looks like that my suspicions are to look at clean start there from that team in orange, and I would also assume that you'll have the Herberts on tour boys will also be in there as well, and they've got our premier paddler in that team, Tupuria King.
Testing.
Very accomplished paddler in his young age.
Camera Mike.
I mean, Steve Ralston also is in that team as well. And the good thing about these guys today is that they've got a different canoe. They're basically paddling a Porsche today, aren't they? And that's gonna be a factor in this race because this particular Porkia design canoe is gonna. I'm assuming.
Okay.
It's gonna be a rocket in the surf.
Yes, a rocket in the surf. We are going to try to get back to Jackson. The goblins have got out of the way and we have audio. So, Jackson, can you hear us over here? Kia ora.
Kia ora whānau, I'm Jackson Tamariki and I'm down here at the Takapuna Beach Cup today. We've just recently just had our first women's crew just come into right now from the 21-kilometer race here. We've also just had the 42 race just kick off now, heading out to around the right side of Rangitoto, past Motutapu and then behind Rakino and shoot straight back. It's quite tough down here. The conditions are really tough. We've got strong easterly swell pumping straight down towards Takapuna here. It's going to be quite tough heading straight across the gunnel here, around the right side, but it's going to be a nice surf back down. All in all, tough conditions, but it's going to be really good racing. Sending back to you, Anchor.
For the 42-kilometer women's and mixed.
Hey guys.
Kia ora whānau. Yes, it's all going on. We have a lot of technical things to sort back here behind the scenes. So, kia ora. We are right here in the action.
Yes.
We're trying to piece together, get things all linked up. And so, Karina.
Brilliant start there. Look at that.
What are your thoughts on how the women in the 42-kilometre race might be doing?
At this point, they would have had their first changeover. There could have been a change of placings. Changeovers are so important, and it is one of the things that we struggle with here in New Zealand. Practicing in our cold conditions, remembering that through the times that we are supposed to be training for the big international races, if you're in the water practicing changeovers, you're hypothermic within like 5-10 minutes, certainly 5-10 minutes. So we actually aren't able to spend as much time on that aspect, which is so important in this type of race, and that's enough for that lead to either change or for that lead to lengthen out. And it is definitely an advantage that the Australians will have over our crews, is having been able to spend a lot more time practicing those changeovers. And they are on a mission to go to Ngā Wahine o Kai, which is in September. So this is something that they would have been focusing on. Yeah. Is that a challenge for the guys so much?
Yeah, absolutely. And the Ngā Wahine o Kai race is a long-distance race in Hawaii.
Correct. It's a 41-mile race, open ocean. So it's around about 65 kilometres.
65 kilometres. Wow.
Changes race. Same deal as here. Somewhat warmer, which is always a pleasure. But
looks like the sailing boats are getting a nice ride there. We saw one in the background of the men's race.
Exactly.
We have the orange crew, Peniola, and then it looks like a yellow crew. I'm guessing that's probably Australia. Is it?
They could be Australia or it could be OCC or pure OCC. So
awesome boys from are they part of Ruamata? It is your club.
Oh, yes, yeah, that's right.
And so, Karina, have you been training with those guys, and have you seen them training? What's the inside scoop on pure OCC?
I haven't trained with them for distance, but I was with them, helping them prep for sprints proudly. I keep thinking we, but they won the turns race, which was a first for them.
Brilliant.
And all credit to these boys. They've stuck together since they were juniors, developed and moved forward as a cohesive group. And they have a good steersman, good young steersman, and that's significant on a day like today. They're not in a push canoe.
Nope.
No, they're not in a push canoe, but all credit to Conan steering the Herbert's on Tour crew. You can be in a push canoe, but if you can't steer the push canoe, if you don't have the skills, and if the crew doesn't have the skills to work that push canoe, then it's not going to make any difference anyway.
That's a great point. Yep.
Yeah. But the OCC boys, I'd like to think that they're going to be there in the running.
I think you're right there. Just picking up on what you're saying about how important your steerer or your driver is of the canoe, and at the same time you're only. You could have the best equipment, but if the engine room or if the guys pushing it aren't up to scratch, and it doesn't really matter. Really, it's not so much. It's one of the things that I've learned in this sport is it's not the equipment. Sometimes it's sometimes the engine that needs to work on. So that's an interesting point. But it would be interesting to see how the different crafts today perform in the different conditions. And
absolutely.
You can see there the crew with yellow. They're looking a bit higher. Maybe they're in the Puakea canoe. They seem to be really bouncing over those waves, pouncing. They're very buoyant, like
very
that.
Buoyant. Exactly.
So the yellow crew, kia kaha, you're doing great. The orange crew, we know that's a Piniola crew. It could be the Masters or the Senior Masters crew. And then the blue shirts, kia ora.
We will have an update for you very soon, and I will endeavour to get that for you guys. So,
I have to say it did flick through my head whether part of that buoyancy was the difference between the Australian genetics of size and body weight in comparison to our PI cousins, and and the body weight in those canoes. So those combinations.
I'm pretty lean
You're
myself.
looking very lean there, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Well, you know, proud Polynesian body
Well,
type sitting right here.
We have some footage now, the GPS coverage of the women's 21-kilometre race. They're coming up for their final turn on the buoy, I'm guessing, and they'll be heading back to the beach. Brutal out there, this leg going up into the wind.
Yeah.
As soon as they turn that buoy, they know it's home time.
Yeah.
And that's a great feeling too. You know that this is the last leg, and if you're the caller, you'll be, giving encouragement to your team, saying, "Hey guys, this is the last leg, and it's the surf leg, the fun leg." So and I know at that particular point, your body's ready to stop, but. Knowing that it's the last leg and you're coming into shore, that should give you a little bit more of a lift to get you home.
Absolutely, absolutely. Paddlers getting that sniff of the finish line, that second wind, and suddenly the boat speed goes up another 2 kilometres per hour, and the steersman is thinking, where was that when I needed it like
exactly.
10 minutes ago?
Either that or it's a quiet boat.
And
Everybody's quiet, and you got to rally the team. They're tired. Oh, I just want the race to be over.
Yeah,
That's a tough day. Are we there yet? So maybe top crews will be ready to fire home to the finish, and the guys who are battling out there, are we there yet? So we have Jackson's out there on the beach. We're looking forward to connecting with Jackson again, and we are going to you live. Jackson, kia ora, what is the update from the beach? And when we get Jackson back, we will go right there. Meanwhile,
Jackson's going for a coffee. Hey, Kenya, I'm just going to bring up that point you were talking about before with the top crews wanting to do well today. For the men's race, I think we've got some contenders, and I'm going to say obviously the Malulu Bar boys will be up there. They've got a lot of experience in the surf, and a lot of those guys have paddled Molokai multiple times. I'm also going to put in there, like I said before, the Herberts on tour, the guys with Tupu King in there as well, and also Mario Mausio all the way from Hawaii's flown over for this race. And I mean, if anybody knows surf, he does. I'm throwing in there also, you can't go past I'm going to say the favourites today, the Buti boys. Hey Mato, multiple winners of this race, and we hopefully should be getting some pictures of our race course and in front of our front runners. But if we don't, my prediction will be that the Buti boys will be also up there. We can't go past the OCC Pure guys as well, and of course, past winners Team Peninsula. You can't tick those guys off because this is their home grounds. And if I know anything, with Tere Moana, Tere leading that pack, he's an absolute machine. So he'll be pushing those boys to their limit. So those 5 teams, I believe, the winners will come out of those 5 teams there.
Absolutely, and it can be as simple as a bad decision and choice of course at one little point. They just need the boat just needs to make a bad decision, whether that be the steersman or the boat coach, and then those other crews. We're talking about men here, they'll be in like rabid dogs.
I think talking about decisions, I think the critical decisions are going to come around the backside of Motutapu.
Yeah.
You'll have the wind and the tide both coming at you, so it's about how you approach that section, making sure, I guess, you're lined up in the right space so that you don't feel these effects of the wind and tide. So from your experience in the race, Martin Krina, what's your approach there?
Well, I think what we don't do a lot of in New Zealand, given that we only have this one water change race, the aspect that often isn't taken into consideration is covering the other crews. You choose your line, particularly where the conditions are more variable. There's the currents relevant to what's happening with the tides, the winds. You might have wind chop in one direction, and then the tides and currents going in a different direction. So knowing that you might not actually be in the best line in terms of those external conditions. So being in a position that if you can see that another crew is starting to gap you, if they're moving on you, you're not that far away that you can't move to where they are. You have to cover. It's really important to cover.
Tactical, yes.
And it looks like we have a crew coming in on the pink line. We are not sure if they are finishing in the front or they are returning because of maybe some broken equipment. Let's get a good look at them here.
Or they could be
Look at
so
them.
far
They
ahead.
look like they're still keeping it going. If they are so far ahead, they are miles in front. That is the
Could be mixed.
21 kilometres.
Yeah, could be mixed crew.
Could be mixed crew, men and women. Wow. So it's been a long day. They've been out there for maybe a couple of hours, 2.5 hours already.
Yeah.
And they are looking strong.
Yeah, looking solid. And we would expect the mixed crew to be in front if the men are pulling their weight. Not.
We're not sure.
I'm not sure if this is.
This might be a crew that is returning to base.
Yes.
Just to get some repairs, and judging by, I think so, they've stopped paddling. So we were making a guess here, everybody, that this crew is choosing to return because the conditions are pretty gnarly and rough out there.
Yeah, and good decision.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to do what's right for the crew. You've
Sure.
got to prioritise managing the risk. You know, racing and winning is all very well, but people manage the risk. Look after your paddlers. So good decision on their part.
Absolutely. So we'll see the skill today, the fitness. Those top crews will really emerge as these conditions.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. And I think, we were talking before about teams who are able to handle these sorts of conditions and teams who spend the most amount of time with these conditions. You'll see them come to fruition today. And great to see these guys here going out there and testing themselves in the conditions today.
Yep.
And they'll come back stronger next time.
Could have been equipment failure. Hard to know with spray skirts, maybe an issue with rigging. You know, stuff happens. We've all had those moments where stuff happens.
Oh, yes, we have.
The trick is to learn the lesson. You know, learn the lesson. Don't just let it happen to you again. Learn the lesson and add that to your kete of preparation for the next race, eh?
Exactly.
Absolutely. And thanks to our GPS, we can see these crews as they come in. They are safe. There's lots of escort boats out there, so they will be reassured that, you know, this event is a good, safe experience for them, and when they come back next time, it'll be just the same.
Exactly.
So do you have a bad moment story there?
We have a very bad
Pingy?
moment story, yes. We were coming around on the final leg, and we had a manufacturer default in our canoe, and the armour, the outrigger part, opened up, and it filled up with water, so we actually sunk. Dived off, refloated the canoe. It was a really big deal.
Wow.
So we threw our race away, and then the main thing is, hey, let's just get back to beach and let's make sure everyone's okay. So those moments are almost a bit of like a galvanizing moment for your team where you realize, I'm not going to finish this race. Let's just finish and get back and regroup.
Yeah.
And it still looks like there's some crews are still heading up towards the first turn before turning right into Rangitoto. So even the men are struggling up there as well in these headwind conditions. So they're probably thinking in their minds they cannot wait to get around the island and come back home and get some surf behind them.
Yeah, and a great example of the impact that the conditions have, the push from that tide. You have to take into consideration, so the steersman is having to take into consideration the tide may be pushing you in one direction and you're heading for a marker pole that might be to the left, but because that push is happening, you've got to factor that into, you've got to counteract that, and you're trying to weigh up, is the push of the tide greater than the wind direction? So holding that line.
Absolutely. These minute calculations that happen automatically are really part of the skill set. You know, it's not just about getting in there and hammering it out and going as hard as you can. It's like factoring all the elements and the wind, the tide, the convergence of them, the other crews, and so wakaama is a beautiful sport for me, just for that. You know, the dynamics and applying not only your physical abilities to your mental abilities to try and progress in outcomes. So what are your guys' strategies, and how do you train for these things, or is it just a question of experience? What are your thoughts?
I think watching the different choices in line, so everybody knows that they are converging to going around one marker pole, but there's a huge spread across the field. You know, there's like probably a 500 metre minimum gap. So that experience of the impact of conditions. Oh, we're
There's
looking
a
at
crew
the
there
first.
picking up for a bit of speed. This looks like a crew getting ready for the men's race. What would you say? Or is it, these are men, right? Getting ready. Oh, they're hammering on the surf. So this is the...
This probably looks like a crew that's warming up for the men's race, I would assume. They definitely look like a younger junior team. So I think it looks like a Manukau team, actually.
Manukau.
Yes, I think so. I think they're just out there enjoying the surf. There's no surf like this at the ramp where they train, so I can imagine they're pretty excited. It's quite interesting to see what they do here. What are they going to do here? Are they going to spin the canoe around?
Mark is watching, guys. Coach Mark is watching.
So I think their race doesn't kick off for about an hour or so. So they're out there getting a little bit of experience, and like what you were saying before, Kingy and also Karina, that these sorts of events expose our young people to these sorts of conditions and how fun ocean paddling actually is. And it's bigger than just sprinting. There's so much more that they can learn from it.
Yeah, it's great for the sport. Oh, here's another one having a go. Can they catch that wave? Can they keep the line on the wave?
Very challenging out there. So the caps were started coming last night. We were sitting here in the studio going, wow, this wind is really arriving, and it just stayed through the night, and it's building a little bit now, and I guess it's probably at its max speed for today. 21 knots out there.
Yep.
21 knot wind. So it is a challenging day, a day requiring a lot of skill and physical skill and mental skill.
Particularly the mental skill, that changing of conditions, the changing of placings within the race, watching the other crews maybe gap on you and then gaining, and it is surprising how much ground you can gain within this kind of race.
So there they are beaching their canoe. They look like they're happy to get out. So de-rigging. Yeah, this crew probably from the first race, the 21-kilometer mixed women's and mixed race, are probably returning to beach. We have our women's 21-kilometer race must be finishing, I guess, within the next hour. We have the 42-kilometer women's and mixed race is heading around the backside of Rangitoto. And this could be our Australian crew. What's your thoughts there?
My thoughts are that I have no idea, sadly, Kingy.
This looks like a Australian crew. We're not entirely sure about who this is. So we're doing our best here to get you the information that we can see from the studio.
Whoever they are, they're looking happy to be finished.
Yes. And it's a crazy day out there. It's pushing everybody to its limits. It's pushing our technical gear. It's pushing the race organisers and the paddlers. So welcome to the Takapuna Beach Cup 2020.
Exactly. It's a race that keeps on giving, and last year the conditions were very similar, but the wind was blowing in the opposite direction. So in this year, obviously the wind has turned around. So definitely putting up a challenge for these teams as we see some of these crews come back in.
And we have the people in orange there. That's our race organisers and safety team just checking in, making sure they're all okay. And it looks like everybody's good.
Yeah, we can see some older paddlers there, and that's an aspect that we haven't actually talked to. One of the, I guess, most appealing things about the sport of outrigger canoeing, wakaama, is the range of ages. We start right from 5. Some of our whānau even sneaking in some of their 3-year-olds as soon as they can sit up and hold a paddle. But we start racing at that age right through to 70 plus. So from 40 onwards, so our master categories start at 40. Then there's another division, senior master 50, then a golden master at 60, and then at 70s. And within the 21-kilometre men's race, I know that we've got 3 70s men's competing. We do not have a 70s division today in the women's 21-kilometre, but we do have many 70s paddlers there in the 60s crews, so they can paddle down a division, but obviously you cannot paddle up. Yeah, not until you've earned that right. And it is awesome to see our older competitors out there. And they are competitors. That's the awesome thing. We're not talking about people turning up with their walkers and off their wheelchairs and just, you know, and
fit and ready.
Yeah, and they're fit and they're ready to go, and they are just as competitive. Trust me,
Yes.
I'm coaching 3 70s women's teams. They are just as competitive. You know, I made that mistake when I first started coaching Golden Masters, thinking, oh, you know, they'll be way more mellow, way more easier to work with. But no, they are on a mission. The clock is ticking. No time to waste.
That's
here.
right.
Getting
That's right.
the most out of life. So we have Jackson, who's out in the field, and we're going to cross to Jackson in a few minutes when he's ready. So we're excited to get some footage down there. We can get some input from what's happening down there, and as hopefully he can give us an update on what's happening with maybe some of those crews or what the ambiance is back on the beach.
Exactly. I think before we cut to Jackson as he's sorting himself out there, with what you're saying about aging athletes, you are so aging athletes. You are so right that the competitive spirit never leaves, and it doesn't matter. And I remember a close friend of mine who once said to me when we were both in our open division days, he goes, "Oh, I can't wait to get to Masters. You know, I'm just waiting to get to Masters so then I can really." Biggest mistake, you know, that because now that I'm Masters, it's actually even more competitive there. So it's not definitely it's not any easier by any stretch of the imagination. You know, it's definitely
so we have Jackson ready.
Oh, there
to
he
go.
is.
Jackson, how's things on the beach there?
Kia ora whānau, we're down here at the Takapuna Beach Cup today. Here on my right side I've got Robbie Kidwell from Outrigger Water Sports. Tough conditions out here. Robbie, what are you thinking? How's the race going to go?
It's got to be a gnarly one, but yeah, going out into it, it's got to be a bit tough. But coming back, we'll surf the waves back, get a bit of a run going.
Yeah, nice. So with your Waka here, is this where you're thinking of being positioned for the race start?
It's not really ideal, but we'll probably end up taking it further in. But yeah, we'll just see how we go. We'll run with it.
Looking at these conditions here, we've got a strong easterly wind pumping straight down. What have you got any ideas of lines heading around that right side of Rangitoto there?
Not really, to be honest. I got to get out there and get a bit of a feel for it.
Kia ora whānau from down here, Takapuna Beach Cup, sending it back to you, anchors.
Kia ora everyone, my name's Conan. Very shortly we're going to take you through a wakaama workshop where we're going to cover 3 things. The first thing is life jacket and why we wear them and how to wear them correctly. The second thing is we're going to show you a little bit about safety before we do a capsize. And the third thing is we're going to flip the waka over. Follow me. Okay guys, first question is, who knows what this is? A life jacket. And who knows why we wear life jackets when we go paddling? To save our lives. There's 3 ways that a life jacket helps save our life. Does anybody know any of those 3? Keeps us warm, perfect. Keeps us afloat. Anyone else? Yeah, perfect. If you ever look at you guys' life jackets, they're bright colours, they've got reflectors on them, and they help keep us visible when we're out on the water. Cool, so our next thing we're going to do is going to make sure that we're wearing our life jackets properly. So what I want you to do is to turn to your partner, just like this, grab the shoulder straps, and give them a good tug. All right. Your one was pretty loose, eh? You want to pull on the shoulder straps for us? What do you think will happen to her if she fell in the water with that life jacket on? It will suffocate. So that the buoyancy of the life jacket will ride up and her nose and her mouth will be below the water. So that's not ideal. So what I need you to do is tighten up those straps. So everybody can check their straps, make sure the shoulder ones are nice and tight. The ones around the waist are nice and tight. Once you've done that, turn to your partner and give them another tug. Perfect, good work. Cool. Has anybody been in a capsized waka before? What happened?
paddling, team came up beside us, and our armour started to lift.
Made you guys flip. So yep, that's how it often happens is when you capsize your waka, it's a surprise and you're not ready for it. So does anybody know what's the main thing to remember when you capsize?
Not to panic.
Yeah. Does anyone know why we shouldn't panic? What do you do when you panic?
I scream.
You scream? Okay, so you imagine you're flipped out of your waka, you're under the water and you start screaming, you go, ah! What could happen?
Swallow water.
Swallow water, yep. So if you panic, there's a good chance you're going to swallow water, and that will make the whole experience a lot more stressful, and it will make the whole thing a lot harder. Okay, so that's number one rule, is not to panic. So when we get out there and you're sitting in your waka, and it starts to flip over, number two is I don't want you guys to jump out of your seats. I want you to stay sitting in your seat, roll upside down. Does anyone know why we don't jump out of our seats?
If you jump out, the armour might hit you on the head.
Yeah, that's right. If we jump out of our seats, as the waka flips over, the armour could come over and hit somebody on the head. Okay? So those are two things. We don't panic and we don't jump out of our seats. Cool? Does anyone know what we do once we've floated up and we're next to the waka in the water?
Good job.
A head count, yep, a roll call, okay? So how we're gonna do it.
The first of our crews coming back from the women's and mixed 21-kilometre race. They are steering wildly there. This is a race time of 2 hours and 9.
But wait, there's more.
Oh my gosh, we got 2 crews. Wow. Who are these crews? Let's get a good look at them.
Well, I'm squinting my eyes, but it's not helping at all, sadly.
These look like a 2 mixed crews. Team Aloha and Taniwha Tigers is coming back
Hawaiians, I believe.
from the information from our studio. So, Team Aloha, Hoa Aloha, Hoa Aloha.
Aloha.
Wow. Mahalo and welcome to Takapuna, Hawaiians.
Wow.
And this is a tight race. It's amazing. We are doing our best to get you a stream here from the information. We have a challenging race. Wow, fabulous! This is
this is coming down right to the wire.
Right to the wire. Look at that, and they're pushing on every swell.
That
so
is
important.
awesome.
What are you feeling at this part of the race?
I'm feeling that is probably the last thing you want to do at the end of a race is to sprint. So,
look at this! Who's going to make a last-minute search for the line? Here they come. The power and the passion. And are they going to run off or are they going to finish at the beach? To me, it looks like the orange crew by a smidgen.
I think so.
Well, the timing will be taken from between the buoys, yeah?
The timing will be taken between the buoys.
Yep, so visually, if you saw a nose ahead when they came to the beach, that is not the one.
No,
that is on the timing.
It's unofficial. We'll have to go upstairs to the TMO, but I'm going to have to, if I was to put my money on it, I agree with Kingy. I think that orange canoe just on that last wave there, and that's how important this skill factor is in this race, isn't it? It comes down to 1 wave, 2 waves, and the race is over.
That was 20 seconds before the finish. It looked like the blue canoe had it. The orange crew got that wave and just...
And
wow,
guys,
good job.
That looks familiar.
Interject here.
Yes.
They look familiar because it's my club.
Oh.
You go to Ruamata.
Well, there you go. Ruamata.
Celebrations in the house.
Hey? Yeah, 1 to Ruamata.
Oh, my goodness. Well
just
done.
in case you guessed that.
Oh, now we're not...
Slightly competitive here.
We're not going to hear the end of it now. Oh, no.
Fabulous. Well done, Karina.
Well done.
Well done to Ruamata Club. And thank you to all our spectators and our technical teams here for pulling together this challenging day. Today, the weather, man, if you can win in this, you really are a champion.
I can see Sugar Te Pa there, so she was part of that Taniwha team as well. So
that is my sister's team.
Well, there you go.
And can I
So,
just
one to you and one to
Well, I do have to interject. The third woman is actually my crewmate from Ruamata.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So
All right.
Ruamata
You go,
stacking the
Brenda.
odds.
Oh, wow.
Ruamata, you are hallowed in the Hall of Takapuna Beach Cup fame 2020.
How cool is that you guys have connections to the first, well, it's not official, but the first couple canoes that have come in. That's so cool.
We're Māoris, bro. We can connect to
there
anybody
you
in
go.
New Zealand.
Well, there you
That's
go.
how it works.
And for those of you who unsure, that the Sugar Te Pa there paddled for Taniwha and leading that crew home as well. So that was really cool to see.
And we have our third crew coming in the yellow canoe. Looks like a mixed crew. So we have the mixed crews have managed to pull away from the women's in this race. They will be catching some surf now, knowing that they are confident in their third place podium finish.
Yeah.
Well done.
That looks like a parihaka
from up
uniform
north.
from up north. So the
Kentai Tokedo in the house.
Yes.
Good spotting.
Parihaka. Good spotting there, Mark.
Yeah.
my master's eyes, and yes, it definitely is the parihaka shirt that I can see. So
we have confirmation that first was Ruamata.
Hey,
and second was
well done.
Taniwha.
But that was...
And third is Parihaka.
Yeah.
So those are the first mixed crews home in the 21-kilometre race.
But all credit to Taniwha. That finish did look like it was a little bit of luck of the draw of who got the wave, who got the good finishing wave.
Oh, look at
no,
Marere
actually,
Te
I tell a lie. I stand corrected. That is actually, you're right, Kingy, that's Marere. That's the Holozet brother there. I can also see Hidia Rolliston there, probably steering that canoe there. So I don't know why that was a mistake on my part. So third place, the Tahitian
Marere.
representation, Team Marere.
And some Kiwi paddlers in there too.
With some Kiwi
Māori
girls as well.
paddlers in there.
Mhm.
So Tahitian Māori combo coming in third.
Hard to
The New
lose.
Zealand crews will be very happy about that. The Tahitians
Very
are
happy.
known for their surfing.
Very happy.
They train a lot in this. Obviously, it's a lot warmer in Tahiti, so you can train all year round without risk of hypothermia.
This is true.
And this is one of the big advantages they have
This is
over
true.
the other teams. So for the New Zealand crews to come down, maybe home advantage.
Yeah,
As-
maybe home advantage.
And as expected with the Masters, what do I keep saying, Master? The mixed crews.
Because you want to be out there.
Maybe, yes, exactly.
You wanna be out
As you can see, they've put on a bit of a gap to the rest of the field, as you would expect. So I think any moment now we should be expecting the first women's team to come in. And exactly what I was picking up what Kingy was saying before about being cold, and that's one thing that maybe possibly a lot of our cousins who are in the warmer climates don't appreciate is that when it gets cold here, it's very hard to do anything in the water, let alone do changeover races. And one of the things that's is challenging also is that you've got to not only motivate yourself to go and train, but then you've got to put 3 layers of clothing on as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's
And
one
then wash
thing.
it
And then
ready for the next day or the afternoon
exactly,
session.
exactly. It's not just boardies and no t-shirt and go out for a paddle. So
Well, I live on the east coast of the North Island and only halfway down the island. So nowhere near the South Island, nowhere near the deep
Exactly.
South. And even where I live, we are training with like small penguins.
yeah.
I joke you not, we have small penguins in our water, so that's how cold it can be where we are. None of this luxury up in Auckland.
So how happy will those crews be? Come back, they're done. They can relax. They can give each other a big a big hug.
Yes.
And start to wind down and unpack their canoe and maybe have something to eat. They'll be thirsty, they'll be hungry.
Exactly.
What's your favourite food after the race?
Ooh, favourite food after race? I
Come
don't
on,
know
be
much.
serious.
Starts with K and ends with C. For me, anyway.
I am able to say with integrity that is not mine, but usually something with fat and salt.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So we have our Dot Vision feedback, and we have this is the women's race coming in. We have the crew, the purple crew. They look like they're in front, and I think from this distance, that's probably about 200 meters, maybe 100 meters. Would you say that the other team could catch them here, guys? The purple, maybe the blue and the red.
I think with the conditions the way they are today, and from the finish that we saw in the mixed race, anything can happen, and it comes down to who can catch the most waves towards the end. And as we just saw the graphic change there, they must have caught 16 waves just then, because they made up a lot of ground in that short time. But it's going to come down to the team who takes advantage of the most waves to get into to the shore that will take the victory, as we saw with the mix.
Right. It's anyone's race.
Exactly.
Never let up the hammer.
No.
There we go. We're talking a lot about hammers, Karina.
There's that hammer again. There's that hammer again.
You know, us boys love our tools and go
exactly.
to Bunnings and Mitre 10, and there we go. So.
Yeah, because at this point, that is another aspect. Is it could be about who's able to maintain form the longest for that last bit where the pressure really comes on. No one person getting a bit of an excite on and starting to do their own thing in the canoe. You only need one person to get that timing out, even in that kind of distance.
When the pressure comes on.
All that hammer, it might just be one hammer by themselves.
Yes, very, very important point. Very important point in the sport of wakaama.
You can hear from the tone, a point that is not believed by any boy here present.
You cannot paddle a 6-man canoe by yourself.
Despite trying.
Yeah,
Despite trying.
Despite trying. I haven't met a paddler in this sport that can do that. So it's very important that each paddler is doing the exact same thing as everybody else. As we see some of the guys.
What's our kaumatua from
Hawaii?
From Hawaii. That's Uncle and Uncle.
Yep, we've got
Uncle
Eugene.
Sam?
Uncle Eugene.
Uncle
no,
Eugene?
it's Uncle Sam look-alike. Who is that? I believe that's Arthur. And Eugene, who is the organiser of the Nepali Challenge, who we spoke to yesterday. And they're obviously assessing the conditions. You can see that it goes...
Getting ready for their race.
Yes, absolutely.
21
And
kilometres
Whānau,
coming up.
You can see how windy it is by his shirt there. It's
blazing.
It's blazing, and there's quite a bit of wind there. Even his beard is getting blown around in the wind. That's how strong it is. So yeah, imagine what it's like out there.
Yeah, there's no obstruction from the trees. You are right in the wind and tide. And look, some of the paddlers have their drinking system, so the paddlers will equip themselves for the race. Can you tell us a little bit about how you would hydrate yourself for this race? Are we looking at just water or?
Yeah, well, the 21 kilometre competitors, we're doing an iron race, so the 6 of them have the opportunity to get out of the boat. So the majority of the racers out there would have taken a hydration system of some description, whether it be a New Zealand number 8 wire style thing, or the classic waist or backpack with the water in it, minimum of probably a litre. However, having said all that, it's another aspect of experience of long distance racing is the importance is in hydrating before the day. You don't leave it till the day and then take a big stash of water. You go for the camel tactic and work on hydrating before the day. You need to be at the race start capable of paddling 21 kilometres without a drink, and that would always be what I would aim for, is be at the race start hydrated, not just taking a big stash of water. How about you guys?
Yeah, I like my mix of have a little bit of sugary something. Not sure if it's iced tea or famous Raro in New Zealand, or maybe Powerade, or a supplement from the shop, but not too much. I like to keep my water content quite high, just so there's not too much sugar, which for me leads to cramp. What about you, Mark?
Yeah, I'm similar as well, Kingy. When I first started experimenting and paddling long distances and things like that, it's always an experiment, right? And we went from high sugary drinks to just water, and I think the balance for me is somewhere in between, and it is an important factor, especially for these sorts of races as well. Getting that, and one thing that's really important also is that, like what you were saying, Corina, about not leaving it till last minute. You want to be practicing this at your training as well, so it's not something you do on race day.
We're getting some reports in from the 42-kilometre women's and mixed race that some of the crews have rounded Rangitoto and they're in the space of Mototapu, and they are trying to get out of the wind. So, all I can see there, the crews as they're tucking through, they'll be tucking right out of the wind there. That must be our leaders in the 42 kilometer women's and mixed race. So the GPS coverage here provided by Dot Vision. Each crew out there has a GPS machine on it, and a machine that's actually kind of like a phone, and it's broadcasting their signal and provides safety for us and obviously some visibility for us in conditions which are trying for everybody.
Got to love those technologies. The placings, looked like there was a little bit of a gap there in the field. With the 42 kilometre now in progress, I would expect that the women's crews would be more up on those top mixed crews.
Absolutely.
In fact, I would even expect that the top women's crews would be ahead of the mixed crews at this level in the 42 kilometre race. We've got our top woman out there.
Absolutely.
And proud to say that these women will usually hold their own with the mixed crews.
Absolutely, and we're working on getting some information from our Dot Vision team about who is winning the race in both the women's and the mixed, and we will come right back at you. You can see the placements here. So the women are maybe how far behind the mixed at this stage?
You're assuming that I can read that really small print, aren't you?
You can tell by the dots.
Yeah, no,
the dots.
I
Okay, we
cannot
have
see
our
that.
information coming in here, Mark.
We have a little bit of an upset at the moment. The hot mamas.
Hot mamas. Now, these are our New Zealanders. I'm trying not to sound too pleased about this. So the hot mamas, we have our top master women's crew. So as I mentioned earlier, our master women in New Zealand tend to be our leading competitors in these longer distance races and also the rough water races. We've got the more experienced steersmen in the rough water, but also that combination. It's not just about having 6 strong paddlers, you need 10. And that's where the master crews can usually keep it together, of having 10 strong, experienced people in that canoe.
Can you tell me who's in the lineup for the hot mamas for?
Oh, now you've put me on the spot.
Well, we've got a couple of guns in there.
We have, at the very least, I know that we have our top 3 master singles paddlers. We've got Nikki Kingi, Tui McCall, Nairi Pehi.
Oh.
They've got Liz Savage there in the steering seat. Liz has steered us to the last 3 overall wins in our long distance nationals. She's Raro born and proud of it, accustomed to steering in those rough water conditions. And these kinds of conditions today are surprisingly akin or similar to what we get on rough days on the lake where we're based. This is that short chop. We get that short chop. We don't have the big swells like with the open ocean stuff. So these are the conditions that Liz likes for sure. And we've also got the luxury of having people capable of steering in seat 5 within that crew. So you've got other people that can steer, you can put them in seat 5 to help keep that boat upright when you've got that side-on wave.
Yeah.
It's another thing that I would prioritise.
Balance.
If you've got the choice, you've got someone in 5 that can help keep that boat upright.
And this looks like our first place women's crew coming in from the 21 kilometre race.
Awesome.
Wow. Congratulations, ladies in the yellow canoe. And we got some information back. Mark, have you got any information on that?
We do. As this team is finishing the race in the 42 kilometre race, I can say that in second place at the moment, according to our GPS device, is the PCKC Good Vibes, the girls from Porirua there, so Marty Hodges and them, doing very well indeed. And in third place, at this stage, Ngā Hine Matariki. So there's still a lot of racing to go. They still haven't got up to the top of the island, so these are the provisional results that we've got so far.
Congratulations to these ladies who have just landed at the beach. They are our first women's crew from the 21 kilometre race.
Yeah, that is not PCKC though, is it?
No. This is the team that's just finished the 21 kilometre race.
They look like Australian ladies to me, or they're wearing a pineapple on their shirt. We are working our best here in the studio to get you the information about the crews at the finish line. And we have a lot of
Team Aloha
people. It's Team Aloha.
Hawaiian crew?
Hawaiian team, must be.
Team Aloha. Well done. Team Aloha. And second place looks like they're coming in as well. Following the crew with yellow, is that? We're not sure. We will bring that information
It
to
looks
you
like a
as soon as we have it.
Heimato uniform to me.
Oh, Heimato paddlers from
yes.
Rotorua.
So great to see those young guys, young girls up there testing themselves against the elements. And you'll see the majority of the women's teams are now starting to all pile in now.
Yep.
You know, and as
Tight field.
exactly, and as with any race, there's always races within a race. So, and it, depending on what where they're up to in the race, it depends on who's got enough energy to push for that wave. I'm not sure if these guys got. It looks like they're a little bit tired, but
Good job, guys.
great
We've had
job.
a big day out there. The conditions have been challenging. And congratulations to our ladies, our podiums of the 21-kilometre women's race.
Yeah, all credit
And
to these
we
juniors.
have the team. The first is Team Aloha. That's the official result.
Team Aloha.
Team Aloha.
For the
Obviously
21Ks.
from Hawaii. Well, mai ka'iloa, as they say in Hawaiian, which means very good.
Wow.
So, be a lot of mai ka'iloa there. Maybe a few mai tais. The classic Hawaiian
Why not?
beverage.
After a day like this, you
And
know,
that's-
you want to have maybe 6.
And that's very
Mai
cool.
tais.
You come all that way, you travel all that distance, and there's some payoff for that. Huge investment for these crews to be travelling internationally. So we've done well. We've put on the good conditions for them. They had lots of
Boy.
beautiful sunshine yesterday,
Mm.
and then we gave them some challenging conditions for today. Instead of that flat water that they would have been not so happy about yesterday, those Hawaiians would have been hoping. And it was delivered, some rough conditions that they could take advantage of.
It's rough. Look at that. They're scrambling to get their canoe out of the waves and get it in a safe place. Nothing actually more dangerous than having a side-on canoe in the surf.
Yes.
That thing can really create a bit of havoc.
Yes, exactly.
Down there on the beach. So,
Exactly.
yeah, look, there's a lot of activity down there. Everybody is back and they'll be refreshed, they'll be happy. It's very important now that they get the canoes out of the water and to create way for the other finishing crews for safety and also just for good, beach etiquette.
Absolutely.
Tikanga.
Yeah, you need to look after your equipment, it's not a cheap piece of equipment. They're an expensive item, but apart from that, just the tikanga of looking after something that's a taonga, and it would have been named appropriately relative to that. And so that's all part of the kaupapa here, eh?
Aye, kia ora. So we're now finishing up the 21-kilometre women's and mixed. We have our champions in that category.
Team Aloha.
Congratulations to them. Right out running on the field now. We on the field, on the water. Fields like rugby, but on the water we have our 42-kilometre cruise at various places around Rangitoto and Mototapu. And it looked like, Mark, we had an update on the 42-kilometre race. What was that?
Yes, we did. So in the women's update, that the piece of paper have just been given. The first team was the Hot Mamas, which is New Zealand Masters team leading the pack there. And in second place was PCKC Good Vibes at this stage. And third was Nā Hine Matariki. Now, we haven't got the GPS signal just yet for the Australian girls who are out there as well. And once we get that up, we'll make sure we'll let you know where they are in the race. But so that's the update for the ladies. Of course, there is a lot more racing to go, and it's still anyone's game. We still haven't reached the surf league yet, which is sometimes the make or break of these particular events.
And this is definitely the business part of the race right here. They were gone to the gnarly headwind start. They would got around the back of the island, and now they are starting to hit that wind again. And this is the last big stretch of wind before they can turn and come downwind. So there'll be, I guess, when you get, you've got a little bit to turn, you're kind of thinking like, hey, this is my last bit of headwind. And after that, I guess you think, I'm going to rest because I'm surfing.
We've got
we have an update?
Another update. So for our second place in the 21K women's division, we have Poe Tiare. And this team is from Te Paerangi. And it's got a few girls in there also. They'll be stoked with that because they don't really paddle in the surf. And
J19 crew, isn't it, Mark?
That would be Tiare Māori, I think, would be the J19 team. Right. This is Poi Tiare from TP, I believe, and it's got one of my good friends, Cheryl Gerbic, that's in there as well. Awesome. She's been around and adding a lot of experience to that team as well. So first, Team Aloha. Aloha, Team Aloha, well done. And second place, Poi Tiare. Once we get third, we'll let you know.
Awesome.
So we're just working on getting some positions of the men's 42 kilometre and an update from our mixed 42 kilometre. We are tracking 3 or 4 races here as they make their way from Rangitoto, Mototapu to Rakino and all the way back to Takapuna. They are out there in the elements. We have here a crew which looks like they're tucked around on the inside of Rangitoto. And so why would the crews be close in to Rangitoto about this part of the track?
Well, with that incoming tide, it's a smart move. You know, you want to be able to hide your crew from that oncoming water, and you want to give yourselves as much chance as possible to A, stay away from the wind, and B, stay away from the current. So
like drafting, yeah?
Exactly like drafting. And you want to, a steerer who's worth their mettle, I guess, would be able to would have studied this days before, knowing exactly the line he's going to be taking, and keeping at the same time an eye on the competition to see what they're doing. But that's looks like that what the top teams are doing, staying out of that channel.
We can see there's one crew in front, but there's a pack behind of maybe 4. We have a crew that's in green there. It looks like they're sitting out a little bit in the channel. What's your thoughts on that course, Karina, for that crew out there with the green?
Difficult to tell, with the fact that we're looking at a GPS screen and not at the actual conditions. What they're thinking is around that. There may be some waves that they're trying to take advantage of. Given the wind direction, I wouldn't expect so. So it's maybe that they're just not as experienced, thinking that they don't have the raw power to overtake the crew in front. And so if you don't know any different, if you don't know what's happening with the tides and the currents, and you've got a team beside you or not far away, and you don't think you've got the raw power to overtake them, it doesn't make sense just to continue to do the same thing. You would try something different. That could be what's in their head. So they might have gone out to see if there's any advantage there without being aware of, as the home people, will have that advantage of being aware of the impact of the conditions. But if you're not aware of that, it's a smart move to try something different.
Absolutely. We're getting reports back of the GPS that there is quite a pack there in the 42 kilometre women's race. About this part, they'll be well into their changes, you think? They're past Rangitoto? Well past their changes, and wow. Can only guess how these teams are playing their chess game with each other. They're observing their competitors, how close they are.
Exactly. And I think also one possible reason that one would take a course which would take you into the current, maybe you're trying to chase a support boat wake. That could be an issue. That could be a possibility as well. And
we don't do that.
Well, you're so far in front, Karina, most of the time that most of us mere mortals have to kind of find a way through the motorway as such. But that could be a reason why some of those crews are there, and it's also a possibility too if your crew is skillful enough to use whatever moving water there from support craft. More power to you.
Yeah, very true. And at this point in the race, crews will be aware. They will know at this point which of their combinations of 6 are stronger combinations. So that's the other thing the boat coach is taking into consideration. They're making a note of who's in the crew at any particular time, what the boat speed is, and the combination changes. You take note of what the boat speed is again, and you start to get a sense of which is your strongest combination of 6. So the coach is aiming to get that strongest combination back in definitely at the end of the race. Plus, as these paddlers are starting to fatigue, they're doing those hard out sprints every set, they might be dropping or increasing the length between the changes. All of that strategy starts to come in. And unfortunately for the New Zealand crews, if their water changes, so getting into the canoe, more so for the women, are really bad, then that can just slow the canoe down, and so sometimes you can't use your strongest paddlers because their water changes are so bad.
So it's really a balance of power and dynamics, weight, transferring the power to get into the canoe. It's kind of a lot of things going on there for these crews, and of course the weather adding its own influence on the race. So we have some men's crews on the beach getting ready for the men's 21-kilometre race. They will follow the same path as the ladies and the mixed 21-kilometre race. And so we are just waiting for our updates from the ocean. Our team is out there battling through the conditions. We have another crew finishing here. This is a strong finish from this team.
Very strong.
Well done. Home time for them.
I liked how Seat 3 put her paddle up there. That's it looks like it was an amazing achievement for her. Great to see. And just saw one other boat that was coming in there as well. And
here we go. So we are finishing up the women's 21-kilometre race, and the 42-kilometre race is well underway. I've heard from the reports just right now on the 42-kilometre race that the mixed crews and the 42-kilometre race are almost halfway through Motatapu.
Oh, wow.
So we're back here in the 21-kilometre race women's.
Some of the ladies who are further back in the field making it in. And I see a few smiles on their faces, which is great to see. Really cool to see that they enjoyed that last leg. While the men race starting at 11:30. So a lot of these crews, what would happen is they would bring that canoe in, and then the men's team from that club would take over the canoe, check it over one more time, and then the guys use it. So, there's a lot of sharing and also camaraderie within the clubs in terms of events like this. So
I'm just wondering today if the men's race will start at 11:30. They've been out there for a while. The conditions are rough. All the canoes need to come back, I believe, until the men's 21-kilometre race can begin. So we have a little bit of time to go, 35 minutes, but the weather and the conditions have been challenging for everybody. And we do expect the race timings, the day's events to change with the conditions.
And it's awesome for the men starting in the 21 kilometres. They've got that spare time taking over a canoe from another club that they can change the rigging if required.
Thank you, Tato. We've had a fantastic morning here on the 21-kilometre race, and we are going to come back to you in a second. Modi ora.
G'day.
What I love about pedaling, everything I guess, the good bits and the hard bits too, it's all part of it, and being on the water obviously, and then the people, just the usuals I guess.
Just the freedom, being able to keep fit, compete and still stay in teams where you've got a mixture of diverse people, meeting people from overseas, building friendships for life, and just competing. I love it. Yeah, it's fantastic.
That's a culture. It's a spirit. You have to be tough in your mind and
it feels good to be on the water.
Beautiful. What else can you ask for?
Hello, my name is Vishal. I'm from Singapore, and the best thing I love about paddling is just being out there with the boys and catching as many waves as possible. And New Zealand is a really good place for some of that.
Hi, I'm Julie. I'm living in Auckland. I'm originally from the UK. I'm here at Takapuna Beach watching the Waka racing. I brought my grandchild Charlie down, and her dad Brandon and Jackie are here racing today in the pairs. So they're doing an awesome job. They're just going out on the second lap of the 6K racing.
How was it, brothers?
Unreal.
What do you love about wakaama, brother?
Everything about it.
Yeah, the atmosphere, the competition, it helps us connect to our tupuna, to our ancestors, because that's how they came down from Hawaii. It's really good here.
He mea take ho mai ngā tupuna, no te haerenga mai o Hawaii, taino ki ngā whenua tapu o Aotearoa.
Nervous. Yeah. Pretty nervous. Yeah. One of the great things about wakaama is it brings everybody together as one. So we have lots of different nationalities, ages, levels of fitness, etc. But once we're out there on the water, we're just one team. We just love this experience of all of these different teams and communities coming together. I learnt to paddle in Hawaii on the island of Kauai, and I didn't start paddling until I was 50 years old. So it's never too late to start, and it's just a beautiful way to keep fit, get something really good going in your community, get our wahine together out there on the water, leave all your troubles behind, and just get out there and give it to the moana and have a great time.
Hi, my name is JB. I'm French but living in Singapore, and what I love of canoeing is it bringing a lot of people from different countries together and for the same race, and this is awesome.
Oh, the excitement, the joy.
Camaraderie,
the competition.
Look at this, it's fabulous.
Awesome. Here in
We get to travel.
Yeah, we get to come across the sea
with our friends,
with our
with our
mates.
friends.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
fabulous.
Recommend it to everyone.
A couple of things. It's my place of solitude if I need it, but otherwise the surfing part, dropping into big waves, going for big downwind runs on 30-knot days, just to get the buzz out of doing that. It's like dropping into a 25-foot wave surfing on your surfboard, so the same buzz I get out of that.
Still learning every time I go out, and today we learned you should not go straight into the turn buoy when you see a canoe is already there, and don't break it. That's what happened today to our canoe. The Gemini finished. Sorry about it. And this clown, he was okay, you just put him there.
That's another banana.
It's just lovely. It's on the water for starters, so it means that I can sit on the beach while I'm pretending to do work, and it's hugely exciting. We did the Aitu at Tahiti once a year, and oh my God, I still remember all these wakas hitting the water all at one go. It was just phenomenal, eh? So I've loved it ever since.
Kia ora, I'm Piripi. I'm from West Auckland, Piripo Waitakere. And what I love about wakas is it's just fun sport, and yeah.
And it's just so relaxing and beautiful for me, even though we're working our hearts out paddling away. I just love the camaraderie and just everything about it.
Wakaama has opened the door for me and my life, and I'll be always grateful to the sport. I love meet new people, the diversity of the sport, and yeah, it's a pleasure to be part of it. So good luck to everybody that likes the sport, and enjoy it, have fun.
It's a good family oriented sport. Keeps the kids busy, out of trouble, We do wakas every day, training every day, from Monday, 7 days a week pretty much. So, yeah.
Kia rana, ko junior pauka tōku ingoa, no arorangi mai au, Rarotonga, kuki arani, taku mea rekana i te sports e wakaama, ko te pirianga o te kopapa, e te wairua, e te kōputangata. Nā reira, too much. Wakaama. Kimua. Get on up.
Kia ora, my name's Kimi Talioli. I'm from South Auckland. I paddle for Manaku Outriggers. I'm Tongan. I was born in Tonga. I was raised in New Zealand. The one thing I like about paddling is it's family orientated. I'm the current coach of the open men and the junior boys at the club, and I love my job.
Love being on the sea, love paddling in a team, and now I've been paddling on my single and in the sea for 15 years or so, and just absolutely loving it. It's just part of my life. It's every day. It's all about paddling, all about waka. Love it.
It does. It gets you around the world. So I've competed in Hawaii, in Tahiti, and I've jumped on surf skis and paddled in Hawaii, South Africa. And it's just because of the wakaama background, but also, it's been a good stepping stone to a lot of open my eyes to other international races around the world. So it's been incredible.
I'm Wes Burns. I love the sport, been involved for about 20 years, just purely for the sake of being able to come to places like Takapuna around the world, and travelling, and love paddling because it's just a great sport all around. And what we did yesterday is why we do it. So.
Yeah, also because I'm old and it doesn't hurt my knees.
Yeah, same.
The Malulaba men's team in the lead, followed closely behind by the Pineola boys, and also Zest Brokers are in there as well. Now, what you need to note is that the Butti boys, which is my pre-race prediction, they don't have their GPS tracker system unfortunately on. No tarding as those boys probably, but
or it's on, and the weather is proving a little challenging.
Exactly, and we also are trying to hunt down where the Herbert's on Tour boys are. So, but at this stage, we've got the front runners, Malulaba, Pineola up there as well, and also Zest Brokers.
I think the Pineola Phantoms, I'm sure that is the senior masters team.
Wow.
So we talked about having spirit and fight for a 70-year-old. So
wow,
good on those guys.
Wow.
Yeah, like Mark said, we're working hard to get you updates from the race. The conditions are challenging. There's a lot of things which can go wrong, obviously, with paddling and also with supplying you the results in such a long course. We're out around Rangitoto, Mototapu and Rakino. So,
yeah,
Karina.
same deal with the women's race, challenges with the GPS. The women, of course, have a good reason. So with the GPS trackers, we're relying on the telephone connection. Our international paddlers don't all have mobile data. They connected up with the Wi-Fi, so they don't have the roaming data. So at this point, what's showing with the GPS is Hot Mamas are up there.
Woohoo!
And PCKC, Good Vibes, and the third New Zealand crew, I believe Ngā Hoi Matariki,
Awesome.
if I'm getting it correct. So we don't know where Malulaba are sitting at this point.
Yeah,
so those sneaky Aussies are, whatever is happening, we can be sure that they are definitely in contention, if not leading, and being hotly pursued by the New Zealanders.
And we can tell where the pack is right here on the GPS footage. It looks like the top women's crews or mixed crew are reaching Rakino Island.
Awesome.
So they are almost at halfway, and then there's a pack behind. We're not sure if that's the top men's or the top women. So it's anybody's game out there, I guess. And hot racing.
It sure
exciting.
is. It sure is. And I think, as we were talking about before, if they're at the top of Rakino, they're about to turn into some amazing surf conditions coming back. The fun starts then, and also the skill factor starts to come into play. So if the Hot Mamas are up there and they're dialed in and they know how to surf well, you know, they could match it with the Aussie girls, which I'm assuming once we get the GPS signal up, are also in the hunt as well.
Awesome. And we also have another race update. Due to the weather, the men's 21-kilometre race will be getting started a little bit later today at 12:30. So that's a full hour behind our scheduled time. So the weather has just had a huge impact today, Karina.
Yeah, it looks like the wind is actually rising from what it was. It was steady earlier today. That wind is coming up. So we're going to see some more action in the men's race, no doubt. We haven't had any hoolies or capsizes yet. I don't like to wish it on the men. I'm happy it didn't happen in the women, but if anyone's going to entertain us with a capsize, I'm hoping it will be in the men's race.
I am sure there has been a few very close calls out there, you know, with the boat wake and the swell that comes on the side, and that armour can pop up so quickly.
Yeah.
So quickly, and then what happens then?
Well, you try not to panic first and foremost. You know, you want to be able to, and you're hoping that your team has also practiced this hard as it seems in New Zealand because of the cold, but it's one of those things that you need to be prepared for. And I think the top teams will have managed it well. The first thing is not to panic, and everybody's got a role to play. And you know, because it's such a long race, it's not necessarily the end of your race, but it doesn't help. But you know, let's stay upright. And, you know, you'll enjoy the race for longer than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with capsizes, one of the common things that I would see out there amongst the clubs is the assumption that if people can swim, then it's all good. The reality is you need to be water confident. When the boat flips over, it's a real shock. You know, you're in that cold water. It happens more quickly than you were expecting it to happen. And if you're not comfortable with being in the water, then it's a difficult moment, and crews having checked beforehand that people can get back into the canoe. It's fortunately not such a major here at this race because there's such awesome safety support, and people can learn the lesson in a safe environment. But
Absolutely.
hopefully none of our crews are going to experience that today.
It is a possibility. This is the sport of wakaama, and it is the Takapuna Beach Cup, New Zealand's premier long-distance race. The weather is throwing it to us today, and it's been a great race so far. I'm very happy for our women's 21-kilometre cruise to see them come through the finish, and the men's
Tight
the
finish.
mixed. Yes, very tight finish.
Just going back to the 42k men's race, from what we've seen, isn't it great to see that what we were just talking about before, that Asian athletes are still pushing the boundaries and are still up there and showing some of the. That's so cool.
Are you projecting again,
Well, when I
Mark?
was
I like this
when I was
total 100%.
when I was an opens paddler, right? When I was in my
Back in
20s,
the day.
back in the days. You used to think, no, that the one thing you don't want to be beaten by is someone in another division older than you.
Absolutely.
That's one of the things that, and so to see that's encouraging, and it shows myself and Kingy and yourself, that just because you reach a certain age, it doesn't mean that your competition level and your has to drop.
Absolutely.
As proven by some of our more senior paddlers up there today, according to our GPS tracker. So,
well, here we are, young at heart, wise in the mind. We have a fantastic shot here of the Takapuna Beach from our very talented drone pilot who's getting it up there, and it looks like 25 knot winds.
Hopefully it's not getting blown away.
Well, I'm just amazed at these drones, like they can fly out and deal with this 21-kilometre wind. And, oh, wow, maybe have some interference there from a seagull.
I think
so we are pushing the limits here. Our signal is, we're working as best as we can to get you our signal at all times. These look like the crews finished or waiting for the men's 21-kilometre race.
not too far to go.
Yeah. Okay, and it sounds like we have some results, results coming through, and we will just pipe those through as soon as we can. Here we go. Here's the standings. Now, these standings are from the GPS. It's our official leaderboard. However, as we've mentioned, many of our crews, GPS trackers, are on the boat and not signalling back, or they're on the beach.
Due to the weather.
They're swimming with the fish. So, and the women's race, Karina, how's that women's race going?
Same as we had earlier. We've got the hot mamas in first. So that's the combination of our top master woman paddlers, first overall in the whole with the entire field. Of course, unprovisional. We're not sure if those Malulubars are up there. Then we've got PCKC, Good Vibes, and Ngāhui Matariki.
And that looks like a 2-minute split between first and second in the women's, which means that's about 500, maybe a kilometre, no.
Yeah, good 500 probably.
500
Yep.
metres behind. So 500 metre distance in a 42-kilometre race?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not at this point in the race, because we're going to have a change in conditions. And changing conditions, another crew could be a lot better in the conditions to come. We're talking about coming around the island and into those surfing conditions. And again, that tide comes into play. And the crew or the boat coach, and also the driver's knowledge too. So you'll have local drivers, knowledge of the conditions, and then making the right choices about the choice of line.
We did get our results up there for the 42-kilometre men's and Mark.
Yeah, it looks like the Maluluba boys, skippered by Mitch Olds, is holding the lead there, and of course, as we were saying before, some of our top crews, possibly due to the weather, we don't have their GPS trackers as well, but it looks like Maluluba is setting the standard there, and as they should. Very accomplished watermen that they are, followed by the Peninsula Phantoms. And the Peninsula Phantoms, whānau, is a senior masters team. How amazing is that? Great to see. So inspirational that those guys are pushing their limits and showing some of these young folk how it's done out there in the ocean. Zest Brokers, Ocean Paddlers, looks like they got third place. I'm going to assume that these guys are from Whangarei somewhere. and they're also holding a good third place there. Ngā Takupu men in fourth. Team Wairarapa, great club team there. Much respect to Paddy Rimene and those guys for driving that campaign down there and bringing through so many good young paddlers. Great to see them up here because I know the lake that they paddle around is only 1K. So that's amazing to see them here. And rounding it off is Coral Sea Outrigger from Australia. And in seventh place, Te Wehi or Tangaroa.
Excellent. We have some information here about some of our crews that are not visible to us in the studio. Notably, the Booty Boys, last year's winners. They have won from Heimato, previously in Team Goodyear, and now with Booty Boys, I think they have the record for the number of wins, so they would definitely be up there. We also have Team Maroro from Tahiti. We'd expect them to be very strong. They come here, they love this event, they bring some weapons, some hammers, Karina, and they're looking to throw down and represent their whenua, represent the islands of Tahiti. And also in the women's division, we have Ocean Riders Maohi. The Oz Ngā Wahine is the crew we believe would be right up there in the hunts.
Yeah.
And Madams of Mayhem. What a name, Madams of Mayhem. What a cool name that is.
And that is, the other one must be the is it Singapore?
Singals.
Maybe.
Singals. Single girls or singles? I'm not sure.
Karaoke queen.
Aroha mai, we mustn't forget our Ruamata team. Pure OCC.
Of course.
Those boys have been working hard and really progressing in the last 3 or 4 years. And so be exciting to get them back. So we are about to send you some interesting stuff from the beach.
In just a second.
In just a second. We're waiting for the cue. We're connecting live from our studio here wirelessly down to the beach. And
just on that, on the OCC boys as well, and isn't it great to see a bunch of young guys stay together for so long and to see them come into fruition by winning a national title just a few weeks ago. And now they're here taking on the challenge of the Takapuna Beach Cup as they have done in the previous years. And I think this is just going to make them a stronger crew for next year as well. Especially with we got some champion steerers in there. Nona Taute, I'm assuming is steering that crew. Sam Baker and a few of those other lads and the young guys, very keen. Witty as well, yes, brothers as well. So those guys could also be in the hunt because unfortunately we don't have their GPS signal just yet. But I am assuming that they'll be up there fighting, especially in this upwind period because they're such a strong team.
And we are developing at Ruamata.
There you go.
If not this year, next year we will definitely be up there.
So our drone is getting some early shots of flying out there. Whilst it doesn't look rough on the drone, from here at the beach, it looks like chaos. Sometimes those white caps are funneling through, and we have a number of crews just doing their warm-up, I guess. Or either these are some of the women's and mixed 21-kilometre race crews coming back in.
Possibly, I think. It looks like a green canoe there. It looks very suspiciously like a Manukau canoe, I think. And I think maybe some of these young guys are just enjoying the surf so much that they might be expending all their energy in their warm-up.
Coach is watching. Coach is watching.
Which is great to see also.
Eh?
It is, yes.
When the race is delayed for an hour, it's long enough that you're not sure if you're supposed to be still warming up, getting it
rehydrating,
really
eating.
Breaks down your mental race preparation because you've got yourself all amped up for what you expected to be the race start time, and then next minute, next thing, you've got an hour, and so it's long enough that you're like, should I get something else to drink? Should I have something to eat just in case I pass out from hunger? Within 21 kilometres.
Part in the course, your hydration and your just getting to Rakino and Motutapu, where we can see on the map, is absolutely critical. You've spent maybe 1.5 to 2 hours worth of energy, nerves, stress. You got to refuel, and this is the critical time. I guess if you're not refueling right now, you are jeopardizing your finish for the race.
Exactly. And I think, as you were saying before, about refueling at that particular point, and also for races that are delayed by an hour, Corina, I guess this is what separates the good paddlers from the also rans, because to be a good athlete, I guess you've got to roll with the punches, I guess, and also anticipate that these things would happen. control what you can control, and if there is a delay, if you are good enough and if you're a team who's prepared well, you know that this is part of it. And the last thing you want to do as an athlete and as a paddler, the race has been delayed by an hour. Oh no, I've got to rehydrate. I've already planned my body to do this at a particular point. So I think to be at that level, at that elite level, you need to be able to let it go and roll with the punches, because these things do tend to happen as we did today.
And not let anybody go off to have a coffee.
Yes.
And not be there in time for the race start.
Yes, exactly. There
We
you
can
go.
see our crews lined up there. There is quite a few entrants in the men's 21-kilometre race. They will be waiting for the race organisers to give the go-ahead. The race start officially should have started 20 minutes ago, so they'll be just waiting. They'll be ready and anxious, feeling anxious. I guess maybe having a few jokes once the time has passed.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's great to see our men so eager, even though the race has been delayed. The race start's been delayed, but it's so cool to see the Takapuna Beach lined up with wakaama there, because it's a beautiful sport, as we all know, and having the men there ready to go. And you were saying that there's quite a few canoes. I actually think that there are more teams in this race than there are in the men's lineup for the 42-kilometre race.
Absolutely.
So it's definitely a race that is getting more popular. I guess not having to worry about having a support boat and changeovers and things like that. It could make it easier for particular teams just to experience Takapuna, but not have to worry about finding 3 paddlers to make up in a support boat and things like that. So,
that's a very important point.
logistics-wise, it could be,
Logistics, yeah.
and that could possibly be a reason why.
So you still get the experience of the Hauraki Golf, the Takapuna Beach Cup, but without the hassle of the logistics.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
So how much organisation, Karina, goes into planning for you guys when you're planning, you're planning your changes races either here or in Hawaii or Tahiti?
Here in New Zealand, as we've said, we're coming off the back of sprint racing. If you want to be in contention to win here at Takapuna, you've got to be organising your crews at the Sprint Nationals. You've got to be planning for the next project before the project you're in finishes.
That's right.
Especially if you're wanting the top paddlers, and in New Zealand, the norm is for clubs to start to mix up their paddlers. And so we could have as many as 4 or 5 different clubs within the one crew.
Awesome. We have an update here. We can see how far these crews have travelled. You can see their line starting there on Takapuna Beach, heading out into the Hauraki Channel. They reach Rangitoto. They head right along Rangitoto and they come round the bottom. And then they're making their way up now to Rakino, which is the far island. So from the beach here at Takapuna, you can barely see Rakino on a day like today. So there's a kind of a mental challenge. If you've never done this race before, hey guys, where are we going on this race? See that island there? We're going way up there, and that is Rakino Island there. And Mark, can you get us a little update on the positions on the GPS?
Yes, at the moment it looks like I'm just getting some information in from the team there to confirm just who is in the front there, but it does seem like there is a team and teams who have rounded the top, and I mean, that's exactly where the race is going to begin for them. They've done the hard slog all the way upwind, the not so fun stuff, and now the team the teams are now starting to round the top end to come back.
And there's a couple of rocks around there people have to be careful of.
Sure is, yes.
And you can either choose to go inside the rocks and gamble, make a few centimetres, or go outside the rocks. So it's a very interesting course direction up there. And as they get around, it's going to be rough. You've got the northeasterly and the tide hitting that side of the island, and you'll just be like, man, hanging on.
And
How long have we got to go?
And if you don't paddle those conditions, and if you haven't prepared for those conditions, it can get quite overwhelming. I know for a fact how overwhelming it can be, but for the top teams who, when they reach that top peak and ready to come back, it's like Christmas all over again, isn't it? And you're just ready to go. And it's just like Christmas, you go sleigh riding, don't you? So you'll be out there riding sleighs all day. There you go.
Yeah, Mark likes that sleigh.
I love sleighs.
And for those that know surfing, it's a very exciting time because they can really start to apply their skill. I guess more or less employ their special talents. special weapons if we keep with the hammers and weapons, kōrero. So these guys, we know that Malulaba, Steve Tishoatata, probably the best surfer in the world. Actually, hands down, hands down, he's won every great race. And so it's
just on the
it's an
beach
honour.
there. I see the two Tonga boys ready to load up. Kisione Whanua captaining that team there alongside Fole Finau as well. Two Tonga based out of here in Auckland, but they keep the name Two Tonga, gifted to them by the King of Tonga, I'm reliably told. So they're carrying the hopes of the Tongan nation with them, which is great. Great to see that not only there's Māori representation in other nations, there's also the Tongans here as well. So that's really cool to see.
Yes.
But no pressure.
No pressure.
No, it's great. We must acknowledge all of the international competitors and our local competitors who originate from many of the islands of the Pacific. Many of their homes and their families live now in New Zealand, and they're a huge part of our sport. So, malo, bula, kia orana to all of you, and thank you for supporting this beautiful sport of wakaama in New Zealand. We love being here today and giving you updates. We are midway through the 42-kilometre women's and mixed and men's race. They've all had, there's two different start times. The women's and the mixed started a bit earlier, and the men's started half an hour later. Everything in terms of the day's events has been delayed a little bit. As you can see, there's a good swell arriving at Takapuna Beach. This is
these guys will be chomping at the bit to get up there. I mean, it doesn't matter if there's a race delay. I know, being a red-blooded male, usually don't listen. You always want to get out there. People say that there's a race delay. Well, these guys don't care. They really want to get out there, and it's it's good to see the beach so packed with canoes. And
so this is our 42-kilometre course, so you guys can get an idea. Start at Takapuna Beach, head around Rangitoto, Motatapu, Tarakino, and that long pink line on the top, purple line, red line, is actually the surf leg home, and that looks like it constitutes about maybe a third of the race, 3/5 of the race, 2/5.
And it looks like the wind at the moment isn't directly behind them, is it? There's a little bit of a side wind, big difference. Not so easy to surf those kinds of conditions. People need to have practiced those conditions, and it impacts on the changeovers too, eh? It's all very well practicing your changeovers in flat water. It's a whole different animal when there is a canoe coming down at you on a wave and you're expected to grab the canoe and get in. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And remember, some of these canoes weigh up to 160 kgs. So just think of a big mechanical bull coming down, and you've got to be able to jump up and pull yourself over it.
Absolutely. There's a lot of injuries that happen, actually. I've seen a lot of pop shoulders because you'll grab the canoe and then the wave will force it up, and it's got this huge force, and a lot of injuries can happen. It's very dangerous. A lot of top paddlers I know of, actually Steve was out, I think, for a year and a half because of his drop shoulder, and I know another guy from Hawaii, Peter Conahia. So it is dangerous. They're in the safety of the organisers, but wow, you're out there, you participate in this,
It's all part of it.
It's all part of it. It is all part of it. So being prepared, muscularly prepared. Women have a slightly different change technique when they're in the water waiting to get in.
Like just get in the boat, that kind of...
Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah. But
there is a
much respect.
Shall I share my back in the
Much
day?
respect
Shall I
for
share my
women
back
trying
in
to
the
get
day
in.
story?
Oh.
Okay, my good back in the day story is my very first water change race. And so this was at a time when they ran the race regardless of what the conditions were. So we're out, so we're doing the Molokai, my first change race. Fortunately, didn't have any measure of what it was supposed to be like, and we are out in 5-metre swells with a wind shock.
Wow.
So 5 metres, that's big. It was huge, and it was very much a case of those surviving were first over the line. Canoes coming down a 5-metre swell at you, and we were lucky to have Nappy Napoleon, legend, and sadly at that time I didn't know that Nappy was the legend, but he came through for us. He was in the water helping us, making sure that no one was going to get run over, because that's huge. You're in a 5-metre swell, the boat's coming down the wave, and so a significant speed that the boat gets up to, and you don't want to be, number one, run over by a canoe, and number two, actually get into the canoe so that the canoe isn't continuing without a paddler. And then the escort boat has to pick people up in like a 5-metre swell and get the back around to drop the paddler for the empty hole. It was very exciting, to say the least.
Yeah, when those canoes are going, they're maybe up to 25 kilometres an hour.
Easily.
And if you're one person trying to get in that canoe, boy, it really hurts. Mark, got to change his story.
Well, I do have a not as exciting as Karuna's change his story. I do remember a race we had in Rarotonga, and a change was called, and I jumped out when I wasn't supposed to jump out. So yes, so to cut a long story short, that was my feel sorry for me changeover story, and I'll leave it at that.
Moment of shame.
So
moment of shame.
Let's just clarify what happened. There were 6 in the canoe.
Yes.
5 got in.
Yes.
Or one, and there were 5 left.
Yes. So 3 people jumped out who were supposed to, and then I jumped out also.
And a spare someone.
Yes. That
I
was,
think though it's very easy for it to happen, particularly when you're in weather like this and you're trying to communicate. Okay, seats 1, 3, and 5 jump out.
Oh yeah.
And somebody hears 2, and you got 1, 2, 3, and 5, and you're like, whoa, get back in. It's really not until the guys get back in, and it's like, hey.
Yeah.
Get in the canoe, you missed the change. No, it was my fault, it was your fault, it was my... And then...
With expletives added
with
to
expletives,
that.
exactly.
And to clarify, for those who aren't familiar with water change races, the way it works is you've got your subs on the motorboat alongside, 3 in the case of the men, 4 in the case of the woman. The boat comes up alongside, calls out some numbers, say 135. If you're in those seats, you've got to get out. You jump out, they get in, and you're off.
Kapai, thank you very much. And that's our mid-race report here from Studio Base at Takapuna Beach. And we are going to come back to you very soon.
We are Team Wakaama.
National champs, world champs.
We are the New Zealand.
We are the New Zealand.
We are the New Zealand.
We are the New Zealand national sprint champs.
Yeah, buddy.
3 years in a row. 3 years in a row.
And here we go.
Lightning start there by Wakaama. They are just ripping through the water.
Everything's on the line here. Here's a great turn from the steerer, Josh Paresi.
But at the moment, they just can't compete with the power of Wakaama Black in number 1. Without a doubt, the number 1 team in the country.
It's a lot of hard work. A lot of work. It was good, hard yard.
The work that went in by all individuals and the team is bar none would match any professional outfit in any sport.
It takes a lot of time, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of commitment.
For myself, I was trying to do as much as I can to benefit the team.
Turning up to training at 6 p.m. in the evenings is not easy. 6-7 days a week, that's what it takes to be a national champ.
We didn't settle the following year. We wanted to try something different, see if we can go faster. And the year after that, we tried something else, see if we can get more speed out of it, and I think it's worked.
always a dream to be a world champion at something. I didn't think it would be with Waka.
Everybody was making goals and they wanted to go to the Worlds in Canada in 2012.
We just continued training as normal. We went and raced and we won.
When we crossed that line in 2012 in Canada, first place, I was overwhelmed with just emotion and because of all the hard work that went in.
When I was a kid, I remember seeing Peter Williams and Brent and all the Gavin Clark and all those boys and seeing them race. And I remember as a kid, 16 years old, thinking one day I will be them one day.
I just remembered my dad who passed away, and I sort of looked up and dedicated it to him.
We put everything in there, myself, I put everything in there because I had to believe that we can do it.
To achieve that was a feeling that I've spent the last 10 years chasing.
Now with our next goal is to back it up after what we did before.
Ever since I started paddling, I always wanted to make worlds. Going to worlds with the boys and the brothers, I mean, there's no one else I'd rather do it with.
We done it before and we missed out an opportunity at Brazil and we knew we could have done just as well there as we done in Canada.
It's hard to put into words if we were to repeat what we did in Canada next year in Australia.
When you're sitting in that canoe and you're across the line first and your mate's got his arms in the air, or you can hear the boys cheering from behind, that's for me is what it's all about.
Going to Australia is sort of justifying the potential that our team has to be the world's best.
It'll be quite a humbling experience, but it'll be a dream come true.
I do believe we can do it again.
What's special about our team is that
it's unreal the bond that everyone has. Back to back, we always prepared to go to war together.
The difference from our team and all the other teams in New Zealand, we have a different bond, and
the brotherhood that's involved with the team, it's quite special really.
The respect that we have in the friendship, but respect each other.
There's a respect with the older paddlers, but there's also respect with the young guys too.
It's hard to get a team like that are sort of all on the same page.
It's good that everybody thinks on the same line, that we just want to be there and not just make up numbers and be there and win and try and win every time.
wakaama has played a big part of my life.
It's probably in a lot of ways saved me.
If you ask anybody in my family what I was like when I was younger, I was a bit of a troublemaker.
I've met some awesome people. I now have a team that's like my family.
It's taught me life lessons that I don't think any other sport has.
A lot of good things, about that changed my life.
It's also taught me how to be confident in things, not just on the water, but in general.
If I wasn't paddling, I'd probably be a model. I'd probably be a bodybuilder. Nah.
You hear some of the top paddlers just say it's like an addiction. It is.
Oh, kia ora. We are back and midway through the race. It's been a hectic day. Jackson, you have been in the wars out there, you've been on the boat, you've been down to the beach, you're getting us our race updates. What is the latest?
Yeah, so our race updates at the moment is we've basically got the same course, just a little bit shorter. We're going 3.5 kilometers up now and doing 3 turns. So 3 laps of 3.5 kilometers straight up, same direction, straight into the swell. I think it's going to be good.
So they're not changing the races that are running. The 42-kilometre races will still continue around Rangitoto, Mototapu and Rakino. But the next race, the men's 21-kilometre race, that course has changed.
Yeah, so the last race of the day will be the 21 kilometre, and that's the one that's going to shoot up for 3.5 kilometres up 3 times.
And how are the boys and the feeling down there? You've got a bit of the ambiance.
Yeah, just being down there, I feel it's like it's getting really exciting down there at the moment. And as a paddler myself, current winner, or I've won this race previous times, and I mean this course is going to be exciting. It's straight up, it's hard and fast. That first turn is going to be amazing because all the teams are going to be so close together, and it's going to be carnage up there at that first turn.
Hard and fast action.
Hard and
so
fast.
We've got the weather now. We're going to compete with people on the turn, on the buoys, cracked armors, broken armors. Sounds like what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's going to be carnage up there, I feel. It's going to, because it's only 3.5 kilometers, you don't get that much space to break away. So that first turn is going to be real busy.
We'll try our best to get you out there again with our gear. Broadcast live. It is tricky today. It is challenging. We've had communication difficulties. The race has changed, and we're about to. We're just trying to gear up Mark for a update of race 3, and we will come back to you. Oh, we're actually here with the provisional standings, and it looks like Malulaba men are still at the top of the leader pack, as Piniola Phantoms, our senior masters crew, and just we are obviously proud Piniola paddlers here, so we're very happy for their results.
Go the boys.
Absolutely, and we have the Zest brothers coming in at 3rd. So the Zest brothers, what do we know about them, Jackson?
Personally, I don't know too much about them. I've been away for a little bit, so I'm not quite sure. Hopefully you can fill us in a little bit there, can you?
Well, the Zest brothers, they're full of zest, lemony zest. You know what it means? But there's a couple of glaring omissions out there. The GPS has been very tricky for us to capture. We have a lot of technical feats today. We have a lot of experimentation. We're bringing this to you live. It's the first time we've ever broadcast from the back of Rakino, Mototapu and Rangitoto. We know that the crews are right out there deep in the ocean right now. Yep. And we know that for sure. Booty boys, the Piniola, Team Piniola will be in the running, as well as the Herberts on tour. So Jackson, a little bit of whakaaro about you got a good mate in the team, Herberts on tour. Tupuria King, what do you think he's doing right now at this time?
Yeah, I feel they'll be real up there, right up there at the moment. They're a really good team. They've got a team full of really good experienced paddlers. They've done this race so many times, so they know what they're doing out there. But they've also got tough competition out there with our boys, Piniola. We can't put it past our boys, and they'll be right up there as well. So I think it's going to be a good tough race out there, especially with these conditions.
It's hot and it's exciting racing. We are working to get you footage, and once again, just an update. The men's 21-kilometre race has changed course. It's no longer going to be a brutal upwind and a long surf. It's going to be, as you said, hard and fast.
Hard and fast racing, I feel, for this last race coming up.
So we have our boys from Tahiti in that race. I think the Team Marere, they've come over with some guns. There's actually a few teams from Tahiti. They like to represent their islands. What's your predictions? How they're going to go today?
Yeah, I mean, the Tahitians are always good. This is their home sport. They love it, and I think, just with these conditions, it's a little bit different. That headwind that we have, we're really strong in that headwind. So I feel that's where our crews are going to kind of really give them a good push. With the surf, though, we know the Tahitians are really good at surfing. So either way, 3.5 kilometre turns, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and look, these guys, look at them on the beach. They're dealing with the waves already, and they haven't started the race. They've got their life jackets on, they've got the hydration system, and they've got to be changing their strategy. They've got to be thinking about their crew placement. This is a 2.5 kilometre bash, and then surfing-wise, getting your mojo on, coming back. What would you be thinking, man?
Yeah,
you were there today, right?
This is when it's going to really show who's got the best coordination within their team. a lot of teamwork comes into this, especially with the surfing, because if you're not in sync, then you're just going to throw away all those little opportunities to get onto the little bumps, and if you can't pull that together as a team, then it's not going to work, is it?
Kia ora, bro. Mahi tahi, working together as one, or otherwise cohesiveness.
Yep.
Critical, absolutely critical. Like we saw in the finish of the 21-kilometre women's race, mixed race, 2 crews entering at the same time. 1 crew got the wave at the finish,
Yep.
and they pipped them.
That was a lovely
21.
finish, lovely finish.
Yeah, so
so
good,
tight,
great.
good racing.
Absolutely. And so, as you can see, we're in the race starters' hands. The race has been delayed. The crews have been waiting there now for, I must be say, a good hour. Safety calls have been made.
So what's happening at the moment is we've got our lead boat, but that we don't actually have a course set up out there at the moment. So there's no turning buoy out there at the moment. So what's going to happen is that lead buoy will shoot out, get to roughly around 3.5k, drop that buoy, and then that's where they'll start turning. And it'll be a left-hand armour side turn as well.
Wow,
obviously.
stakes are high. So the course has changed, but they will be in for a huge battle.
Last minute changes as well, but paddlers are used to this. You just got to deal with it, and
that's right.
It is what it is.
Whatever tawhiri mātea and
Yep.
tangaroa throw at you, you've just got to deal with it.
Yes.
We're getting a little update now from the progression of the 42-kilometre race between the men and the women and the mixed crews, and they are now around Rakino. So this is what they're hanging out for. They've been busting.
This is where it's going to get good, and the good crews in the surf this is where good crews will start pulling away.
Absolutely, and so it's going to be exciting. We're going to get some race updates for you back here in the studio and give you a report on how they're doing. Once again, some of the crews are not reported on the GPS, notably the Buddy Boys, our Os, Wahines, the top Australian crew, and Herbert's on tour, Pinula, Pure OCC too. So keep tuned, super exciting. And Jackson, so we're sharing personal stories before. It's one of your favourite stories about this race. Wow.
3 minute.
We have a 3-minute start. 3-minute start before the men's 21-kilometre race. Here we go, bro.
Here we go. We're getting
Hard
ready.
and fast. We're getting ready.
Crews are already starting to push out into the water now. This is where adrenaline starts pumping. Can't really hold it in, but here they are. They're ready to go.
3 minutes, and as Mark was saying, the guys just want to get out there. They're pumped.
Yeah.
And, sometimes the listening stops. Those guys, hey, bro.
Red flag up. Was that red flag?
Wow,
red
that's
flag's
faster
up.
than a
All
3-minute
right.
start.
It's not quite 3 minutes, but they're ready to go. They might actually pull that a lot quicker than they say.
Absolutely. So there they are. The rule is they've got to have someone on the beach holding the canoe. The rest of the paddlers can be in. If they proceed past, they're disqualified.
Yep. I feel there's a lot of crews. That the rule is you've got to have one person standing on the beach. I've done it myself personally, and you can kind of nudge the canoe out there a little bit and pretend like you're still standing in it, and you're basically out there on the start line ready to go. Whereas but it's little things like that, little tactics that
Every little advantage.
every little advantage.
Advantage. So we are counting down. It must be within 2 minutes to 1 minute to go. We are staying tuned for the start of the men's 21-kilometre race. Wow, I want to be out there.
I want to be out there too, King. It's been a couple of years for me, but it's
coming
good
out
still
of retirement, brother.
Still coming out of retirement, yeah. But I mean, it's still good being down here, being involved this way. I love it.
Absolutely. And we're coming to you through Sky Sports next. Thank you to Sky Sports. We are so proud to share a wakaama with all of you viewers. And we have a red flag. We have a race
that's
start.
That's green flag.
It's a
We're
green
off.
flag. Maybe a jump of the gun there.
It was.
We heard red flag and they're going.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't 3 minutes, I don't think.
Absolutely. So some communication difficulties all around. The weather has really played its part today in this race.
Yeah, and unfortunately, guys, we don't have an on-field camera out there at the moment, so this is what we can give you here. Just bear with us here.
We are trying our best. We had remote cams set up and technical issues, the weather, something we can improve on for next time. Thank you so much for tuning in. Pleasure to have you here. We're at the Takapuna Beach Cup 2020 here at Takapuna Beach in Auckland. The weather has surely put it on, and the competitors are really giving it their best out there. We have the start of the men's 21-kilometre race. Wow, look at the spread in field already. Look at those crews from the back there right up to the front of the course.
Yeah, as I was down there on the beach, I could see that a lot of the crews were spread out across the beach for that race start. In saying that, though, it gives them a lot of space. You know, there's not a lot of carnage off the race start, so good and bad, I guess. I mean,
It looks like our crew from Marere Tahiti up there in the front with the white. Like you said, got to get out hard and fast. You don't want to get caught around the turn.
Yeah.
And did you get a chance to check the current on the beach? Was there an inside line by the boat ramp, or was it outside?
No, I didn't get a chance to check, but I feel that inside line could be a little bit better, just running back. But I mean, we're not going to be able to tell from down here. We're going to have to get word from out there on the boats.
Absolutely. So we will be sending a drone up a little bit later when they come around the first turn to give you a race update. And very shortly, I'd say within an hour, we should see the first arrivals from our 42-kilometre race. We should see the mixed crews, and then maybe the mixed crews, the men's and then the women's. What's your predictions?
I feel for this men's race here, this 21-kilometre race, I feel the Manukau boys are gonna do really well out there. You know, they're real.
This is the junior boys, right?
They are the junior boys, but they're a mix. They are mixed, right? Because they've got the likes of Joshi Parisi in there and Julius as well. So they're a mix of the young boys and the old boys that have got a lot of experience in there. So I feel they're going to do really good. They're a really fit team.
They got a couple of young hammers in there. They just set the world record a month ago at Karapiro. World record times. These guys are 18, looking at getting involved in the Olympic kayaking program as well as keeping up wakaama and traveling offshore. So exciting, and great for these young guys. And it's a pleasure to have Mark Malaki Williams with us here before, who's their coach, and we're watching as they were practicing, maybe practicing a little bit too much. But we'll come back to Mark a little bit later, and we'll get some input from him on his Wakamanu crew, as well as Karina, who's also been very experienced in wakaama paddling. And her Rua Mata teams have done really well. So, therefore, it's got to be our turn, brother. The Peniola teams. Come on, boys.
Well, let's hope that the boys bring it back for us today after that 42-kilometre race. It'd be awesome to see them come in first place. But we won't be able to tell from that after halfway back from Rakino Island, I think.
And we can see Rakino Island far in the distance there. That is the island out to the left. Actually, it's just a little bit inside. So they're coming back right now from there all the way back. There will be actually an interesting point we need to watch when those crews are going out for the 21-kilometre race and the 42 crews are coming back. That'll be interesting. Where they position themselves to.
It'll be interesting to see as well the lines that the 42-kilometre race takes and the 21-kilometre takes here coming back.
I think we had a time of the women's 21-kilometre, looked about 2.5 hours, so a little bit longer than what we thought. And then, I think there were like 3 in the mixed were at 2.5 hours. So times are slower today. The wind is up there. It's 25, gusting 25 knots.
Yeah.
Can tell by the white caps.
And I feel the swell's picking up a little bit out there. Yeah, just like you said, with these white caps and the canoes pumping over those swell at the moment.
Wow,
we're just seeing that whitewash pump straight over.
Oh, look at some of these guys are bailing already.
Yeah.
They're bailing and they've been paddling for no more than 3 minutes. So
that's right. Yeah.
Possibly.
And that's with spray skirts on out there. So it just goes to show how rough that swell is out there at the moment.
So great call by the race organisers to bring it closer for safety. Yep. We have them on GPS. When the kite surfers are out there and the people surfing, that it's pumping.
Yes.
It's doing really, really well.
And, as Peniola paddlers that paddle down here for training, this is something we love doing when there's good swell like this coming straight in from the east. We love to punch out, come back, have fun, punch back out, and have fun coming back down. So this would be an ideal race for us, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Maybe next year. We'll see. It's a pleasure to bring you these images from Takapuna Beach here in Auckland. You're with Sky Sports' next wakaama New Zealand at the Takapuna Beach Cup. So Jackson, in the background there's a boat. We had a race start maybe 4 or 5 years ago where there's a shipping channel, and we had a bit of an experience with the boat. What was your recollection of that?
Yeah, I was steering that race, and as we got close to it, with the big ship come through, and it just kind of blocked our blocked our path, and it had our top. I think it was about the top 5 crews that were up there, and we got up there in the same time, I think, with Manukau, and we actually had to halt. We had to halt and wait for that boat to pass. But once it passed, we kind of got on the other side of the boat and caught that wake, and I feel that's where we had a good little advantage there, because we were first on the other side.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
Pushed away a little bit.
That was crazy. And so I think every year we have to check in with the harbour masters. Look at these guys. They're doing it right. They're heading up these swells and banging back. Wow. Big job out there.
Big job out there, punching up. But I feel they're going to have a lot of fun coming back with that swell.
And just to recap, how many laps are they doing on that course?
So they're doing 3 laps all up. That's roughly around 21 kilometres.
3 laps all
give
up.
or take.
So you may go out fast and hard on the first one. You may win the first one, but then you've got 2 more to go.
Yeah.
3 sets of headwind.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's it. And by seeing out there at the moment, we just want to see. It'll be ideal to have footage of that first turn, because that's going to be amazing up there.
Absolutely. We will work on that next year. Look, the windsurfers are out there having fun. Man, when the windsurfers are out there, it's pumping.
It's pumping.
It's pumping. So we will see some great surfing when we're coming in. This is going to be a tight race, an exciting finish for us on these conditions. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. It's been a pleasure to host you here today and keep you updated with the Takapuna Beach Cup. My name is Kingy Gilbert, and I'm here with my teammate, Jackson. So Jackson, tell us a little bit about your origins into wakaama and your start in paddling.
Just basically, got involved through my parents who paddle as well, and as a really young kid. And then over time just ended up with you guys as well through juniors, and then passing on and becoming an open. All around love the sport. I mean, it's good all around.
And so your mother's also involved in sport, family sport?
Yep. Yeah, so mum's been paddling and still is paddling. She's not paddling out there today though, but she's still involved in wakaama all the time down at Auckland Bay, Orake. So yeah, it's good.
And a big mihi to you and your wider whānau, Ngāti Whātua ki Orake, for a beautiful pōhiri yesterday. I believe we met Willis. He's one of your relations on the Ngāti Whātua ki Orake side. So in terms of the Ngāti Whātua component, what is this race for Ngāti Whātua and Māori in Auckland? How would you?
I feel it's always good having a race out here on the Waitemata anyway, and just being iwi based. Our club is iwi based down at Orake, Auckland Bay, and I mean we all of us just love being out on the water. Our iwi is right on the water as well, so we're always involved around the moana. All around good Tangaroa vibes, I feel.
Wow, we're getting some information back from our studio about the progression of the 42-kilometre race. We can see on the GPS feed the progress, and these canoes are flying. Look at that. We can actually see them jumping ahead. That means they are seriously moving. I bet Malulabar boys are loving it out there. We have Steve Te Choata Ata in the team. How long do you think before these crews hit us here at Takapuna Beach?
Oh, yeah, that's a tough one. I feel maybe an hour.
Maybe an hour.
What do you reckon?
An hour of pure surfing? Yeah, I'm with you on that, brother.
Maybe an hour straight down. I mean, if they got good lines, that steer is on point. The crews are working together and just pumping and making the maximum gains on all the advantage of that swell out there. I mean, they can really push home real quick.
The synchronicity is everything, right? Making sure, we're talking before about no one paddler can paddle a 6-man canoe alone.
Yep.
And steering, getting onto the waves, structuring the calls. From your experience, what do these guys need to be thinking about as they're coming down this last stretch?
Yeah, like you said, that synchronization, I feel if everybody's in tune and everybody's synced, then they can really push and maximize their advantage on that swell. If not, then it's going to be really tough coming home.
Absolutely. So we have some exciting images here. Look at the surf hitting Takapuna Point. There will guaranteed be surfers out later. And as soon as the wind dies down, which may be in a couple of days, there'll be some nice waves in. And you can see far out there, way out there in the distance, are our teams. They're battling it out in the elements, and hopefully not in their canoe, but possibly, if things aren't going too well, in their canoe. So what are some of the things that can go wrong for a team on a 42-kilometre race like this?
With these conditions, a lot of things really, just balance. I mean, people being out of time, all of those things can factor into anything going wrong.
Absolutely.
And on top of that, actually, is the changes. The changes in these conditions with the three or four people jumping out and in can really cause problems. You know, they can easily flip.
Absolutely. So flipping, you flip the canoe, what have you got to do after that?
You basically just got to gather your paddles, your bailers, whatever it is, make sure everybody's good, everybody's safe, and then get that canoe straight over and get it bailing, get the water out, and get straight back into the race.
Safety first. Safety first for all our competitors on a big day. The GPS gives us a bit of insight to safety, and also of course the race updates. We know from the 42-kilometre race that we possibly have Malulabar in the front. Once again, it's provisional. We can't yet tell where several important other top crews are. Booty Boys, Herbert's on tour, Pure OCC, and some of our Tahitian teams, as well as in the women's race, the Australian women's crew, who are actually made up of quite a few New Zealand paddlers. We had Sonia Rudolph in here. Been to Australia, and you've seen their swells and surf. What do you think the advantages are that the Aussie paddlers have at a race like the Takapuna Beach Cup?
Yeah, I've done some paddling in Aussie before, and their open ocean stuff can be really good. You know, they get good swell over there. So I feel with these conditions here, they won't mind it. I feel they'll be all right.
We are thinking before the gunnels on the mahi-mahi are quite low, which may let in a little bit more water. Even though the spray skirts are on, water has a interesting way of finding its way through every crack and crevice in the canoe. What are some of the things that the crew can do to prevent this extra water coming on board, and what are the strategies to mitigate the water as it comes in?
I feel one of the best ways to keep that water out is making sure that they're always zipped up. If you don't zip those spray skirts up, then water's going to come in. There's no doubt about that. Especially when after they do their changes, they need to zip straight up because water's going to get in either way.
Absolutely. Wow, so we are paddling within the team. We are paddling to the elements, and it's been an exciting day here of action at the Takapuna Beach Cup. We have updates from the course, and I have my man Jackson Tamariki Campbell. We're coming to you live from the Takapuna Boating Club. There's been an update, a change course to the men's 21-kilometre race. So Jackson, just give us another rundown on the what's the course change for the men's 21-kilometre race.
Yep. So there's been a change to the race, the last race of the day, and that's just a 3.5-kilometre headwind straight up. The boat will drop the buoy straight back. 3 laps of that, 21k. Will be give or take anyway.
Hard and fast. So that requires probably a strategic change for the crews, how they're pushing, how they flow into their team dynamics, because you're going from heavy, deep stroke, I guess, into the headwind, depending on your style, or either a very fast stroke, to having more of a dynamic style when you're coming back downwind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your thoughts, what style would you be employing today if you were the captain in your team?
I feel you kind of want to get that rhythm going up headwind, you know, get good pressure, good pull in the water, and without overexerting yourself, because you kind of want to save a little bit for that surf. That surf coming back is where you want to use the most advantage to push away from crews or catch up or wherever you are in the race.
And how would you go about conserving energy in a race like this through technique? Some of the tips and tricks that you've learned, without giving too many secrets away, of course.
I mean, going up headwind, there's not much you can do, because you got to keep that pressure on, but you can go a little bit longer. Just breathe a little bit, and then coming back down with the swell. I mean, you can get on a few bumps and then just breathe and suck it in, and regather a little bit.
A lot of crews employ the long stroke or the reach. Obviously, one of our Peninsula secrets, which is well known now, but employing, I guess, a longer stroke and
for sure.
Optimizing your efficiency as you progress through the water, and then some pace changes. You said, when you turn that
there will
buoy.
definitely be a few pace changes up there.
Wow, that's awesome. So, we have the GPS footage of the men's 21-kilometre race. We can see they're heading out. They're probably about 1 kilometre out there, and there's 2 packs already emerging. We should have some data coming in from the studio on who is exactly in those packs. But it looks like it's pretty close so far, and we expect this race to be a nail biter, I think.
I think it will be quite close with the top teams as well, but there might be 2 different packs or 3 different packs. It depends because the race is so short, you know, in terms of a long distance race. This is quite short, and I feel we'll have some close teams.
Fabulous. So it would be great to get our other anchors back in here. Mark and Karina, they can give us an update on how they're doing, and we can see a little bit more detail. So we would like to appreciate you. Thank you for watching. We're going to get some more updates, and we'll be right back. Mauri ora. Oh, kia ora. Kenny here. I've just seen some new paddlers. I'm going to give them some tips and tricks on how to paddle. Kia ora folks, welcome to your wakaama instruction video. Today we're going to take you through some of the basic equipment that you need when you're paddling. So first off, we have a canoe. It's a 12-person canoe, and it fits 12 people. It's very stable. Next off, we have the paddle. This is the paddle, or the hoy. We have the T at the top, the shaft, and the blade. Okay, so it's very important that you guys wear your life jackets. So if we take a look at a couple of life jackets here, when you put them on, that they're not too tight and they're not too loose. Make sure the zipper's done up on the side. Yep. Kapai, good. Awesome, okay, and it's really important that you guys are wearing shorts, so awesome. We can't wear jeans or trousers because it's going to get wet and slow us down. Alrighty, so kapai tato? Alright, all good. So let's get to the canoe and learn some basics of paddling. Okay, so when we hold the paddle, we hold it like this. That's good. Yep, awesome. And yep, make sure your paddle is round the right way. That's good, and just pull down the side of the canoe. Yep, and come out about the seat, and that's it. And back to the start. That's awesome. Okay, next we have to do the hut, because we want to paddle too long on that side, we'll get sore arms. And so when we call hut, we change sides. So we go start paddling. Yep. And hut. And on the next change, one more stroke, and we change over like this. Yep. And over. Awesome. That's it. Timing is very important, so you guys have it really good. And that's it. That's the basics of paddling. So we'll get the rest of the gang in and we'll go out and see if we can sync it all together. All right, so let's practice. Set them up. And hoy. Good. And ready for the hut. Hut. One more paddle. Over. Awesome. Perfect. Kapai. Beautiful timing. Timing is the key. Hut. And awesome. All right. And so one last important thing, when the steerer says stop, we put our paddle down on the gunwale and we stop. Could be boats coming in the channel. We want to make sure we're safe. Kapai tato? All right, let's get out there and give you guys a jam. Yoo-hoo!
In together, out together. 1, 3, 4. Up.
Kapai, looks like they've got the hang of it. I think I'll join them for a paddle. Hey, you guys! Hey, wait for me!
Kia ora no whānau. I have the privilege of being here with one of our Olympians and world champion rower, not once but twice, Brenda Lawson. And one of the great things about our sport is that we are very fortunate to inherit a lot of our high-performing athletes from other sports. Brenda was out there in the 21-kilometre race in a mixed crew, and she was in one of those two crews in which you witnessed that very tight finish. So how was the race, Brenda?
So yeah, a bit of an eye-opener for me because I haven't been out in a lot of rough water, and it was pretty rough out there. And we made a few mistakes of letting our waka fill up a little bit much with water before we bailed. And so we had the Ruamata team come past us at one stage. Yes, your club mates. Yes, our club mates. And but once we got the bailing going, we actually came back at them. And so then on that last leg coming back in, we were sort of surfing the waves, both coming against each other, and it was really, really exciting. And just at that last moment, they caught a really good wave and pipped us. So yeah, it was just that last little bit. It was very exciting.
I think you had thousands of people feeling the aroha for you at that point. Not to rub salt in the wound, but I was about to say that you guys had it when not. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just crazy. I couldn't believe it when they got that last wave and they just blasted past us. It was incredible.
I think as you mentioned, the change in making up that gap once you guys had got your act together with bailing, and that's I think one of the exciting things about distance racing in comparison to our sprints that we've just come from is we do have the opportunity to make a comeback, eh?
Yeah, and I had not bailed before, and the person in front of me, Tim, couldn't get his bailer out, and so I then took over the bailing for the race, and Ben, who's sitting behind me, is going faster, faster. So obviously, an area where I need to train more if I'm going to have that role. It was exciting though. It was really.
So no bailer in that rowing skiff, is it called? Rowing skiff, I want to say.
No. So yeah, rowing is a very flat water sport, and that's one of the reasons that I am enjoying the waka, that you are just getting out in a lot more amazing water, and even the side-on stuff, and then surfing back, and it's so changeable in a race. It's really.
So tell us more about what appeals to you, what brought you into this sport.
So initially, I didn't know anything about waka at all, and then in Taupo I was coaching rowing, coaching the schools down there, and it just happened that we were set up in the cage together, so the council had given us some land and we were sharing with the waka team, and so got to know the ladies and guys in the Taupo Wakaama Club, and thought, wow, and I often mentioned I'd love to have a go, and it ended up one Christmas Eve they said, right, come on, let's go out. And so we went along the Taupo lakefront, actually singing Christmas carols. And then I continued on with my rowing coaching, and then the World Masters was coming up here in New Zealand, and I was going with rowing, and but the girls from Taupo had a crew, and one of them got injured, so they just yelled me and said, Brenda, will you jump in? And it was like only a couple of weeks before the World Masters, and it was like, why not? Give it a go. It fitted in. And yeah, that was the start of it really. And then, yeah.
Awesome. So you went to the Sprint Nationals with Taupo Wakaama Club. I don't think they have a women's crew in the long distance, and so we've picked you up with for Ruamata. Would you have that kind of interaction between clubs with rowing?
I think not when you're in the open grades, like although it has changed since, it's 25 years since I was rowing. But yes, I certainly like the fact that you can just invite other people to join your crews, and if you haven't got a crew, you can sort of put your feelers out and say, hey, can I jump in with you guys? I think it seems really inclusive, and it means that more people are getting more opportunities to race and learn. Today was a great learning experience for me, and especially jumping in with you guys at Ruamata has been a real, just a step up. Our Taupo crew tries really hard, but we haven't got the experienced paddlers like your team has. So, yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it as well. One of the obvious things from being out there amongst the crowds that we have here is the diversity that we have within the sport of wakaama, outrigger canoeing, in terms of cultures and different ethnicities. I'm confident in saying that we have a much more diverse range of ethnicities and cultures. We struggle within the sport, particularly with the name wakaama, and not just outrigger canoeing, that there is a perception of it being a sport just for Indigenous people. So it is huge for us that we do attract athletes such as yourself. What do you think about that diversity? Well, do you agree that we do have more diversity within the sport?
Yeah, I haven't really had to think about it that much, as our Taupo team had, a few like myself in it. So I didn't notice it, but I actually grew up in the South Island, and in a time when, te reo and everything wasn't, at school. And so even just coming to the North Island and work, I actually work for the Department of Conservation, and so that's a really integral part of our work too, is embracing the Maori side of things. So I've actually... I really appreciate that, and especially, when you go out in the water saying a karakia, and that's made it a really special thing for me, and I've really, really enjoyed it. And I certainly recommend that it's not something we shouldn't shy away from. Yeah, I'm just loving it. Yeah, it's a really special part.
Yeah, it's certainly a unique point of difference that we have within the sport, that we are able to lift our standards to an international standard where we are competitive with countries like Tahiti and Hawaii, where it's the number one sport. This is, in those countries, it's like the rugby of those countries. And we're competing with those people, often not given profile here in New Zealand, difficult for us to get that kind of media coverage. But we do enjoy that higher profile and raising the standards for our New Zealanders. How have you found the, level of professionalism? Are we training in similar ways? Are people committing the same amounts of time to training as other club members would in say, rowing?
Well, honestly, that's the difficult... When I left rowing, I was at a very, very high level, and we were training twice a day, 6 days a week. And I know even rowing has progressed. I know the elite rowers are rowing more than that now. And for me, I've... because I'm, it's 25 years down the track, I haven't when I got into Waka, it wasn't, I want to be at the top level of the sport. It was more like, what a great sport to keep fit, be healthy. I think a lot of people run and cycle and don't use their core and arms that well, so I think it's just great for that. So I think I'm progressing through, and the more and more paddles I've had with you, and seen what sort of things you do with training programs, I think it's great. I'm really, really impressed. And I guess my problem is to not, that life goes on, and I did that sport for so long, and I didn't think I'd get really serious about another sport, but I'm finding myself getting sort of sucked in, especially when asked to compete with you guys at Ruamata, because my Taupo team can't get to the to the sprint long distance nats this year, so that's a great opportunity. I was like, you can't not, Brenda, you've got to go and just have a go and learn from you amazing woman.
Awesome. So you completed the 21-kilometre race. You have accepted that you're now in our loop. So the 42-kilometre race, water changes. This is a new concept. How do you feel about doing that race next year?
Oh yeah, I'm up for it. It's totally. Yeah, I just love water, and so rower all my life, kayaked, always spent my time on water, and what an amazing country we have with the opportunity to be on water. And actually, I should mention that I'm a freshwater threat ranger for DOC, so it's actually my job now to actually talk about protecting water. So yeah, water's my life, really. Yeah, so.
take the opportunity. Tell us more about some of the things that people should be more mindful of with water protection.
How long have I got? So I'm dealing mainly with freshwater and stopping algae and weeds and pest fish moving around. So I guess the main thing is to move with clean gear so that you don't transport those things. And it's really important. I mean, particularly in Taupo, we have such lovely freshwater. We've got a lot of, we've got fishermen, we've got kayakers, we've got rafting, we've got water skiing, jet skiing, you name it, we've got it, and people are moving around and coming from other places, and we've got a host of weeds in Lake Taupo as well that we don't want people taking to other places, like your oxygen weeds, and then of course the dreaded didimo in the South Island, and so it's all about that. So check, clean, dry, making sure you're cleaning.
Wow, awesome! Thanks for that. So you did great in the 21 kilometres. Congratulations to your crew. Pipped on the mark, always difficult, but sounds like we're going to see you back here next year, 42 kilometres. Kia ora rā anō whānau.
G'day.
What I love about pedaling, everything I guess, the good bits and the hard bits too, it's all part of it, and being on the water obviously, and then the people, just the usuals I guess.
Just the freedom, being able to keep fit, compete and still stay in teams where you've got a mixture of diverse people, meeting people from overseas, building friendships for life, and just competing. I love it. Yeah, it's fantastic.
That's a culture, it's a spirit. You know, you have to be tough in your mind, and it feels good to be on the water.
Beautiful. What else can you ask for?
Hello, my name is Vishal. I'm from Singapore. And the best thing I love about paddling is just being out there with the boys and catching as many waves as possible. And New Zealand is a really good place for some of that.
Hi, I'm Julie. I'm living in Auckland. I'm originally from the UK. I'm here at Takapuna Beach watching the Waka racing. I brought my grandchild Charlie down, and her dad Brandon and Jackie are here racing today in the pairs. So they're doing an awesome job. They're just going out on the second lap of the 6K racing.
How was it, brothers?
Unreal.
What do you know about wakaama, brother?
Everything about it. Yeah, the atmosphere, the competition, it helps us connect to our tupuna, to our ancestors, because that's how they came down from Hawaii. It's really good here.
He mea take I ho mai ngā tupuna, no te haerenga mai o Hawaii, taino ki ngā whenua taku o Aotearoa.
Nervous. Yeah, pretty nervous. Yeah. One of the great things about wakaama is it brings everybody together as one. So we have lots of different nationalities, ages, levels of fitness, etc. But once we're out there on the water, we're just one team. We just love this experience of all of these different teams and communities coming together. I learnt to paddle in Hawaii on the island of Kauai, and I didn't start paddling until I was 50 years old. So it's never too late to start, and it's just a beautiful way to keep fit, get something really good going in your community, get our wahine together out there on the water, leave all your troubles behind, and just get out there and give it to the moana and have a great time.
Hi, my name is JB. I'm French but living in Singapore, and what I love of canoeing is it brings a lot of people from different countries together and for the same race, and this is awesome.
Oh, the excitement, the joy.
Camaraderie,
the competition.
Look at this, it's fabulous.
Awesome. Here in
to get to travel.
Yeah, we get to come and travel.
So very exciting updates here at the Takapuna Beach Cup. The weather has thrown it at us. Mark, you've been out, you've managed to connect with some of the teams. What's the latest?
So some pretty dramatic race updates here. So at the moment we have in the 42K men's race, the changeover race, the main race, we have the Herberts on tour boys all the way from Nahoehoro. So those guys have got a bit of a lead, a considerable lead at the moment. I want to say 300 meters over the last year's champs Putti boys. So, but as we've seen, anything can change in this surf. And in third place, not too far behind them, is the Peniula boys.
Oh, wow.
So we've got top three teams from New Zealand. Of course, the surf leg could change a lot. And of course, in saying that, with Herberts on tour being in the front, that's not them, by the way, that you're looking at the screen. With the Herberts on tour boys being in the front, there is a lot of good surfing experience in there. So I would probably say, barring any major breakdowns, they should have this race sewn up. But still, there's about 8 or 7 Ks to go to the finish line.
Excellent, Mark. We are getting images from the boat, and I know you're
Hooray!
itching to get out there.
Hooray!
Mark has been waiting all day. We've been overcoming many technical. This is first time for us. It's a fabulous experience trying to piece this all together in somewhat challenging conditions. And really, today the weather has had a huge part in this race for the paddlers, for the organisers, and for us here at Live Broadcasting. But we are getting you images. Mark, have you got any of the updates from the women's race?
Yeah, we sure do. So unfortunately, because we haven't had the GPS signals for some of our top women's crews, I can confirm that the Australian Ngā Wahine team is in the front. They've got a considerable lead. And in second place is our Hot Mamas, which is our Masters ladies from Aotearoa. So great showing by those girls. And at this stage in third place, it's unknown, but I'm going to say I won't be surprised if PCKC is there or the Cookie Airani girls from Rarotonga. So we'll have to wait and see. But the great news is we have got some pictures from the water, so hopefully we'll be able to get out there and get you some shots very soon.
We were going to have to take care out there, Mark. It looks rough and tumbly on the boat. So Mark's already come in. He's put himself on the line, literally.
Yes.
Had a bit of an encounter with an oyster shell, and the oyster shell's a little bit off on that trip. But thank you, Uso.
No worries.
We can see the images here. It is chaos out there, so be careful. And I'm sure you guys will have fun out there getting splashed around. The surf will be big, and I'm really hoping we can get some shots of our top mixed, our top women's cream teams, and our top men's teams coming home.
Exactly.
So in the mixed, are there any updates from the mixed race?
At the moment, we're just getting some pics in of these guys. I don't think there's any mixed teams at the moment. But
Outrigger Canoe. Yeah, this would be some of either the first 21K mixed race or the men's. This is most likely the first lap of the men's.
It sure is. So they're on their way back. This is the fun league, as we like to see. Hooray, we've got some pics up here, and as you can see, it looks like there's definitely the junior team from Manukau. So those guys are all under 19s. They are the 19-year-olds all the way from Waka, and they're enjoying their time on the surf. Oh,
wow, the Yama went up there. So it is so exciting. My co-host has actually left his seat. We are jumping out of our seats here inside the studio. We are so excited because we have images. It is rough out there. Our crews are getting Hey, there's your boys from Monaco punching onto a wave.
There it is.
Nice.
There it is. So that's in seat 6 there. I see Josh Perez steering in seat 5. By the looks of that, that is Julius Peterson. So this is Team Wakamanu.
Tell us a bit about these boys. So give us a little bit of a background.
Yeah, so the great thing about these guys is the front 4 in this boat are all 19-year-olds, under 19s. And the back 2, Julius and Josh, they're open men. So their goal for this season was to try and breed some of these guys up to do more of these races, and it's great to see them out there.
You're on the edge of your seat. I feel it too, brother. I'm sure we see it. We want to be out
they're
there.
They're on a swell. Oh, they're pushing They just fell on the back of it. Kingy, what are they doing? What should they do at that point there?
Well, firstly, I think we've got the old guys putting the young guys to the front.
Paddle smart, yes.
The paddling smart. Let the young guys do the mahi.
Look at that swell.
It's a good opportunity to teach them what's going on. But you can see how challenging it is out here.
It is.
Josh Pires, one of New Zealand's best steerers, and you can see him working hard. They look neck and neck there with a white crew. We'll try and get some information on this battle unfolding in the men's 21-kilometre race between Mark's team, the Wakamanu Open Boys, and our crew in white there. It's exciting. Jackson was just in here. Now he's run out. He's gone on the boat. He's saturated wet. You've been out there. You've on the boat. But we are managing to get some images to our family and friends. And thank you for tuning in.
Great. It's great to see. Great to see these guys up there, because the majority of these guys have never paddled in these sorts of conditions. You put them in flat water, they can paddle for hours and hours. But this is definitely out of they'll be out of their comfort zones, Kingy, in this sorts of condition. But it's great they've got Josh there steering. He's a very experienced paddler himself. He's paddled in Tahiti, and it looks like they're pulling up on that team in the white.
Well, there's a real battle unfolding here, and it's all caught on camera. Neck to neck.
Neck to neck.
Neck to neck. Wakamanu and this other crew.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
so-
Maybe some dodgy games. Oh, they're going around the turning
So
buoy.
this is the turning buoy.
This is
So
the game of cat and mouse.
it sure is. So it's important that they get this canoe around as soon as they can, and also to bear in mind that there is an oncoming wave. So the last thing you want to do is flip here and make a mistake, Kingy. So this is neck and neck. Reminding you, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the 21-kilometer race. The course has been amended because of the conditions, so it's slightly shorter. But we'll call it the 21K for now.
We'll call it a 21K. And there's our boat right there. It's following them around. You can see them going up the swell and down the swell. So how does it feel watching your team right now? You're on the edge of your seat.
I am, Kenny. This is exactly why we do this sport. It's to be out in the ocean, and also to be competitive and to see guys that and I know have worked hard and trained hard, and to see
We're
it to
happy
come
for the guys.
Yeah, very happy for the guys. And it's great to see that. There's a mix of young guys and old guys in there, and that's exactly what you want the sport to grow. You need them to be doing races like this.
So our guys are getting absolutely hammered out there in the rain. You can see the challenges that this weather is throwing at everybody. We have rain, water spray on the lens, but we are still getting you images from the race course. It's exciting. It's been a challenge, but wow, exciting to have some of these images coming back for the men's 21-kilometer race.
I tell you what, Kenny, what a race we've got unfolding in front of us here. These two have actually pulled away from the rest of the field, so it's quite a. And remember, there are some Tahitian crews in this race as well. So for this particular crew here in the closer to us, they could be a Tahitian team. I'm very sorry, we can't confirm that, but I won't be surprised if it is a Tahitian team. But it's great to see the young guys from Manukau. They look like they've come from behind and they're moving their way up in the upwind leg, which is expected. The young guys, they're strong, they can paddle upwind, they're still working on their downwind skills, but from what I've seen there, it's very encouraging. It's cool to see.
And you have the power there of big Jules Peterson.
Oh, he loves a good bench press, old Jules Peterson, and he's good. He's great. A lot of the young guys look up to him, and he's his life is training, and he's also just taken up kayaking as well.
Absolutely, he's my buddy at the lake.
Yes, I've heard.
It was a pleasure to see Jules there, training hard. He's very talented in the kayak too. So, multi-dimensional athletes out there in the elements. And boy, what a race unfolding! This camera work. These guys are going hard. The paddlers are going hard. They're coming in drenched, and it's just amazing action out there on the course.
It sure is. Look at that beautiful swell coming through. You just want to drop the mic and go out and take out a single and paddle out there. But
you see these guys surfing, beautiful.
Oh, look at that!
Coming in, surfing on the side, coming into the beach, around the buoy.
And you'll almost.
That's awesome.
What would you say, King? Would you almost try and time your run on the swell so that you can get around the turn as well?
Absolutely, that's critical. And right here, you can see they're having to trim on the side a bit, coming across a little bit slower. Make sure they keep their speed around the turn instead of. And strong winds, you don't want to grind to a halt because you're going to have to get the boat speed back up again.
Exactly.
And you may lose your spot. So we are working on the images from the boat. We have a lot of cleanup on the cameras to do. There's a lot of water spray. But we will come back and we will also look at getting some GPS footage too from our other race, the 42-kilometer men's and women's. But it's just exciting for us to see this. We can see our teams. We can see them on the water. And hats off to our production crew out there. Just hanging tough.
Well done, boys. Hang in there. Hang in there, boys. I think we've just saw the third place in the 21-kilometre race around the buoy there, followed closely by our fourth place crew. So the first two have definitely established a bit of a lead. Barring any major catastrophe, I will say that the first and second will come out of those two. But I also think there's a battle for third place by the looks of some of these pictures. And again, it'll come down to who takes the line and who surfs the best today.
Absolutely. So the 42-kilometre race, we are going to get an update on that soon, on the women's, the mixed and the men's. I have a feeling they're all converging now around Rakino and coming back to Takapuna. So with our boat out there, we hope to get some on-the-water updates. But the last update for the men's 42-kilometre, just give us a brief recap of what the rankings are.
Yeah, sure. So we've got in first place at the moment, unconfirmed in the men's 42-kilometre race, we've got the Herbert's on Tour boys, the Hot boys. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that if they win this is their first title.
Absolutely.
Their first title.
And they will be very happy. They've come second a number of years.
They have.
And they're wonderful fellas, beautiful guys, and serious competitors. They represented New Zealand at the last World Sprint, World Long Distance Champs in Australia, and they are not short on experience. So let's talk about some of the crew, the guys in that crew. Starting at the steer, I believe Conan Herbert, friend of yours, obviously a competitor. And what do you think Conan will be bringing today to this race?
Well, you can't go past, in terms of experience, someone of the caliber of Conan Herbert. You think steering, ocean swells, and the first person in a male sense is Conan. And so having somebody like that who's done this race almost every year is especially especially important for a team like that. And I'm not surprised that they are in the lead. They've also got the addition of Mario Mausio all the way from Hawaii.
Wow.
So that's a big addition to that team as well. Steve Ralston, who's a very accomplished paddler himself. They've got the Herbert brothers in there, Chase and Sean as well. So the family connection is in there as well. Kia Henry in that team. He's no slouch either. So
excellent.
I think for the first time, in a number of years, there's a consistency of top guys in that team. And I think also with the new addition of the new gun canoe that they've got at the moment, that's only just pushed their claims further, and I'm not surprised.
So they're in the Puakea canoe today?
I believe they are
Wow.
in the Puakea canoe, as well as our second place guys at the moment, the Butzi boys. Now, that was my prediction, was that they would be in the front. At the moment, they're in second place, but I would assume at this stage, we're looking at about probably 6 Ks to go in the race. So the hope is that Jackson and our water crew will pick that up as they get by it. But as soon as we get those pictures, we'll cut to them and we'll make sure that you know
We
about
have a update from our studio at marker 5 race update for the men's, and we have the leaderboard once again with the proviso that this is for the crews that have the GPS enabled. We know for sure that at the top of this list is actually Herbert's on Tour, closely followed by the Buti boys, and then Puniula opens. So, and then following that, we have Malulabar from Australia. So that looks like our top 4, right?
Correct.
Herbert's on Tour, Buti boys, both in the new Puakea canoe. Puniula followed by Malulabar. So our top 3 are all New Zealand teams. They should be very proud. It's a challenging day.
Sure is.
And then I think we have the Puniula Phantoms, our senior masters, who are up there in the top 5.
Mate, I tell you what, that is inspiring. It really is. And you can't help but take your hat off to those boys. We know a lot of them personally, but for our whānau back home, these guys are all over the age of 50. Some of them are pushing close to 60. But they are still out there representing, and it's great to see them in the mix with the open men's as well.
I believe one of your old coaches is in that canoe, Lee Poi Mawhiti.
He is. I think he's on his OE at the moment. He's
from Club Wakamanu.
Yes, he's on his OE. He's
Maybe
learning.
he's got a harsh taskmaster there, and he
Possibly.
needs a rest.
From the pictures we've got here, whānau, this is the 21K
That's the
open
boys.
men's race. This looks like the Wakamanu team in the lead, and it looks like they maybe have pulled away a little bit from our second team that was not too far behind them at the turn. They actually turned together, so they'll be pretty happy with that. I know that Josh has pushed a lot of these young guys from seat 1, 2, 3, and 4 at training in terms of pushing their endurance. So it looks like that's paying off a little bit today.
This is them here, and How do you think they're going out there? Now they'll just be beefing it out into the wind.
Yeah, I
And
think.
what do you guys do in your crew? What's the calls? What's going on right inside that canoe right now?
I think at the moment right there, they're chahooing internally. I think the confidence in the crew is up a little bit. They know that they can match it with these guys upwind. So I think that Josh will be charging from the back, and I think some of these young boys are going to grow a third leg. I think if they can get up to that top mark and come back down. Yeah, they'll be chahooing all the way down. I think
Chahooing all the way
they
down.
will be chee-hoo.
So this will be their second leg up when they've got one more leg after that, and then it's done.
This is true. So, again, it's a long race. And the great thing about this particular race here, the equipment's the same, which means that it's just going to come down to mano a mano, who's prepared well, who can race up and down 3 times, and who can be strong towards the end.
Absolutely. Exciting images coming back here from
Oof,
the
look
men's
at that.
21-kilometre race. The race start was delayed almost by an hour because of the conditions. The women's 21-kilometre race took off in extreme weather, and we're hoping to get a GPS update for the 42-kilometre race for the men's and the women's and the mixed. We're hoping to get a 42-kilometre race update. So it's exciting stuff here in the studio. You're here with my man, Mark. He's out of his seat. So excited. We're so excited. We got Mark's team. He's coaching here, Waka. They're doing really well, and we're having a fabulous time. Thanks for tuning in. We're coming live via Sky Sports Next and Wakaama, New Zealand. This is the Takapuna Beach Cup 2020. There will be only one champion.
There definitely will only be one champion. I would love to take all the credit for the coaching of these young guys, but I have to push it back onto Josh Perese and also to one of our coaches, Kimi Tauliauli. Now, these two have been working well together to try and develop the Opens and the Juniors together. It was my job in my previous life, but I've moved on to the Masters grade now, Kingy.
But isn't age just a number?
It is just a number, my bro. So the aim for me is that my Masters team can match them. All right, so that's my next challenge. But no, it's really cool. It's great to see them out there, and as we see that kite surfer out there.
Kite surfers on their foil boards.
And when they're out there, it's windy.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. And look at that cloud coming in way in the distance. It's creating a bit of darkness on the ocean. And Mark, I believe we have an update for the 42-kilometre men's race. We are working on getting you the latest update for the 42-kilometre men's race. And right now we are tracking via drone the 21-kilometre men's race. Our boat crew is busy. They are heading upwind, and it looks like they're going hard. They're going deep to try and get some footage of our first women's cruise, our
sure
mixed
are.
cruise, and our masters cruise. So
they sure are.
Modi or the guys out there, it's super rough. Actually, we had 2 boats planned for this race. We had 2 boats. We had to send 1 boat home because it was just too wet. So, but safety is important. We have a lot of gear, and the guys are getting bashed around up there. We look forward to getting a report back from them soon. And Mark, so what's your predictions on the women's race? Aussies will still be in front?
I think the Aussie team is going to be just a bit too experienced and a bit too strong. Going by the unofficial results that we've got from one of the boats over there, we've got the Australian ladies in front of the 42K at the moment. Not far behind them is Hot Mamas, which is a team made up of some Masters women's paddlers from here, which is great to see. And
we have a provisional update come through for the 21-kilometre men's race. Okay. So we have, looks like Maua Tamaiti no Papara from Tahiti is in first, followed by the Bank of Tahiti, and third is Moana Vai, CMIT Va'a.
I know those guys. So
a little difficult for us to tell out there who's in what spot. The GPS is working, and now we have a standings update at Mark 5 for the 42-kilometre men's race, and it looked like Malulaba was in front, but we have an unofficial provisional result, which includes call-ins from the boat and GPS, that Herbert's on tour is in front, followed by Buti Boys, Team Peniula in third, and then we start with Malulabar. Coming in at fifth, it looks like it's the Peniula Phantoms.
Wow.
Our senior masters crew.
I mean, if that's the case, that's so cool to see. And
oh wow, we
big
can
ups.
see our footage here for the GPS coverage of these teams coming in. They are close.
They're not too far away.
They are close.
This is amazing. And
This is amazing.
Just to recap, at the moment, according to our GPS device, and this again, some of these canoes might not have registered, but it says that in first place at the moment we have the Moa Tamaiti no Papara, all the way from Tahiti, and in second place the Bank of Tahiti, and I'm assuming it's a couple of staff members from there who work at the bank, or maybe the whole team works there, which is great to see that the company supports their paddlers in this way. And in third place, CMIT Moana Va'a. So these guys paddle out of not far from Mahina, and it's skippered and steered by a friend of mine, Renzo Vernodon, and he's
wow, also Renzo is a senior master, I believe.
Wow, well there you go.
Senior master. So age is just a number.
Exactly.
Here we go. Here's some provisional GPS results. Once again, some of the crews' GPS are activated, some of them are not, and we also are getting radio reports in from the beach of the progress of our races. We have a camera crew out there. It is battling hard out there. The crew is getting wet. They're bouncing up and down in the boat, and we have very challenging conditions. So right coming back, everything is going to hit Takapuna Beach probably in about 15 minutes. We're going to see a flood of canoes arrive, and we're going to start calling some of the finishers.
Wow, it's all happening. It's all happening here, I tell you now, and I have to make mention of one of the Masters teams out there today, Team Nikenike. And my friend Mike Rogerson is in that team. He messaged me this morning to say to give a shout out to his team to help their sponsorship, so hopefully they get more money for their team. So Mike, here's your shout out for your team, Team Nikenike, OC
Awesome, Mike.
Master
Nikenike.
Men's. I'm not quite sure where you guys are in the whole scheme of the race, but we'll have a race update soon.
And looks like we have some images coming in from Jackson on the boat, and it's about, here we go. Yes, we are live. Wow, fabulous. We have this crew. This is possibly Herbert's on tour. I'm not sure what canoe they had. We are looking hard, and we are just going to take a closer peek to see if this crew can be identified. There's a lot of water out there, so it's very tricky for us to get a crisp, clear shot of this crew, but by the way they're paddling, they look very calm and relaxed. And a nice long stroke. I think this must be Maua Tamaiti no Papara. Maua Tamaiti no Papara is my guess, based on their technique.
327. That's it looks like a
327.
distinctive Tahitian long stroke there, and you can see everybody moving in unison, and which is
getting some information from our studio here on crew number 327. There we go. Enjoy these beautiful images out there in the Hauraki Gulf with the spray of the water. And they look very coordinated in this weather. It's rough out there, so to actually keep your coordination is very, very tough. We have a beautiful, nice long stroke there. They're heading into the wind, so they're very patient, calm and relaxed, and applying as maximum efficient power as they can into this headwind battle that they have out there. They seem to be quite clear in front of everybody. Mark, so take a guess. Who do you think that crew was based on your knowledge?
You know, Ahmed, I'm going to say that is a crew called Maua Tamaiti no Papara. And I know that name very well, and it's a team that I've seen in Tahiti produce many top paddlers. I think one of those guys now paddles for Shell. Another one also paddles for Air Tahiti. For our whānau who don't know who these teams are, they're basically the professional teams of Tahiti, top of the top. So to have this team here of this caliber with us is amazing. And it's interesting, Kingy, just by the way you see how relaxed they were. You know, it almost looked like they're walking a park. Those conditions aren't easy.
Exactly. It's tricky out there.
They're making it look
we are
like-
getting some provisional
there we go.
reports that we may be able to watch these crews surfing back
Oh,
as
look at
they're
that.
coming back. We are hearing reports from the boat that we might get a close-up, and there we are. Maua Tamaiti no Papara is our guest. Nice dog. Yeah, that's definitely a Tahitian stroke. I can tell by the input. And so, yeah, let's watch them here.
Oh,
as
they're
they
chasing
do
that
some
bump there.
beautiful surfing. Yep, so this is definitely Maua Tamaiti no Papara, the leaders of the men's 21
Wow,
kilometre race.
impressive.
Let's watch some of their surfing, I guess. Enjoy, folks. Enjoy at home. Here we go. Maui Tamaiti no Papara putting on a clinic. There we are.
Oh, there it
resting,
is, having a bit of a rest.
relaxing.
That's exactly what you want.
That's all the race. Efficiency, and
there they go again.
cohesion, structuring their flow
Pushing
together.
hard.
Absolutely.
And
Beautiful.
they're on.
Nice, they're on. And they'll be resting. So the more skill you have, the more rest you can take.
Exactly. And that's exactly what will differentiate the top teams. Here they go again, pushing on. And as soon as they're on the little swell, have a rest. And that's exactly what it is, If you have a team who can work in cohesion, and the more rest you have, more speed you can get out of your boat, you're going to spend less energy. And look, here they go again.
Beautiful. Here we go. Oh, these guys will be, look at that. Awesome. Mean surf.
If we can cut to the boat, that'll be great.
If we could just see the boat right now, that would be awesome.
There
Look
they
at that. They're getting
go.
splashed. Wow. And the seat one has to put his paddle up because there's so much water. These guys are
That's
really
amazing.
showing us how it's done.
Wow.
And it's lovely to see some quality surfing.
This is
I'm
beautiful.
sure they have a different opinion being in the canoe because you're getting bombed around, but some great images there from our crew from Maua Tamaiti no Papara. Yorana Maruru te atua.
Oui, c'est magnifique. Regardez le Maua Tamaiti no Papara.
Yes.
Oh, Tahiti. Well done. Look at this. Beautiful
Excellent.
shots. And you can
Wow,
see
here we
C2
go.
there. So they must be taking on a bit of water. And as soon as they get onto a swell, C2 is going to be bailing. And as soon as he can...
Fabulous. Here we go.
There we go.
Good on these guys. So awesome, these guys. So they'll be coming in. I guess this is their last lap or they got one more
I
lap
think they've
left.
got one more lap. I think they've got one more lap to go. And then they'll be...
Wow, here we go. These guys, yeah, look at this. And they'll be putting on a show for our camera.
Wow.
It's so good to have our camera out there for the surf leg. And we can show you some of this beautiful sport, this surfing from this team. Maui Tamaiti no Maua Tamaiti no Papara no.
No,
Tahiti.
that was... Oh,
wow.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we have been
ladies
calling
and gentlemen,
the wrong race.
that race has just finished. It's the 42K Open Men's Champions. That looks like the Herbert's on Tour boys
Well done.
have just come in. Herbert's on Tour.
Felicitations, congratulations, Herbert's on tour. We were busy following, and the Australians are 300 meters behind.
So,
there we are.
wow,
Steve
that's
Alston, Tupuria King. First time for those guys.
Oh, that's amazing. It's so cool to see. And wow, look at that. They're just, and that's the
Hammered home.
boat. Yeah, look at
There's
how
big Mario Malcio.
Wow,
Conan with the orange hat.
wow.
Fabulous.
That's a fabulous win from these guys.
Excellent.
Tough conditions. This is their first win, Kingy, and this is a special one.
It is special for them, and it was windy. And congratulations, Herberts.
They'll be stoked.
We tried our best to get images of all the crews coming round, but it was a little challenging today. Actually, a little challenging is probably an understatement. It was very challenging for us, but we are glad to get these guys at the finish. Herbert's on tour. Takapuna Beach Cup 2020 men's champions.
I can say that, so we're back here with our Maua Tamaiti team, all the way from Tahiti, and we are awaiting the second place finishes of the 42-kilometre race.
Here we
and
go.
it looks
This
like
is them
the Buti boys have just parked up now, so not too far behind in second place.
Very close, within 30 seconds to a minute,
I would
60
say.
seconds, very close. Wow, they must be feeling it after that leg coming home.
Wow. They've won this race many times. They know what it feels like to win, but it doesn't make it any easier coming second.
Absolutely. So we see the widespread of skill and ability. Earlier in the course, we saw some of our crews returning, but now we see these guys really owning it and really just applying all their skill and talent and maximizing what the ocean and what the wind is providing today.
Exactly, which is great. Really cool to see. Again, we're back here with Maua Tamaiti, Maua Papara in the 21-kilometre race. Enjoying the conditions, enjoying the surf.
So we have provisional results from the men's 42-kilometre race. Herbert's on tour in first, followed by Booty Boys. And we are waiting for who is third in the men's 42-kilometre race. And of course, who is first, second and third in the women's and mixed 42-kilometre race.
So this looks like one of the mixed teams coming in of the 42-kilometre race, which will be our first place team in the mix. Just reminding you, whānau, we've had the winners of the 42-kilometre race come in, and that is the Booty Boy. Herbert's on tour, followed by the Booty Boys.
And this looks like our wahine team or mixed team of the 42-kilometre, possibly the Australians. Wow, look at these guys surfing it up, enjoying the most.
Oh, that was the...
And as these guys are surfing, the first women's crew is coming in. We're waiting for the word from Karina on who she thinks it is. That's
Wow.
the Australian ladies.
They have,
as we predicted.
They have absolutely put on a clinic today, by the looks of it, Kingy, and they're so far ahead that I haven't seen the other female teams behind them. So, but
And
a kilometre out, I think, is the hot mamas. So, the Aussie girls, the AUS Ngā Wahine, absolutely showing their class today to take out the women's division of the Takapuna Beach Cup.
Well done. So we have our champions.
We do.
Herbert's on tour, and the Australian girls. I just want to make sure we get their name right.
Ngā Wahine.
Ngā Wahine. Ozwa Ngā Wahine. These girls looked in shape. I saw them yesterday. They've
There they go
clearly
there.
done their training. They have put in the sacrifice. So this is a race you really just can't turn up and expect to win.
No.
It's all on show today.
No.
The
Why-
Takapuna Beach Cup is on show.
Exactly.
Those that put the effort in and the time are there and dedicate their life to acquiring the skills, acquiring the fitness required to push on this race.
So cool to see. And from the images you just saw before, I mean, the whole team is in great shape. So, you know, they're leading from the front, and great to have them come on our shores so that, you know, our girls can see where the level is at, and then they need to do what they need to do to get to the next level.
Absolutely. And the argument could be made that, well, there's a lot of New Zealand and particularly Māori paddlers in the Australian team.
Yeah, sure is.
We fondly call them Aussies over here, so it's really a hybrid. But congratulations to Australia women's, and congratulations to Herbert's on tour. And we have a provisional result with Booty Boys in second. And we are enjoying some beautiful shots here with Maua Tamaiti no Papara. Still bailing. 2 is bailing, but that's a good thing, right?
It
Your
sure
nose
is.
is down. You don't want to be sitting heavy in the canoe and taking on water.
It sure is.
So exciting finishes here at the Takapuna Beach Cup.
And you can see there, look at the reach that these guys have. I mean, that's look at this. That's exactly why you do the surf league, you know? 1, 2, 3, 4 strokes, and it's...
Wow.
And it's all
so
over.
we are doing our best here to give you remote feeds from out in the ocean. We have our boat. We have our man Jackson, who is only just here in the studio, and he's been out there giving us our shots, and we are pleased to report that we have our final shots coming in from our first place winners in the 42-kilometre men's and women's race. We will go to the studio to see if we have a provisional result from our 42-kilometre mixed race.
Here comes Team Pineola by the looks of it. So this would be, in my estimation, third place. Third place overall in the 42-kilometre Takapuna Beach Cup.
That's a
42K
fabulous,
race.
Good result, boys. It's very challenging out there. So exciting to see these guys coming in. I was in that canoe yesterday. I was in the 5-kilometre race. Not
You guys
the
won, didn't you?
42-kilometre race. We did win.
Well, there you
and,
go.
We beat Maua Tamaiti mo Papara.
Well, there you go.
Hey, today's a different race. Yesterday was just fun. The warm-up today is the real deal. 42 kilometres.
No.
Mark, your reflections on your team Wakamanu surfing. Where do you think they're at in the 21-kilometre race?
Yeah, I think they will be happy with that surf league. At the moment, for those young guys to be out there in those sorts of conditions, it's amazing for them. And look, seeing the Pineola boys come in now, they'll be pretty stoked to get to the finish line. I can tell you. And I know that Tere and the rest of the guys in there would have put in a tremendous amount of work just to make it to the start line. So to see them make top 3 in such a competitive field today is really cool. And here they are crossing the line now.
Yeah,
Team Pineola, fantastic.
Team Pineola in third. Pineola in third. There we go.
Can you give us a rundown of who those guys are, Kingy?
Yep, it looks. I can't quite see the crew at the moment, but I can tell you in there is Tere Moana, we have Michelle Arai, we have Luke.
Luke in there
we
as well.
have, okay, brothers, I'm going to just pick up this next shot and we will come back to the men's roster in a little bit, Mark.
Sure.
If you can, I believe we're getting some feed from the GPS results for these races, and we will cut to that soon. These guys look like they're going around the boys, so I'm not entirely sure that was our... oh, yeah, no, that is them. They're finished. They're finished. So Polder Monk, bunch of guys in there paddling now for at least 15 years, and also some new paddlers.
That's great.
So it's great to see a breadth of paddlers in these crews. And Team Pineola, well done.
Well
Kia
done.
ora.
That's great to see. Great to see the depth in the club as well. And I do know that there is a couple of new guys in that team too. And this will be a great experience for the whole squad in general. So, well done. Top 3. Wow, that's great to see
Very
in certain
good.
conditions like this.
And windy conditions, tough. As far as we know for the 21-kilometre men's race, we had Maua Tamaiti no Papara. We had a lot of good images from them racing. Bank of Tahiti was the last report. We're not sure if they're still in second, and CMIT Tahiti. So Tahiti 1, 2, and 3 in the 21-kilometre race. They really have come down and taken it away. All right, we have a crew here in white finishing. And this is this the crew Malulaba from Australia? It looks like Stevie Boy in 4.
Yes, it looks like this is the guys from Australia.
So we have our results. Herbert's on tour, Buddy Boys, Pineola, and Malulaba. Excellent. And as they come across here, they're finishing. They will be so elated to have finished this race.
They sure have. And the only hope is, that they had fun on that surf league coming down. A very technical surf league, but it's cool to see that we call the top 5 guys. So I wonder who's going to be the 5th team to cross the line. But I know that in this particular team, there's the team that Steve Deisho Data is paddling in, and cool that the Malulaba guys and their whole crew get to paddle with a weapon like that and learn from him.
Absolutely, they would have learned an immense amount from this very experienced paddler, especially in the surf. So who are some of the champions that we have here from the women's crews? We have obviously we interviewed Nia Rudolph. She's a well-established paddler. She's actually participated, I think she got first in this race with Waitakere Rock.
Oh, wow.
Back in 2007, and that was with, Waitakere Rock.
Wow.
Lara and Dallas. Yeah. So some paddlers, it's not their first rodeo.
No. And
Legends,
that's important.
We're not sure. So fabulous day here at Takapuna. We are getting some final drone shots as we begin to wrap up our broadcast here from the Takapuna Boating Club. It's been a fabulous day here with you all, and we are excited to bring you these images in somewhat challenging conditions. Actually, very challenging conditions.
Very challenging conditions, and I think that to come here and to experience and to race a race like this and to conquer it and go away and learn so much from it, I think it's a great thing. But it's been enjoyable, and hopefully the crews out there have enjoyed it just as much as we have.
And I'm wondering if we'll get time to capture the men's 21-kilometre race finish. We had a lot of Maua Tamaiti no Papara. Whether they can hold their lead, we're not too sure. We are working on getting the results to you, but they should be finishing soon. They must be finishing soon. They've been out there at least for an hour and a half.
I think so.
Yeah.
And by the looks of the speed that they were surfing, Kingy, I wouldn't be surprised if they came zooming in within the next 5 minutes or so. But they definitely were showing a clean pair of heels, as they say. I think it was Daylight second, and then the rest of the field after that. So Maua Tamaiti no Papara.
So it's a hive of activity back on the beach. All these canoes and all these boats are coming back. They're heading into the wharf. They will no doubt be replenishing themselves with hydration and water and good foods to restore their bodies, because we've got some racing on tomorrow. So what happens on the Sunday of the Takapuna Beach Cup?
So the guys who raced today have to back it up tomorrow. Tomorrow is the singles event, and it's a special event because you do it as a relay. So you have your partner come, and there's 2 of you. One does the first leg, And as you come back after your first leg, the second person tags and goes off. So they cover a distance of 24 kilometers, and I believe it'll be a few laps, and which equals 24 Ks. And it's a fun race. It's really cool.
Excellent. We're seeing some images here of the men's 21-kilometer race, and we can see that these crews are not far from the finish. We will be able to catch the end of the men's 21-kilometer race. That's great. We'll see our champions and Maua Tamaiti no Papara. Surfing
And putting on a clinic. And just reminding everybody that the unofficial results of the 42K changeover race in the men's division, it was won by the Herberts on Tour boys, Nāhui Horo. In second place, not too far behind, was the Buti boys, last year's champions. And in third was Team Pineola. And in fourth place was Malulaba. And so
we have some provisional results come through for the 21-kilometer race. Maua Tamaiti no Papara in first. Team Parahata has come out of nowhere. Okay, and we also have the second women's crew for the 42-kilometer race approaching right now, and they are coming in. We are waiting for the information from the race organizer and our data team as to who they are. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be back with you. While we're waiting for them, we will finish off covering the 21-kilometer race update. Maua Tamaiti no Papara, Team Parahata, Moana Va'a third, and Bank of Tahiti in fourth. Here we go. These ladies look like they're finishing their race. And this is the second crew for the 42-kilometer women's. So we have some provisional information, Mark. What's the update there on the second place?
In the second place that have just crossed the line, I've got some updates here from Karina saying that there's a team coming in with green shirts, which... in second place we had green shirts, so that could be our Kuki Arani girls, all the way from Rarotonga. We'll confirm for you in a sec, but if that's the case, that's a big turn-up, and I think that's a great result for them. Of course, in first place was the Australian Ngāwahine girls, and as expected, too strong today in the field, and great to see, great for them to come and show their talents here as well.
Absolutely, and they've stuck together for a while. I think they paddled together at the World Long Distance Champs.
World Champs, yep.
Takapuna, and they are also aiming to go to the Molokai. So I remember seeing these girls about 2-3 years ago in Hawaii. They were just starting to get together. So it's not just today, you know, this is years of practice.
It sure is.
As it is with the Herberts on tour. You know, they've stuck together, and they also represented at the World Long Distance Champs. So the formula here is just staying together and practicing.
Exactly.
And I'm something else special.
Exactly. Well, I'm so stoked for the Herberts on Tour boys. You know, they've knocked on the door for so long.
Exactly.
You know, they've come close.
Exactly.
And this is the 12th year of this race.
14th
year of this race.
14th.
And they've finally got a win. And you've been involved with many wins with Team Pineola. I've had the fortunate of one win, and so I know how special that is for myself. And I can only imagine what this must mean to the Herberts on Tour boys. So congratulations to those guys. Happy for them, and great to see the Buddy boys also keeping the level up as well. And they'll come back stronger next year.
Yep, they picked the right canoe, they had the right team, and they had the right approach.
It sure is.
And congratulations, Herberts on Tours boys. You guys are awesome. You deserve it today. I'm very happy. Even though we're all in different teams, Waka, Manu, Pineola, Herberts on Tour, we are all one family, one brotherhood, as we like to say, and that spirit has really come forward today. These guys will now be looking forward to a bit of a knees up, I guess, and some food, and you think many of them will be getting ready for the singles race, or you think they might just take this opportunity to pat themselves on the back a little bit?
I think, well, if they've tried for 14 years, I wouldn't blame them if they want to pat themselves on the back. And I think the majority of these guys, this isn't their first rodeo. So I'm going to, being the type of guys they are and the competitive guys they are, they'll probably be hydrating at the moment, getting ready for that race tomorrow.
Absolutely.
But I could be wrong.
Okay, we got some information coming through. The green crew we reported on before is not second. This other crew got turned to finish the race in a safe time. It's a race organizer's call, so our apologies for that. We're all working as best as we can here as a team in the race office, out on the water, between radio tees to get you the information, but we were wrong. But we will update you as soon as we know who the second place women's crew is. What's your guess?
I'm going to say that the Hot Mamas should be second with the experience that they have in that boat. Nikki King and Nari Pehi and the like. And, you know, if anyone can paddle these sorts of conditions, those ladies can.
Absolutely.
And those ladies can go all day. So, and I'm also going to say putting up there possibly the PCKC girls as well.
Porirua Canoe and
Porirua
Kayak
Canoe
Club.
Kayak, who've also been training well, and they've got some local girls, and as well as some Christchurch girls in there as well.
Fabulous long distance shots on our Zoom camera. This could very well be our second place women's. We are going to take a greater peek at this to try and get you the results. Magic of Zoom cameras here on the beach. And obviously our GPS results too. We are just getting some data coming in right now from our teams. Soon we will be able to confirm the podium for the women's 42 kilometer to Takapuna Beach Cup 2020. Any luck on that, Mark? Have we got some data on who they are coming in? Right, here we go. Okay, it's Ngā Hine Matariki. Ngā Hine Matariki. Awesome. Well, we know they're obviously from Aotearoa. We're not too sure
That's a
which
great
place,
name.
but that is a big turnaround. Why?
A big
Maybe something happened to the Hot Mamas.
Well, it could very well be. This is... Well,
Wow.
we've just had word that the Hot Mamas escort boat had run out of petrol.
Wow.
Had run out of petrol.
All that way.
What a catastrophe that is. Oh,
That's a
my heart goes out
catastrophe.
to those girls because do not have the escort boat there.
Yep.
You know,
It's
and
an outside influence on your race.
And there's a lot
I
of
feel
things.
for them.
There's a lot of things on that escort boat.
And
Your
we talked
hydration.
earlier about the team being more than just the paddlers. It's also your support boat. So ka aroha, ladies, we know you put your best effort in. It didn't work out on the day. We feel you, and we know you put in a big fight. Whoa, here's a crew coming in. They're looking organized. This must be mixed crew. We are waiting. They look organized. This is possibly a Tahitian crew, or
So
you
the-
know what? I'm just guessing. This
So
is
the hot-
tricky.
the hot
I have
ma-
no idea. We are waiting. We'll just wait for the data,
No.
and we'll look through. That is.
I hope
definitely a New
I hope I
Zealand team.
didn't put the curse on the Hot Mama team, but
Oh, here's the Hot Mama team. So they're coming in third. So
Who was
that
that?
means those ladies would have had to paddle iron.
wow.
No change.
We're just waiting on a shot of the Hot Mamas. There they are there.
They look good.
They look great because if their boat,
Here
if
we
their
go.
support boat had run out of petrol and they've had to
Excellent.
do this last leg iron.
Here they are done.
Wow.
Well done, Hot Mamas. Not only were they second, but these ladies had to stay in and finish the race.
Amazing.
What an ordeal.
Amazing.
What an ordeal. But congratulations to Hot Mamas. What a race. It's exciting. We've got some excellent footage out here from the boats. And these paddlers have... Oh, there's a canoe in blue. And that
It
looks
looks
like
like-
they're in the five... That's Porirua Canoe and Kayak?
It looks like it could be a mixed team of the Porirua PCKC. It looks like a Matahina canoe as
That's
well,
right.
if we can get a shot of it. But
So a lot of crews finishing now at the beach. Oh, is that the Wakamanu boys? I'm not too sure. We are making a best guess effort right here, but there are a lot of crews coming in now. We have the finish, that is the Porirua Canoe and Kayak Canoe Club in blue. So well done to all these competitors. We have our top three from the men's 42 kilometer, women's 42 kilometer, and that looks like a masters crew. So everyone's coming in. This event is wrapping up. Great day of paddling, very exciting, and boy, what did the conditions today, Mark? Big impact. What's your reflections on today?
yeah, mate, today days like today make you as a paddler, you know, and you've got to be prepared for anything. And today's conditions threw up the best that Takapuna can, and so you know, definitely was a challenge, but for the top teams who knew what they were doing, this is the ideal day for them. And for teams, for example, like the Herberts on tour, the Buddy boys, the Peninsula guys, the Australian girls from over there, and also our local boys in the 21K race. You know, this is definitely a challenge that they will remember, and I think that this is what keeps people coming back, like myself and like them, to learn and to get better. But it's been enjoyable. It's been a great day, and you know, it's something definitely to look forward to for next year.
Absolutely, and thank you for tuning in. This has been a wonderful experience to share with you all here on the very windy Takapuna Beach today, and we are working at getting Karina back in to give us a report on the race. Karina, how was it out there, and what's been happening?
Lots of exciting racing, crews having to come back in because of difficulties, hot mamas having that, I'm going to say it might have been a boy problem actually, boy driver.
A boy driver?
Boy driver not having the preparation happening.
And I feel for those girls. Oh.
Yeah, but amazing day of racing. Tight finish, that first finish we saw with the 21 kilometre race, that crew getting pipped on the line, that would have to rip your knickers.
I have not heard rip your knickers in a while.
It's an old people thing, you know.
It's an old people thing. There we go, an official announcement. But hey, old people can hammer, and that's one thing we've learned today.
Yeah.
Age is not a barrier.
No.
But then we had the 42K finishes, also really exciting. The variety of conditions really impacted on the racing today. Changing of placings throughout the race, and both men's and women's races. Exciting.
Absolutely. And we are going to work next year on getting some secure camera connections out there in the field. We are pushing the limits. The weather has pushed us today, and boy has it pushed these paddlers to the limits. What are your takeaways of today's racing, your top moments that you remember?
Well, my first one would be, ladies, first question, have you got enough petrol for your escort boat to your man driver? Probably the first thing. We saw the importance of checking your equipment and how much of a impact it can have if you haven't practiced things like bailing. Brenda talked about they lost places, full boat. That had to have happened to a lot of the crews, but amazing day.
Excellent. And Mark, what is your wrap-up of the day right now?
Yeah, I think my highlight of today is I love seeing history happen, and the Herberts on Tour boys winning their first title is definitely up there. And I think for a team of that nature and a team of that history, I think I think it's really cool to see. I think it's really cool to see that that those guys have stuck together and they've stuck at it. And then for the first time, they've got a title, and that's my takeaway. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to everybody who's managed to get out there and brave the elements. We're looking a bit dark there, but
we are
still
working
here.
on getting the feed. We have a mystery technical thing. There we are.
Hey,
Koto,
there.
Thank you for bearing with us. We are just wrapping up our broadcast here of the Takapuna Beach Cup, and we're sharing our reflections. So, Mark, the first for the men's 42-kilometre race, what was our placings in the men's 42?
Yeah, so again, the Herberts on tour in first place, all the way from Ngāhui Horo. Great to see those guys finally get the monkey off their back and get their title. And second place, the Butti boys. And also in third place, the Peninsula boys. So all of them past winners. And in our women's division, the 42K changeover winners were the Australian girls, Ngā Wahine, all the way from across the Tasman. And in second place was Hot Mamas, which is a masters team, but they had issues with their support boat. Apparently their driver, unfortunately, miscalculated how much gas they needed, and they had to paddle a long way iron.
We are waiting for the results to come back in. I just heard that maybe Ngā Hine Matariki come in second. Karina, was that your reflection on the 42?
It was difficult to tell. With some of those crews being turned back, it was difficult to tell whether they were in the running for the placings or not. But I would like to say, just before we wrap up, thank you so much to those international crews for making the effort to get here and making this such an amazing race. We have here the hoi of
right.
Kingi's Papa.
The Ken Gilbert Memorial Trophy, my father's trophy. Very proud to be here on behalf of the Gilbert family to receive this. And this trophy will go to the top Masters crew today in the men's division.
Yeah. And
So-
I see it was donated by also our legend, another legend, Chris Kelson. Yeah.
Very much so. So a paddle with a lot of mana. And today we are waiting to get a provisional result on this, the Masters. It looked like it may have been the Peninsula Phantoms, the first Masters crew. We are waiting to hear who will be the recipient of this year's 2020 Ken Gilbert Memorial Trophy. So personally, it's been an honour to be here with you guys and to share this race and also to hold the trophy of my father, but also to see some awesome racing out there. Actually, if we look out the window, there's a crew which is fully swamped, being towed in. The weather has really thrown us all a curveball. And so big hats off to our man Jackson, who wasn't here. Jackson, he did great today, didn't he?
He is an absolute natural, and great that he went up there, he braved the elements. He went up there, couldn't get this camera working, came back, fixed it, went up there again to brave the elements to get us some of those pictures of the beautiful surfing conditions. And so well done to Jackson, and he definitely one that we'll keep in the team for the future, yes.
Absolutely. And Karina, your reflections on the weather today and its impact on the racing?
Well, it made for great spectator stuff, certainly for the rough water crews, particularly the Australian women. Well deserved, having trained for these conditions, and a great heads up for our New Zealand crews. What's required? You know, the kind of training that we need to do extra to what's happening to be able to go to those big international races and do as well as we have done with our sprints.
Okay, and let's just not forget also our 21-kilometre races. We've covered off our 42-kilometre races, and our provisional results for the men's 21-kilometre race, Mark?
Yes, so the provisional results in first place at this stage was the Moa Tamaiti no Papara, all the way from Tahiti, no surprises there. Bank of Tahiti is in second place, and in third place, when we last left it, was CMIT Moana Va'a, all the way from Tahiti as well. So a clean sweep there by the looks of it from our Tahitian teams as well.
In the women's 21-kilometre race, we know in the Masters division, the Taniwha Master Wahines, they completed first in their division, and that was earlier in the day. So, e te iwi, thank you, miharo, mahalo, maururu. Thank you for joining us at the 2020 Takapuna Beach Cup, and we wish you all a great day in these challenging conditions. Mauri ora.
No mai hoki mai.